Greetings from the MedTech conference in beautiful Malta, uniting top firms, startups, investors, and healthcare tech experts all under one roof. Now it's time to connect, converse, and explore the latest healthcare advancements. Let's dive in. Introductory welcome.
We're heading up. Test.
Hello.
Test. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Giovanni Loricella of Lifeblood Capital, and I just want to say how excited I am for all of you being in the room here. There's even more people all over the island, and we're going to be seeing them throughout the weekend, but I know each and every one of you quite well, and I want to say thank you for flying in from wherever you are. From Europe, it probably is a little easier, but for all those from North America, etc., thank you for making the trip. And it's just been an amazing experience putting this together. So I want to say thank you to Dylan for enabling this whole thing to happen here in Malta. I hope you guys get a chance to enjoy the island, enjoy what Malta is, but more importantly for us being here right now, for MedTech in Malta. So thank you, Dylan. Again, I really appreciate the opportunity of putting this together this year and many more years to come.
Indeed. Thank you, Giovanni. When I first started this around 3 years ago, I wouldn't have assumed that down the line, 3 years down the line, we're going to grow as much as we did, catering for people from across the world, from North America. Last year, I used to go to conferences in the US telling them I'm from Malta, and they're like, Malta? Where is it? I have a Maltese in my basement, because apparently there's like some Maltese dog breed in the US. Like, no, it's actually an island. But anyways, we're here. Giovanni was actually one of my first cold LinkedIn messages 3 years ago. He always came across as a genuine guy, and working in this industry, shifting from surgery where I used to work and dealing with actually saving patients. It's quite difficult, I guess, to come across genuine people right from the start who you actually connect with and synergize to get to where we are today. We're here to foster connections, relationships. Malta offers a majestic venue and backdrop to do this. I know, especially when it comes to those coming in from abroad, how fascinated they've been with the whole Maltese island. But it's not just that. We're planning to build Malta as a potential future MedTech hub, not just purely for its location and for it being right in the middle of the Mediterranean, but purely for the sake of being a small island. Everywhere is easily connected with each other. We have one main big general hospital. So all of these little benefits aim to help us foster and nurture a MedTech industry here. And I know that Giovanni and myself have a lot of plans actually for the future in parallel with the conference, and this will help us to continue grow. Let's start.
Let's do it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming. I'd love to introduce to the stage the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Health, Fearne. He used to be actually one of my consultants at hospital, a renowned pediatric surgeon, and 5 years, 6 years down the line, actually more. We're here in a different setting. And it's still actually a hospital, so
Yeah, make sure you learn about what this building actually is. It's a very cool history.
Thank you.
Opening keynote by Minister for Health and Government of Malta, Honorable DPM Chris Fearne.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to Malta and welcome to MedTech. Thank you for getting up so early. Some of you might have had a busy night. Good. Thank you for coming here. They say necessity is the mother of invention, but necessity is also the mother of opportunity. So in the few minutes that I have here before you, I'll try and tell you what the challenges, the necessities are in the medical field, not just in Malta, but globally, and therefore what the necessities for innovation are, and for MedTech. MedTech, a lot of us in the medical industry in the medical field, look at technology as the knight in shining armor on a white horse that is going to come in and save the day. And really, this is what it is. So what are the challenges and what are the opportunities for innovation and investment that we are facing, the world is facing in the medical field? And before I go into the main challenges, I'll put a caveat. I'm leaving out climate change on purpose, because if I had to include climate change in this and the health effects of climate change, it would take us till this evening. So I'm not mentioning climate change, not because it isn't a big challenge, even in the health sector, but because I want to mention some other things. So climate change apart, I'll be talking about 4 challenges and where the opportunities for innovation, for investment are in the medical field. The first is access to medicines, right? So everybody needs medicines. Medicines make you well. Medicines can cure disease, can control some conditions. But for medicines to work, patients have to take them, and therefore they have to be accessible. So access to medicines is a challenge worldwide, and there's an opportunity there for innovation. The second challenge, which we'll talk about, is the medical or the health workforce. So the demand for services worldwide in Europe and in America is increasing exponentially, and the demand is outstripping the supply of medical people, professionals who are able to give it. So that's the second problem. The third challenge is antimicrobial resistance. You might have heard of this. Antimicrobial resistance is the climate change in the medical world. I'll tell you about this. It's a big problem, existential problem, and we urgently need innovation in this field. And finally, because it's a question of time, because there are so many other challenges, but finally, we'll talk a bit about rare diseases and how innovation can help people with rare diseases. So let's start with access to medicines, right? So everybody needs medicines every now and then, but unless they're available, then there might be the best medicine in the world. Unless it's available to you, then that's no use because it won't cure you. Now, here in Europe, well, everywhere in the world, anybody who takes medicine needs to know what's in it, or at least to know the dosage, whether to take it in the morning, in the evening, before meals, after meals, whether you can take it with another medicine or not, whether there are contraindications, side effects, whether you can take it if you're pregnant, whether you can take it if you've had previous diseases or renal problems, whatever. And to do that, you need to have the information in a language that you can understand, which is why packs have information on the outside, and there's a patient information leaflet inside. Now, the problem is if that information leaflet is in a language you can't understand. Now, fine. Big markets have their own pharmaceutical companies, produce medicines in their language. Here in Europe, we're not allowed to import medicines and to use medicines which have not been approved within the European Union. And since the United Kingdom left the European Union, English has become a minority language. Only Ireland have English as their official language, and then Malta. So small countries with a unique language have a problem in accessing medicines. because we can only get our medicines from Italy in Italian, from France in French, from Germany in German, and that's no use for our patients, because doctors, nurses, pharmacists, and patients need to know what's inside the medicine. So the solution to this are twofold. Either get the manufacturers to print for you specifically in your language, which is costly, and a lot of manufacturers don't want to do it, or else there's something called electronic patient information leaflets, EPIL. So this is a system which we are developing here in Malta with the European Union Commission and the European Medicines Agency, which will allow us to read the barcodes and scan the barcode, and on your mobile phone, on your smartphone, you get the information in the language that you can understand. So this is electronic patient information leaflets. We're piloting here in Malta. Before this pilot project, it was not allowed to happen within the European Union. So within the European Union, you had to have medicines printed in the language that your patients understand. Now, this is for the first time, electronic patient records are going to be electronic patient information leaflets are going to be able to be used within the European Union. So this is a growth area. This is an opportunity for innovation, and this will allow patients in countries with small markets and unique languages to be able to access medicines from anywhere within the European Union. So we can get a pack from Germany in German, scan it, and you'll get all the information that you need in English or in Maltese, which will make it safe, make it cheaper, and make it accessible. So that's one way where technology is coming in. We're using technology to mitigate problems that we are facing in the medical world. So access to medicines is something which is going to grow, because this is going to happen all over the European Union now. There's a lot of interest from everywhere. The pharmaceutical industry want it. The patient organizations at the moment are a bit skeptical, but when they see it, they will accept it. So this is one way where innovation is going to make life so much easier for so many patients. So access to medicines. Secondly, the medical workforce. Never in the history of humanity have there been so many people, so many professionals working in the medical industry. Never. We've never had an absolute number, so many people working as professionals in the medical services. But never has the demand been so large. And the demand for services is outstripping our ability, our capacity to produce and to entice more people to come into the health workforce. In other words, we now have scarcities, and this is all over Europe and in North America, certainly in the global north, scarcities of health workers to provide the services that we can give. One solution which we have been practicing is to bring nurses in and doctors in from middle and low-income countries. It solves our problem, but it creates a bigger problem where they come from. And as president of the World Health Assembly, I'm not sure that I can endorse that. So fine, that's a temporary solution, but it's not the solution globally that we need. So here there is an opportunity for technology to come in and start meeting some of the demand that the health workforce on its own cannot reach. For instance, here in Malta we have electronic patient records which are accessible to the patient on their mobile phone. We have remote patient monitoring, which is allowing our patients to take responsibility of their own care and to look at prevention rather than cure, because you can either increase the supply of your workforce or you can decrease the demand. And by putting in a lot of effort into prevention and giving the citizens, giving the patients the responsibility to look after their own health, we might bring down the demand. And then we have to work more smartly. Artificial intelligence, machine learning can replace people, specialists in radiology, for instance. Now we're seeing very good results with that, with ophthalmology, dermatology. So this is something where technology can help us reach the demand that there is in our societies. And then, of course, there's the telemedicine. Yep, telemedicine came in strongly during COVID. We'll talk about this again when we talk about rare diseases. And we have to make sure that we embed technology into the curricula of our medical schools. We need doctors. Dylan is an example, but Dylan didn't learn this in medical school. He just got this on as as he became interested in the subject. But we need our doctors, our nurses, our pharmacists to be experts in technology, because now technology is going to be daily part of what we do. And of course, the use of big data, drones, for instance. We don't have enough pharmacists to open as many, not here in Malta, but globally, to open as many pharmacies as we want in remote areas. So we can have drones to supply the medicines where they need to go, to deliver medicines where they need to go. So there's so much we can do technologically to mitigate the problems of decreasing workforce relative to the demand. So access to medicines is one field. Medical workforce is another field where medical technology has an extremely important role. The other thing I want to talk about very briefly is antimicrobial resistance. So this is resistance in a bad way. It's resistance of bugs, the enemies of doctors. So it's the resistance of bugs to antimicrobials, to antibiotics. So what is happening now is that we are now starting to look at infections which up to a few years ago we could treat with antibiotics, which are now becoming untreatable. Already today, 1 in 5 infections are resistant to the antibiotics that we have. And by 2030, 90% of hospital-acquired bacterial infections will be untreatable, which means we'll probably have to close our hospitals. We're talking 7-10 years down the line. This is an existential threat. We are losing antibiotics much faster than we can produce. The pipeline for producing new antibiotics is almost dry. There's very little investment going there. So we urgently need innovation in this field. We need innovation to produce new diagnostics so that we know what little antibiotics we still have, where to use them properly and how to use them, and not to overuse antibiotics, because that is where resistance comes from. We need to have innovation on surveillance, especially in animals and in the environment, because antimicrobial resistance is not just a human problem, it's also a problem in animal husbandry, in farming, and in the environment. And we definitely need an alternative to antibiotics. We need an alternative to new antibiotics. What this is, I don't know, whether it's bacteriophages, which are the small viruses which actually eat bacteria. Yeah? So the enemy of my enemy is my friend in this case, or something new. And this is where technology has to come in. And it has to happen urgently. So there's a very urgent need. The world has a very urgent need for some bright spark to come up with an idea of how to deal with antimicrobial resistance. Malta has just been appointed by the United Nations to co-facilitate a high-level meeting on antimicrobial resistance during next year's United Nations General Assembly. So we are now the focal point for this. We will, within these next 12 months, we'll be working with all stakeholders, including people in this room, if possible, to come up with new ideas of how to deal with this very existential threat that we have before us. So we've talked about access to medicines and the opportunities and the challenges there. We talked about the need for smart working of our health workforce so that we can meet the demands. We've talked about the threat of antimicrobial resistance. And then finally, I'll just take a couple of minutes to talk about rare diseases. So rare diseases are defined if you have 1 case in 2,000 population. Ultra-rare diseases, 1 case in 10,000 of your population. And fine, that's rare. But because there are so many rare diseases, and there are at least 7,000 rare diseases, a lot of people will have a rare disease. It won't be the same rare disease, but a lot of people will have a rare disease. And in fact, about 6% of the population suffer from a rare disease. And the bad news is that over 90%, we think possibly more, over 90% of rare diseases are as yet uncurable. There isn't a cure for rare diseases, for most rare diseases, for 9 out of 10 rare diseases. And one of the reasons is that there are so little people with one specific rare disease that it's very difficult to do your clinical research, if you have a potential molecule, to bring it from the lab to the clinic, because you can't do your testing because you don't have a population large enough to be able to do that. So again, there we need innovation. We need, for instance, a platform or platforms which can bring together people with rare diseases from all over the world. So it will allow the pharmaceutical industry to be able to develop meaningful medicines. We need quantum computing, which will allow our researchers to have modeling on how to develop new medicines without actually testing it on patients. It's something that can happen if we have strong enough computers. We now have something called genomics, you know of this. And you've heard of this new oncotype, the X, which is now available, just come onto the market a few months ago. It's available. It's been put onto the NHS, on the National Health Care Service, without free of charge here in Malta only last week. It's a test, a genetic test, which will allow doctors to know specifically whether a woman with breast cancer will respond to a particular drug or not. Because now, with genomics, practically every disease is becoming a rare disease. It's called personalized medicine. And this is where, again, there is such a big, vast opportunity for improvement. So there's so much that medical technology can do, and there's so much that medical technology needs to do. So we need you to rise to these challenges. So antimicrobial resistance, a big one, rare diseases, access to medicines, the medical health force. And then finally, just to close up, I'll go back to climate change, because climate change is the big elephant in the room. We are the first generation to experience climate change. But we are the last generation who has the opportunity to stop it. Let's not waste this opportunity. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Mr. Fearne, for such an insightful speech. And I want to join the three gentlemen that has been before me on this stage and welcome all of you on this beautiful island. It is actually very fascinating to see so many medtech entrepreneurs, executives, and just people that are within our industry gathered here under this one roof for the next 2 days to learn what's happening within our industry. And if you haven't done so yet, I highly encourage you, please take some time and explore the island, because it has so much to offer in terms of food, culture, history, business opportunities, and of course, wonderful people of Malta that make us feel like home over here. And I think we're ready for our next keynote, and please help me to welcome on this stage the CEO of MedTech Europe, Mr. Oliver Bisazza.
Keynote by Mr. Oliver Bisazza.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction, and to the organizers for inviting me here today. This is my first ever MedTech conference in Malta, and I'm already very impressed by the organization, the location, and the time of year. My name is Oliver Bisazza. I'm representing MedTech Europe, which is the leading industry voice of the MedTech sector at European level and internationally. We represent the manufacturers of medical technologies towards governments, towards external stakeholders, and today I'm going to talk to you a little bit in 15 minutes about 3 things. First of all, just so we're on the same page, what exactly is medical technology? Secondly, I'm going to present to you some of our latest European market data statistics, which were just updated last week or two. And thirdly, for those of you who are perhaps entering this space for the first time, I'm going to give you some key considerations for you to keep in mind if you are going to try commercializing medical technologies in a place like Malta or Europe. Very important to be aware of them so that you do not fall into some of the common pitfalls. As an organization, as I said, we are representing the industry. This means specifically nearly 150 multinational corporations who are manufacturing medical technologies under their own name, but also approximately 50 national medical technology associations in European Union member states or in countries surrounding the EU region. I have to say, in transparency, we do not yet have a national association in Malta, but if events like these really do help foster a future Maltese medtech hub, we could have one potentially very, very soon. But we are by far the most representative industry association for this sector at European level. Now, what is MedTech? What is medical technology? It's sometimes assumed, but it needs to be known. We are not talking about just any healthcare, wellness, or lifestyle product. Certainly not any healthcare or wellness app that you may find on the internet or any product that looks like it might be interesting for healthcare monitoring in a flea market. We are talking about regulated products, regulated healthcare products, which are mainly meant to be the tools in the hands of European healthcare professionals like doctors, nurses, and lab professionals. When we say medtech, we are referring collectively to two things. One, medical devices, which are often used for treating or monitoring disease, but also in vitro diagnostic tests used for screening, diagnosis, and healthcare monitoring. They are not drugs, but they exist alongside medicines as a key tool in the healthcare system's arsenal, and they intervene along the patient pathway to help better manage disease, whether it's early detection and diagnosis, screening, monitoring, treatment, care, or follow-up. Some of them are what we increasingly are calling digital health solutions, but many of them are traditional as well, and it's estimated that about 500,000 of them currently exist in Europe. Some examples from the medical devices side about what we're talking about. We're talking about some very common things that may be needed later in life in particular, like stents, hip replacements, pacemakers, or knee replacements. And as you can see from some of these data points, across Europe, a very, very large number of these are used to help patients not just every day, not just every minute, but every few seconds. That's the extent of the patient needs for these medical technologies, which our industry steps up to provide. Now, Deputy Minister Fearne spoke very passionately, I thought, about the topic of innovation, and I'm glad he did so, because innovation in this sector is extraordinarily vibrant, especially in Europe. And that's important, right? Because if we're going to step up to some of those challenges the Deputy Minister talked about, the challenges of rare disease, the challenges of greener healthcare, the challenges of antimicrobial resistance, or lessening the impact on our stressed healthcare workforces, we're only going to be able to do that if we can continue developing innovation of products and solutions and actually getting those innovations to the market and healthcare systems who need it. And the good news is that this sector has historically been extraordinarily innovative. A lot of that innovation has come, by the way, from very small companies like SMEs or startups. And it's evidenced by the very, very large number of patent applications which are filed every year. Last year, there were well over 15,000 patent applications in medtech filed with the EPO. That's far more, by the way, than what pharma or biotech filed. And in fact, it's only second in Europe to one sector, which is IT. That's how innovative this sector is. This is how innovative this sector needs to remain if we're to step up to those challenges that were mentioned. And so it's really important that the companies, be they large or small, who are developing this innovation have the necessary support they need to get the innovations into our lives. Be that through guidance from organizations like ours, be that through support from governments, be that from a workable regulatory pathway, be that through a workable market access pathway. But the innovations are there and they flow in every year and they attempt to reach the patients who need them. The sector is also a very important employer across Europe. Now, a lot of this employment, I have to say, is coming from companies like Ireland and Germany, but there are massive employment of this sector across Europe. We estimate about 850,000 people were directly employed by this sector in Europe in last year alone. We believe there are approximately 35,000 medical technology companies in Europe, if you include companies like distributors. And while the percentage of SMEs of the sector varies from one year to another, it's still very, very high, with about 92% of these companies being in the SME bracket. Again, many of them are located in countries like Germany, Italy, the UK, and Switzerland, but they do exist everywhere. And it's important that they exist everywhere so that we can have variety of companies and variety of life sciences clusters developing across the region. Now, health technologies, be they medtech, pharma, or something else, of course cost money, and they cost money for Europe's healthcare systems and national treasuries. They are not for free, and in fact about 11% of GDP on average is spent on healthcare, which is significant. That just goes to show how much healthcare is a growing need in Europe due to things like our aging population, our social security systems, and the high standards of care Europeans tend to accept. So it's a lot that is spent on healthcare. I'm not going to shy away from that. But what's important to bear in mind is of that 11% of GDP spent on healthcare, a fairly minimal proportion is spent on products like medical technologies or pharmaceuticals. Some are, about 15% of that is spent on drugs, nearly 8% on medical devices, very little spent on in vitro diagnostic tests, by the way. But what is the vast majority of healthcare expenditure, according to studies, is actually spent on the delivery of care. It's keeping hospitals running. It's keeping laboratories running. It's employing those healthcare workforce members, which are indeed increasingly scarce. So healthcare is not cheap, but it would be wrong to think that our biggest financial challenges in healthcare are coming from the cost of products. Obviously, the products need to be priced accordingly, and their value needs to be assessed correctly. But if we're looking to manage the expenditure on healthcare, the true picture is actually in the delivery of healthcare. And that's where I would agree with Deputy Minister Fearne. If we can find innovative solutions to make healthcare more efficient, more affordable, delivered in a more targeted and strategic manner, we have the potential to manage this financial challenge very well. But it requires innovation to be facilitated and embraced. Now, if we look at Europe as a market for medical technology, it is actually enormous. It's the second biggest in the world, second only to that of the United States, and covering about 26% of the total world market, estimated to be worth about 160 billion in 2022. Obviously, when we talk about Europe, this is bringing together 28 different countries, and some of the countries have bigger markets than others. Germany, in particular, is a very, very big one. But it just goes to show that those companies who make the effort to bring devices and in vitro diagnostic tests to the European market have access to a very, very substantial one. And that is one of the reasons why, despite the complexity of Europe, many, many companies still treat it as a very key market to be in and to thrive in as a sign of being successful companies in this space. Europe is also having a very healthy trade balance with other regions of the world for medical technologies. It's a positive trade balance. In fact, it's slightly greater in 2022 than in 2021 because a lot of trade is happening through exports to United States, China, Japan, and other places. Now, most of that, I have to say, is the United States and China. If you combine those two together, you've already got more than half of the external trade balance. But as you see, there is single-digit exports to many other key markets as well. These are countries where there is a need for healthcare and where exports from European players are regularly purchased. Similar for importation. We also rely a lot in Europe on devices imported from other parts of the world as well. Again, United States and China are massive ones, but there are other ones as well. So this is not just a sector where things are made and developed in Europe for Europe and that's it. It is a global industry with lots of cross-border movement in the technologies. Now, I talked about what medical technology is. I talked a little bit about our market data statistics, which you can find, by the way, on the MedTech Europe website. They were uploaded a week or two ago. I'd like to spend the last 3 or 4 minutes just mentioning some of the key considerations you should have in mind if you are entering this space, scaling up your portfolio, and interested to really enter the market in as smooth a manner as you can. First of all is regulation. Healthcare is, of course, regulated because we're talking about technologies which impact the lives of patients. And patients need to have a very, very high level of safety ensured. And we also need to ensure that medical technologies work as claimed. They do what they say on the tin. Europe has very substantial regulations in this space, in place since 2017, in fact, and we would consider them perhaps the most comprehensive set of medtech regulations in the world at this time. There are other substantial regulations in other regions like the US, but Europe has very, very substantially upgraded the complexity and even the demands of its regulations in the last few years. For the right reasons, I would say, but it's also important to know that it has been an incredibly complex journey so far to implement these two regulations, which are called the Medical Devices Regulation and the In Vitro Diagnostics Regulation. So challenging, in fact, that some products have started to disappear from the market in some countries. So complex, in fact, that some medical procedures have been disrupted as a result of it. And certainly so complex because now so many innovations which used to come from this sector to Europe first are starting to sometimes be launched in other regions of the world, like the US and Japan. It's not necessarily a permanent situation. It is inherently reversible, we believe, and we think it should be reversed if we're to truly leverage the power of medtech innovation. But I want you all to know, if you're currently contending with this very difficult situation, we are calling upon the European Union institutions and the national governments to very seriously think about reforming this complex regulatory system, not to throw it in the bin or to lower the bar for patient safety, but to have a very serious look about whether they are meeting their intended goals and how we can make the system more friendly for innovation, for small companies, and for access to care. But it's not just regulation. I will also echo what Minister Fearne said about climate change. Sustainability has become an enormous consideration for all industries in the last few years, and that includes healthcare industries like ours. I'm going to make a very blunt statement. Healthcare industries were not in the crosshairs of sustainability as early or as substantially as other sectors like cosmetics and consumer goods were, but it is changing. It's changing in the number of regulations which are coming. It's coming in the ESG investor space. It's coming in some hospital tenders, which are now requiring products to meet a certain standard of energy efficiency or carbon to be purchased. And it's expected increasingly by society and employees. So I believe very strongly the companies who are going to continue thriving in this space in the next few years are those who embrace the sustainability agenda and try to contribute to the very complex task of making healthcare part of the solution and not just having an ecological footprint. And finally, because I'm running out of time, I will also mention the digital health dimension. Not all medical technologies are digital, but increasingly many are, and a lot of the most exciting innovation is coming from the digital space. It's important to know that the rule book around digital health and data is about to change very substantially too, with new European legislation coming in the next few months on key things like access to health data, like artificial intelligence, like the cyber resilience of healthcare systems, and so on and so forth. If your devices are having a digital component and they are accepting or transmitting data, please have a look at this space. Just because your product looks cool and seems to work does not necessarily mean it is built around the rules which are coming. So don't be taken by surprise. Look very carefully at what's coming here. There are many consultancies and organizations like ours who can help you, and we want you to actually get your exciting innovations successfully to patients, not be blocked at the last minute by regulations you weren't aware of. There is so much more I could say about this exciting industry, but I was asked to be brief. Thanks for your attention. Have a wonderful conference, and thanks again to the organizers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bisazza, for giving us updates on the current market in Europe. And now I want to welcome on this stage our next keynote speech that is going to give us updates on what's happening within the US. So please help me to welcome on the stage venture partner at Wavemaker 360, Kwame Ulmer.
Good morning.
Keynote by Mr.
Yeah, I don't need any music. Good morning. Good morning. Over the next 15 minutes, we'll have a view of what's happening in MedTech and globally, but we'll spend a lot of time talking about what's happening in the United States. And I'm delighted to spend some time to have this conversation with you. I'm Kwame Ulmer, and I've been fortunate enough to work in this sector for 21 years. I spent 12 years at the FDA evaluating these medical technologies, and approximately 11 years working with early stage companies, either helping them navigate the FDA or as an investor at Wavemaker 360 Health. So I'll be talking about the climate of investing, the regulatory landscape, and some challenges in reimbursement in the United States. We'll also end this conversation with some insights for you, particularly for companies that are perhaps starting in the EU but plan to launch in the United States. I will preface this that many of the examples that we go through will have a focus on digital health technologies, not the wellness products that were alluded to, but regulated products that are prescription digital therapeutics or diagnostics to help people with specific diseases or conditions. So what is the investment climate? I would characterize it as flat. We'll see some data from HSBC about the number of deals that have happened globally in early stage and total deal size, but we're a return in some sense to normalcy in that we had some heady, frothy days of economic activity in the United States, which was a result of a high growth environment. Now we're getting back to the more classic pre-pandemic valuations and investments. And we'll talk about how it's even more important now to de-risk the FDA for early stage companies who plan to launch in the United States. I know I'm in Malta, but if you're planning to come to the United States, the FDA is important. So why did the robber rob the bank? This is maybe an American joke, because that's where the money is. Why are startups innovating in digital health? Because that's where the capital has been poured into over the last several years. The black chart, the black bar, shows investment in venture capital and digital health solutions in the United States over the last several years. The relatively flat green line is traditional medical devices. So even though we've seen some hiccups in the prescription digital therapeutic world, I believe we'll continue to see innovation and investment in that space as the regulatory and reimbursement framework catches up with these innovative solutions that really are driving outcomes. This is some research I was fortunate to do with Dr. Jennifer McKaney at the University of California, Los Angeles. The main takeaway is for the two main ways that products get to market, 510K and de novo in the United States, the time from concept to clearance is approximately twice as long for the de novo products. These are the more novel, innovative technologies in the regulatory framework in the United States. Investment, what's happening? The main point of this slide is just to demonstrate that the typical clinical specialties that you all know of are still seeing active investment. There's a little bit of lightening of deals in neuro and cardiovascular, and this is for first financing, so seed to Series A types of investments. And I must clarify this information is from HSBC, the gentleman John Norris, who was formerly at Silicon Valley Bank. This is, again, first financing, and the main point here is, as you can see, there were some periods of high growth, high investment in the heady days of 2020, 2021. There was a big drop in investment activity, and there's a bit of a return, but this is first financing. The overall economic climate is still in recovery. So you see the red arrows where deal volume and numbers are down, but it's really a regression to the mean of where we've typically seen MedTech deals in the United States, and this also includes Europe. So again, in my view, it's a bit of a return to normalcy in terms of the number of deals and the number of dollars and valuations for the technologies that you're bringing to market. And for prescription digital therapeutics, just as one subsector within MedTech, there are a few key themes that I want us to pay attention to. One is that of merger. When there's macroeconomic conditions, such as the ones we're seeing in the United States, companies like Behavior, which is a prescription digital therapeutic that started as a wellness and is a joint venture with a pharmaceutical company, recently joined with another digital health company, Oxford VR, here in the Boston area of the United States. So let's talk about a failure that's had a bit of a chilling effect in the United States. If you haven't heard of Pear Therapeutic, it's a prescription digital therapeutic that was on the vanguard of being regulated by the FDA, that was indicated for treatment of substance use disorder with multiple randomized controlled studies. It had a $1 billion valuation, and guess what? It went bankrupt. Some of the reasons, the macroeconomic environment. Sometimes you can't fight what's going on in a larger ecosystem. It was a period of massive growth. Former colleague of mine at the FDA ran regulatory and quality, and he said, Kwame, they were just hiring like crazy, and it's a challenge to keep up with that heady hiring headcount. And reimbursement, we'll talk about the key challenge in the United States that has shifted from regulatory to reimbursement. And Oliver talked about the robust regulatory framework in Europe. There's a robust regulatory framework in the United States, but reimbursement is having some innovation that still needs to catch up with digital health solutions. Akili is a gaming solution that is in the United States, indicated for teens to help with specific mental health conditions. They've seen some challenges as well. They're regulated by the FDA. Recently, there was a changeover in the CEO. And they discovered trouble getting consistently reimbursed at the rates that they could garner considerable profit compared to going direct to consumer. So they recently made a decision to pivot from a reimbursement strategy to gaining revenue directly from consumers. So again, this theme of reimbursement comes up again and again as a headwind for these particular types of companies, these regulated products. My only point in showing you this slide is, just like in the EU, there's been a steady drumbeat of laws that have been promulgated to ensure safe and effective devices here in the United States. We are, again, in Malta. And what I want you to know is that, again, guidances, and this is true for all medical devices, have had consistent promulgation over the last several years. Just a few weeks ago, the FDA issued 3 guidances on the mainstay regulatory pathway called the 510(k) process, and they released a proposed rule on laboratory-developed tests. Oliver talked about how that's a small part of the market that is really undergoes relatively low regulation. The FDA has proposed to more closely regulate these products. Reimbursement. About 1.5 years ago, we spoke to over 100 medtech companies based in the United States, and this is the main challenge that they said facing them. And I believe that holds true, so I'll give you a time to read it. The main point here is 10 years ago, because of some complaints by well-known venture capital firms and innovators like yourself who were launching in Europe, the FDA initiated a series of reforms to promulgate more clear regulations with a stated goal of companies launching first in the US. This was 10 years ago. So in a sense, our survey and our research reflects that the US FDA has to some extent fixed the regulatory problem, but there still is a main challenge in reimbursement. So what can we do about it? For digital therapeutics, we just want to recognize that there have been billions of dollars invested in this particular field, and there continues to be clearances and de novo granting and launching of these products despite these major failures in the press. We will continue to see key regulations and policies issued by the FDA to streamline and help you better understand the data you need to bring your products to market. As I mentioned just a few weeks ago, there was a specific guidance on the 510(k) information needed for implantable devices so that you can have extreme clarity on exactly what preclinical tests are important, what recognized ISO standards you need to adhere to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if I were to advise someone, and this is not just because I spent 21 years in regulatory, it would be to have a person or some capability to scan the regulatory landscape to understand these key guidances that are being issued or proposed rules. It is a challenge sometimes for companies to keep up with these regulations, and some form of intelligence, either through technology or a human being, will be prudent. There are stated key performance indicators such that at some point in the future, the FDA may adhere to a bit of a good housekeeping seal of approval if a company, a digital health company, a medical technology company, can show that they adhere and have the ability to execute on key quality activities like complaint handling, as an example. Care delivery, we heard about it from the deputy minister, and we also heard about it from Oliver, that the main expenditure is still around providing health care. At Wavemaker 360 Health, we actually invested in a US-based company called Trusted Healthcare, which is a software platform to move travel nurses, we call them travel nurses in the United States, to facilities with the greatest need to optimize for healthcare delivery. So as you think about your solution, no matter whether you're a diagnostic, traditional medical device, or prescription digital therapeutic, think about care delivery and not disrupting the workflow. In the EU, whether you're dealing with labeling issues, or in the United States. And clearly, workflow integration will be and has always been an important part of your technology development. This is the last slide in my presentation. I want to thank Giovanni for having me today. The weather's been great. And thank you all. I look forward to interacting with you over the next couple of days. And I'm here for any questions that you might have. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Kwame, for updating us on the US state market. It's been very knowledgeable. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with my honor and pleasure I want to welcome on this stage Honorable Prime Minister of Malta, Robert Abella. Oh, so, and while he's actually joining us at the stage, I guess he's still walking, I'm happy to tell you a little bit more what's going to be happening within the next 2 days. We're going to have a lot of insightful panel discussions based on what's happening within both markets in Europe, in the United States, in Israel. I actually do know we have some people that were able to fly from Israel as well. We also have few technology showcases today, and at the very end, we will have live presentation of a robotic pill on stage. So I hope you make it till the very end and see this pretty insightful, hopefully, presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Greetings from the MedTech Conference in beautiful Malta, uniting top firms, startups, investors, and healthcare tech experts all under one roof. Now it's time to connect, converse, and explore the latest healthcare advancements. Let's dive in.
Hello, everybody. Let's have a little fireside chat while we wait, huh? How's that? Come on up. My name's Dr. Brittany Barretto, and I am a women's health innovation expert, and a lot of what you talked about, actually talking about regulatory and reimbursement, had a lot to do with women's health. So I'm selfishly, as I sacrifice myself up here, would love to talk about women's health innovation. We're all okay with that? Give me a little nod. Excellent. Perfect. And as soon as they give me we're going to pop off stage and the Prime Minister is going to be up. Deal?
If you say so.
Okay, excellent. So one of the things that I noticed you talked about was reimbursement, and something that in the United States we need to have reimbursement from an insurance company is a billing code. Literally something that you put into a computer in order to get paid back. Now in women's health, we have a real lack of solutions, and so legislation didn't make any billing codes for women's health solutions. What are you seeing in terms of when we're being really innovative and there's not a billing code that exists, how do we go about breaking down those barriers to get the reimbursement we deserve?
So I think about a few things. One, there is working its way through the U.S. government system a plan for reimbursement coverage for breakthrough technologies in the FDA. At Waymaker 360 Health, we invested in a women's health, a maternal health solution to help shorten childbirth times through pelvic floor protection in a company called Materna Medical.
I love Materna Medical. Tracy McNeil's a great founder.
Tracy McNeil is an excellent founder. And what she did in lieu of reimbursement was, first of all, it's an innovative technology, and you can make a case that is a candidate for breakthrough. And as a candidate for breakthrough, you can potentially get automated coverage. The other thing that she did was she launched 2 products, one that was direct to consumer to generate revenue, show traction, and the other was to build a body of evidence for reimbursement 2, 3, 4 years down the road. So one can think of a dual-pronged product strategy where one is direct to consumer to show traction and to also attract investors to de-risk the opportunity. And the KOL strategy still works well.
So for innovators here who may have a super innovative product and there's not an obvious pathway to reimbursement, you're saying one creative idea is to go to direct to consumer, get revenue, and then go to the FDA while you're going to the FDA.
Absolutely.
Oh, looks like it's time.
All right,
Oh,
the Prime Minister is here.
He's here.
And Kwame for entertaining us for a little while. And now, please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome on the stage Honorable Prime Minister of Malta, Robert Abella.
Keynote by Honorable Robert Abella, Prime Minister of Malta.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning to everyone. I will start my address by commending the organizers of the MedTech World Summit for bringing together a community of professionals, investors, companies, as well as visionaries and pioneers in Malta to steer healthcare into the promising horizons of the future. As the Prime Minister of Malta, my government's vision for our country goes hand in hand with the energy and waves of innovation that you, all of you, are bringing to this conference. Our goal is very clear, yet it requires much work and naturally also coordination. We want to be at the forefront of technological innovation in the medical sector, but we also understand that for this to be achieved, we need to have a robust ecosystem in place. I believe that Malta can be a hub for technological innovation in this industry, and the progress that we have registered can serve as a solid foundation for us to continue building on. Our healthcare system is both accessible and free for all, and we will continue investing in this sector to ensure we offer the very best services, both in terms of availability and quality to all our citizens. I reiterate our commitment to bolstering free public healthcare and ensuring that each and every individual has access to world-class medical care. To achieve this, however, we must keep investing in technological advancements and also in our hospitals each and every year. This clearly confirms our commitment to the well-being of all our citizens. The government of Malta has invested in the health sector and the multifaceted areas it incorporates, from e-health services to health data operations and international cooperation in the field. And now we are inching closer to a holistic digital transformation. We also see a leap in digital healthcare in the short-term future. Our vision intertwines with the broader European aspiration of self-reliance, a vision in which our MedTech ecosystem doesn't merely serve our local communities, but the ripples of innovation and quality resonate throughout Europe. Also, enriching in the process lives far and beyond. We look forward to welcoming specialized companies to our shores. Malta is quickly becoming a hub of innovation, a fertile ground where ideas bloom into high-value solutions and where economic growth and human-centric innovation walk hand in hand towards providing the best possible quality of life to all our citizens. We are already witnessing world-class innovation happening on our shores, from R&D in medicine and fertility tech, to robotics in surgery being tested in Malta, biotech companies working on genomics, and others developing track and trace solutions for the pharma industry. Investing in MedTech is akin to sowing hope through health, innovation, and empathy, all through the most advanced technologies. In healthcare, digital dialogues open doors to realms where distances completely vanish, and quality healthcare is just a heartbeat away. Through AI and digital technology, we are not just bringing healthcare closer to our people, we are weaving a safety net of telemedicine that protects our communities in times of need. Malta's agility in responding to the dynamic regulatory landscape is not just a matter of compliance. It reflects our resolve to ensure that Malta remains at the forefront, offering the right environment where MedTech evolution is not just, or is not absolutely a dream, but rather a living reality. This is also thanks to our Medicines Authority that has a dedicated office for medical devices and, in parallel, safeguards the quality of the product which is produced in Malta, whilst also complementing our business-friendly approach as a nation. In government's view, research and development is not just any other sector. It's at the very heartbeat of our MedTech vision. With the linguistic advantage of having the English language as one of our two official languages, we also are a centralized and also having a centralized state-of-the-art hospital and also a skilled workforce, which we are very, very proud of. We are laying a solid foundation there where ideas can literally take flight and innovation finds its home. Being part of the European Union, one of the 27 member states of the European Union, also gives us an added advantage when it comes to participating in Europe-wide initiatives. The IPCEI on health is not just a project, it's a call for European collaboration in our collective venture towards sustainable healthcare solutions. That is why I call on companies, both local and foreign, to use both Malta and Gozo as a hub for their IPCEI project. As we have seen also through our participation in the IPCEI for microelectronics, I particularly refer to the ST microelectronics project, Malta's ecosystem is one which is conducive to Europe-wide collaboration, having research institutions as partners while finding in the government of Malta through Malta Enterprise a strategic partner to achieve your goals. Our vibrant medical students in Malta and Gozo are the torchbearers of tomorrow's MedTech innovation. The University of Malta and Queen Mary University of London in Gozo are top educational institutions producing some of the best students in Europe with ethical values that are second to none. Through engagement with specialized companies, we are not just bridging the gap between academia and industry, we are fueling the minds that will shape the MedTech narrative for the future. Yes, there will always be challenges, but they are catalysts enabling us to to innovate, to collaborate, to transcend boundaries, and to pen a future of success, health, and prosperity. In our vision, MedTech remains an important cog in the economic wheel, a story of how we, all together, can steer the helm towards a healthier and more prosperous world. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best of luck. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for being with us. It's an honor to have you with us today. And, you know, it's a perfect end of the speech talking about luck. We are actually ready to transition now to our panel discussions. And for me, it's always fascinating when I meet a MedTech entrepreneur, all these wonderful stories that they tell, all the milestones that they hit. And I always wonder, do you really need to be born under a lucky star to be able to hit those milestones? Or is it really that hard work that you really put into it that makes it successful? So please help me to welcome on the stage our first panel called CEO Unplugged, Luck or Effort. And the panel is going to be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella, the managing partner of Lifeblood, and Malik Nasser, co-founder and vice president at High Life, and our esteemed panelists. It's Katie Skinner, the CEO of NXGen Port, Juliana Elstad, the CEO of Vibrato Medical, Andrew Glass, the CEO of Vivasure Medical, Sanjay Srivastava, the CEO of Innnova Vascular, and Michael Whitman, CEO of Micro-Interventional Devices. Please help me to welcome them.
CEOs Unplugged. Luck or effort?
Hello, everyone. Thank you again for joining us. Hope you've liked the start of the show. This is the first panel that we're going to be hosting, which the way I look at this is a continuance of our event that we hosted yesterday, the CEO-only event, which really was enabling CEOs to talk about how lonely the journey is of being a CEO of a medical device company, and really what goes along with that, especially the behind the scenes. So we're hoping to uncover that a little bit here on this panel. And I want to say thank you very much to the panelists for coming on here today, for flying as far as you all did. And also for Malik Nasser being a co-moderator of this. I've known Malik my entire career. He's a very good friend of mine, and I want to say thank you again for doing this. So let's just jump right into it. And I think the best way that we can start with this is if we go down the row of introducing oneself and a little bit about their company. And then after that, we'll start with some questions for our panelists, starting with Mike here.
Thank you, Giovanni, and good morning. I'm Michael Whitman. I've been in the medical device industry for 40 years. I'm sorry to say. I started with Johnson & Johnson. I was one of the founding members of Ethicon Endosurgery, which is now a global leader in minimally invasive surgery. I was on the team that launched the coronary stent in 1993, the original Palmaz stent. I left J&J to start my first company, Power Medical Interventions, took that public on NASDAQ, and then sold that to Covidien, now Medtronic. And now we're working on structural heart procedures at micro-interventional devices as the founder CEO.
Hi, good morning. Excuse me. Andy Glass, I'm the CEO of Vivasure Medical. We are an Ireland-based company. I'm an American running an Ireland-based company that focuses on large hole closure for cardiovascular procedures. Personally, I've been in medical devices not quite 40 years, but about 15 years. I worked for Abbott Laboratories for 15 years, and then I joined Vivasure the last few years. And yeah, pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Good morning. My name is Sanjay Srivastava, and I'm the CEO and founder of Innnova Vascular, based in Irvine, California. My entire medical device career has been focused on cardiovascular interventional devices. I worked for about 20 years for major strategics like Medtronic, Johnson & Johnson, Abbott, and Edwards Life Sciences, and this is my second startup company. The first one exited earlier this year to a company called Certex Medical, based in Boston.
My name is Juliana Elstead. I'm CEO of Vibrato Medical. Vibrato Medical is ultrasound as a therapy for peripheral arterial disease. And I've been in medtech for about 20 years. I worked for big companies like Medtronic and quite a few small startups. Some were acquired, some are still independent. And it's very good to be here. Thank you for inviting us to this panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy Skinner, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of NextGen Port. We're in the oncology space where we take a chemotherapy port, add sensors to it to make it smart so that we can monitor patients remotely by looking at changes in their blood, their heart, and their vitals. Like many startup founders, I have a personal story and connection to cancer, as my father was diagnosed with cancer and sadly he passed away. And that has led me to work in 3 different startups in the oncology space, and I look forward to the questions today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Malik Nasser. I'm co-founder of HighLife. So HighLife is a company that makes transcatheter mitral valve replacement solutions. We are a transatlantic company based in Paris, in France, and in Irvine, California. We're also running a study in Australia, USA, all around Europe, and helping in a study in China through a local partner. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you, Giovanni, and ready to start the panel. Luck or effort? I think this is a subject that we can all relate to. The first, we all deal with innovation, and there's an element of uncertainty. And I think first I want to know how much you attribute your successes to luck or to effort. And I'm going to start with Sanjay, maybe. I know you have already, we discussed it a little bit. How much do you think is due to effort, and how much do you think is due to luck in your case?
Yeah, now that you brought up luck, I'd say, of course, we have to be lucky, but I also would like to say that luck favors those who have a vision and who can rally a team around them to achieve that vision. So I deeply believe that you work on the outer sphere of your control of influence and try to grow it, and that's how the success will be yours.
And maybe Michael, in your experience, you were talking about it a bit earlier. Can you tell us, I would say, examples of situations where it was purely luck that led you into some place, and other places where you had actually bad luck, and even though you did all the efforts you could, this wasn't helpful?
Well, I think we discussed this last week, Malik, when we were talking about what is luck and what isn't luck. I mean, I think luck and hard work kind of go hand in hand. They're really not opposites. For instance, Pasteur had said, chance favors the prepared mind. The best way to get prepared is to work hard. So there have been many lucky breakthroughs that have happened, but really, it's, people have been focusing on, for instance, in the stent world, there were biliary stents way before there were coronary stents, and the obvious nature of putting a stent into a occluded lumen and making it patent again, became second nature to take that technology and to deploy that in the coronary space. So if people weren't working on the biliaries, maybe we would never have seen a coronary stent, for instance. So in that way, it's kind of lucky. But the work that ensued was very hard work.
What do you think, Juliana, in your case? I mean, you're dealing also with a very innovative device. How much can you, I would say, foresee success, or what type of uncertainty you can deal with in your activity?
Well, I think, first of all, everyone knows medical devices are not easy. So if you don't put the effort, you're not going to have a chance. But I think even if you put all the effort, there is still some element of luck involved. So if not enough effort, if you don't have the right strategy, the right vision, no luck will help you. But you can have the right strategy and vision, And sometimes you're successful and sometimes not so. And I think an example to think about is venture capital. They are the same. One VC firm invests in multiple portfolio companies. Every investment they make, they think will be successful, and they're biased that way. But as we know, many VC investments do not pay off. And some of them do. So it's the same people making the same effort, the same process. Sometimes they're more lucky than others.
So you're saying since most of actually investments don't get a return, but some get, I would say, very high returns, you're saying the same people are doing the same efforts, so how come some of them are very successful and some not at all? It's the same effort at the end. So what do you attribute this for? Is it the market? Is it just pure luck, randomness?
Well, I think in innovation, if you're really developing something new, there is risk. So I always think about it as risk. And you do take some risk, knowing that some of the risk will pay off and some won't. So I think failure, to some extent, is inevitable if you do innovation.
Kathy, can you tell us about situations where you had to guesstimate things and try to rely on your gut feeling instead of just pure data?
Oh, I think every day there's a lot of guesstimate going on. I wanted to also go back to this question of luck in that, and I would call it serendipity. So there was serendipity in that I met my co-founder at a medical conference just like this. She literally sat next to me at lunch, and she's turned out to be one of the best, luckiest, most serendipitous parts of our company. And so to the question of your gut, I tend to be on the side of leading with my gut, leading with intuition, and yet my co-founder, who I just mentioned, she's very science-based, she's very data-driven, so we become two sides of one coin and a very good match. So I think there needs to be a combination of gut, vision, passion, coupled with data, science, and concrete data.
And I think this is a great example. So you made an effort to be at that conference. You made an effort to network. You made an effort to have all the experience that made you a good match for that founder that you met. So, and then there is a little bit of luck.
Yes, agreed. And she comes from corporate, and I come from startup world. So I'm enabling her, supporting her, teaching her how to be in the startup space, which requires a lot of resilience and endurance and grit. So coming from corporate to startup land is a big journey for her.
How do you balance this, Kathy? Because I think if she's very data-driven and very, I would say, scientific mind, which we all have it, of course, but you're more you have the intuition to help her with the decision. How does it work? Do you actually clash, I would say, on these topics, or how does it work between you two?
So like all good partners, we have a very good marriage. We've learned to communicate, we've learned to be respectful, and we work hard at honoring the perspectives of each other. And I listen to her, and I feel like she listens to me, and there's been compromise. And the number one goal is to be a successful medical device company. And as shared, it's so difficult. So why add conflict in a journey that's already really challenging?
Yeah, Giovanni, go ahead.
So I want to get the elephant out of the room question about luck or effort for fundraising, because coming off of yesterday's CEO-only event and all the conversations that we all likely hear, we know that fundraising, especially in this past year and in general, is incredibly hard. And most CEOs hate it. I've only met a few masochists who ever said that they actually enjoy the process, but most of them hate it. And so when we think about raising funding, and we have some very experienced panelists, some who have been part of BD for corporate venture, some who have been in corporate venture. We've seen raises from seed all the way up through Series C, for example, or even higher. I want to talk, is it really about the effort? Is it truly a numbers game? Or is there ever luck ever truly involved in getting money when you're raising? And I'll start with Andy.
Well, as my dad used to say, I don't believe in luck, I rely on it. And his comment, and what I think a bit in fundraising, when you come to the idea of going out there and raising money, you have to be, there's only one of you or one team that you have. that goes out to raise money, and you have to be targeted and have to increase your odds, right? It's a bit of like going to a roulette table and saying, okay, how do I eliminate the black? How do I eliminate the odds? Okay, how do I get to certain things such that when I am actually targeted, I'm going to be most successful at getting the funds needed. And when we went fundraising for our Series D, which we closed at about 50 million euros, when we started, we went to the US, and it was crickets. I mean, it was depressing, actually. You know, there were so many venture firms that we went to and said, look, I've invested in closure before, didn't pan out, I'm not going to do it ever again. And so it was constantly, we would go down the whole list. So we quickly pivoted to, okay, we got to figure out a different way of raising funds. And so actually we started looking into China, we started talking to corporates, et cetera, because the traditional venture environment wasn't working. And also when we were raising our money, everything was all about digital. I think that was an amazing graph that I saw earlier about how much money is being put in digital. And I was actually told by a venture fund, like, if you just put digital in your name, you have a better chance of raising money than with your story. So I think in terms of fundraising, which is always on everybody's mind, it's about, you know, there is a bit of luck, I think, but you have to increase your odds of being successful. And that's where you as a founder have to work through that and make it happen.
Thank you. Sanjay?
Yeah, so first of all, I feel very fortunate to be working on these life-saving technologies, and that's perhaps most of this room that's involved in one way or the other. So I applaud you, and I applaud this entire team to be working on making a difference in lives of millions of people around the world, and that's luck. Secondly, with respect to fundraising, I think we need to believe in ourselves first. If you believe in yourself, and you have a plan, something that you can put together. Of course, there are lots of uncertainties, and innovation is full of uncertainties because you are carving a path that's not been traversed before. And there are going to be barriers that you are going to meet, like we all of us do. But it's the determination that gets you to find a way around those barriers. And if you have that determination and you have a plan, people are going to see through. So yes, it's not easy to raise funds, but it's not impossible either.
Mike?
Yeah, just to add a metric to the two comments. So we just raised a Series E, 88 pitches, 2 term sheets over 20 months. So it kind of puts it in perspective. And we are working on a life-threatening disease. So I agree with Sanjay. The closer you get to a life-threatening disease that's non-invasive or minimally invasive, I think the greater likelihood of success you'll find either a strategic partner or some capital if you're persistent out there.
What about you, Juliana?
I think when it comes to fundraising, it's true, you need to talk to a lot of investors. The majority of them are not going to invest in you. But that's okay, because you need to find 1, 2, 3, I don't know, single-digit number of investors who will. I think in terms of effort, you need to know your pitch needs to be nearly perfect. You need to know your investors, what they invest in, what kind of therapeutic area, what kind of series they like, what is it that they're looking for. Ideally, you need to know some portfolio companies that they already have and those CEOs who can give you more of insider perspective. If you do all of this, I think, as you, Sanjay, said, you make your own luck. Your luck will get better. But there is true, you might know all of this, and sometimes like timing with the fund is critical. You know, you might know all of this, but if that fund has one investment left and they want to do it, I don't know, commercial stage, and you are pre-revenue, there is, that's not a good match. So I think effort is a must and luck is on top of it.
Kathy?
And I would offer, if you're an early stage startup like we are, you're going to hear no a lot. The question you ask is, then who should I speak with? So if I'm too early for a venture firm, I say, well, who are the angels that you have seen on cap tables and then you've invested later? So I'm always asking for that next connection.
Maybe one interesting thing, you're talking about external factors that are really not in your control. and this is the case for fundraising. How do you mitigate them? So one way you said, Katie, is kind of try to understand who's in front of you. Juliana, you mentioned also understanding the funds, where are they, at what stage, etc. How do you mitigate these external factors before raising money? If you don't want to rely only on pure luck. Yeah, go ahead, Sanjay.
Yeah, so there are many factors that are outside our control. Notified bodies and FDA, the regulatory bodies, is one thing that's very favorite of healthcare product developers to state around the world that, oh my God, it's the FDA. Whereas I personally think FDA is incredibly friendly. It's there to help you. Of course, it has a job to do, and that's to watch the safety of American people. And it also has a job to foster innovation in the country. So I think they're doing a fantastic job balancing the two and enabling the innovation that has been enabled by that country. And likewise, you know, the notified bodies, ministries of health and regulatory agencies around the world, they are also, you know, they go through a little bit ups and downs. They are learning from one another, but by and large, the innovation gets to the world. So that's one unknown factor, for instance. Capital is the second factor. So for instance, I have spent my career doing what I call these body plumbing tools. Now, body plumbing tools, you would think that that's, you know, it's the digital, and the minister as well as the prior keynote speaker showed the curve. So there's so much capital that's going into digital innovation. But my favorite saying is that, you know, it's the tools that are treating people. Physical mechanical tools, and I have been able to make a living by developing physical mechanical tools, and I still see there's plenty of opportunities out there that you could develop a new gizmo that enables or makes the job of a doctor easy. And as long as we're doing that, we're keeping, you know, things under our control. We're helping the patient. We're helping the healthcare provider, and those are some of the ways that we are minimizing things that are outside of our control and maximizing our own circle of influence.
So in our space, we're taking a chemotherapy port that's been used for decades, adding microelectronics in it to make it smart. And any person on the street understands this concept. And by leveraging existing technology outside the body, miniaturizing it and bringing it into the body, then we're de-risking it. So when we're talking to investors, they want to know three things. How are we going to make money? How are they going to get their money back? And what are we doing to de-risk it? And so leading with those things simply out front makes a big difference, because those are the primary things, because investors want to know where's the money, and that's what we have to follow.
Andy, maybe one word about how you mitigate all the external factors when you're raising funds?
Yeah, I guess my these are all great comments. I think one thing I keep coming back to with my team is you know, constantly testing the assumptions, right? Because we assume, you know, for example, we're running an IDE in the US, and we ran 2 EFS studies. And the first 2 EFS studies, we got Medicare or CMS reimbursement within a month. And so back in March, we got our IDE approved. We submitted to CMS for our approval for the IDE, and here we are in October, and we don't have it. And we'd assumed, in terms of risk of running a clinical trial, that was very low on our assumptions. And it turns out, at the end of last year, things changed at CMS in terms of their approach and their mentality, and we didn't pick up on that. All right, that was an assumption that was a miss on our part. We're working through it. We managed through it. I think we'll get CMS approval soon, but it's always about the assumptions that go into, you know, you make assumptions along the way, and if there is uncertainty on those assumptions, you know, how can you mitigate that risk a bit?
How can you test them? I think you have a scenario. How do you test it?
Yeah, well, you know, I think there's a variety of ways. So you talk to the people who know. I mean, I think that's the first thing, is pick up the phone and start asking questions. People who, you know, we didn't talk to other companies who have been through CMS reimbursement over the past, you know, before we submitted, you know, so it was a year between our one submission and the next one. We assumed everything was the same that whole year. And then suddenly things change, and we didn't pick up on it because we weren't out there asking other people how it's going. That was the miss that we had there. But I think you have to say, look, if this assumption could be critical for the company, yes or no, what could happen? And I love the stent story, because, you know, there were biliary stents for a long time, But people always assumed if you put them in the coronaries, you're going to clot the artery and kill the patient. And it was somebody said, well, maybe they won't. You know, somebody actually questioned that assumption along the way. And I think with all the things you're doing as a company, you make assumptions and you're going to be wrong. Let's just be honest. We're in startup business. We're going to be wrong. But how do we mitigate, okay, if it's this or that, how do we manage through it? Do we have enough runway in case that doesn't pan out? Or if we get delayed because of MDR, or if we have a challenge with the FDA, we got to do more, you know. Another great thing, all the questions that are implantables need to deal with now is FDA is a hot topic on biocompatibility and the materials that you're putting in the body, and they're asking for a lot more testing than they used to. You know, so we got an IDE approved back in 2019. The amount of testing we needed from the FDA was minimal. We go back to them and suddenly it's like, whoa, okay, that's new, you know. But those, being able to plan for those uncertainties and deal with those uncertainties, but also trying to mitigate, you know, if you don't know, try to know as much best you can and then have backup plans and scenarios for what to do next.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to that because if you are out raising money and you put the uncertainty known as a contingency into your business plan, you never get an investment. So it kind of works against you a little bit in that. But the reality is these things take time. They have to be addressed, carefully and thoroughly. Things like the MDR, Oliver mentioned in his presentation, that, and we're living this, that we had assumptions going into our clinical trial in Europe. We're a class 3 device. So going into Europe, we assumed some things, and that turned out to be maybe the FDA is better after all. This at the Sanjay's point. So, but I think finding that a financial partner that can understand that, because ultimately, a year and a half, really, that sounds like a lot, but it's really not a lot of time when you're talking about these types of transformative, and doing it properly and carefully is much more important.
What importance, Mike, do you give to your gut feeling when you're testing these assumptions? Do you give it any importance at all?
I'm sorry.
What importance do you give to your gut feeling when you're testing these assumptions we're discussing?
It's echoing, sorry.
Oh, what importance do you give to your gut feeling?
Yeah, I think it was Kathy or Juliana said earlier, you have to really listen to your gut, right? If you've been doing this a while and you've developed some successful parameters around launch and development, you really have to trust those. Because for instance, going back to Andy's comment about the coronary stent, 30% of the original trial patients were converted to surgery, 30%. I mean, you'd probably stop. A lot of people would stop at that point, right? But it was really technique related. And by the trimester of the study itself, the original PMA, the Palmas stent, it was down to less than 2%. So you got to listen to your gut.
Yeah, and I just want to add that patient selection plays a role in early technologies. The technique plays the role besides the tools. And over time, all of them get better. As we learn from one set of products, we start to figure out which subset of the patient this particular device works best. What's the nuance of the procedure and how the more and more healthcare providers begin to do it right. And one example is flow diverter in brain aneurysms. That there was a new technology that was developed, and the company that developed it, they slowly rolled it out in a very methodical manner, requiring rigorous training, where doctors around the world, to a point that doctors around the world were getting upset that why can't I get this latest technology? And the company rolling them out said, no, we need to have you do 10 proctored cases, then you will get it. And as a result, that technology ended up being a leading technology in brain aneurysms, at least a certain subset of brain aneurysms. If we had rolled it out as the world was eager to adopt, in that case, that would have died because people wouldn't have known how to use it in a correct way. So there are multiple facets. And you have to be lucky along many ways, raising the capital, having a great team behind you, having the regulatory bodies work for you and with you, and finally having the procedure, if it's a procedure-based product, having the proceduralists and the doctors get it right with your collaboration and cooperation.
So I have a question for Mike that I'm going to start out with, but I'd like all the rest of the panelists to chime in as well. So the topic I've been thinking about is marketing branding or making noise and leading companies for your technology, for your company itself. There's this thing called LinkedIn, and once in a while you go on it and you see these startup companies that are in stealth mode, and you don't know what they're doing. Other ones go out there and you believe the CEOs, they love making noise and talking as much as you possibly can about it, videos, podcasts, whatever it may be. Going back to the title of this and going behind the scenes of taking different philosophies of building companies and your brand, CEOs Unplugged, stealth mode, out there making noise. Is it luck or effort? Are you going out there making noise and hoping for luck for someone to find you and bring you a magic, I don't know, $10 million? I don't know. But is it luck or effort and stealth mode or making noise? What's your perspective on that?
Hard work and stealth.
You got to elaborate on that.
I can't, I'm in stealth mode. No, but seriously, yeah, there's a time, I came up in marketing, so there's the old saying, 50% of your marketing dollar is wasted. You just don't know which 50%. So there's a time to, shout and look for attention, and there's a time to be patient and quiet and work on your technology and on your science. And I think it's more of a timing issue for me than it is whether you should be shouting or not. But my opinion, I invest in small little companies, with an angel group. When they're touting, unrealistic goals and times and things, that doesn't help people. And people that are experienced in the field probably recognize that, and maybe that's why you get a lot of no's. So I think being patient and thorough and work hard is probably better. That's just my opinion.
What does anyone else think about getting out there and shouting from the rooftop?
Yeah, I would echo the comments. I think you have to view it as part of your strategy of when do you want to get out there and let people know, and what do you want them to know, instead of, posting for the sake of posting, which is kind of our generation's Instagram desire, right? I think you need to have a real strategy there. And keep in mind, I see this a lot in LinkedIn, is you have a reputation there as well. And when people are fundraising in particular, and you say we're out fundraising, you let the whole world know, and the year later you're still fundraising. Well, there's kind of a staleness that comes, and VCs pick up on that and are like, well, okay, no one's bit in a year. There must be something wrong here, right? And so you have to be, I think, careful about what you put out there and when, in terms of your messaging, and it could have an impact that negatively you don't realize at the time. So I just think you'd be thoughtful about it in terms of your strategy, and then, look, keep in mind, the LinkedIn community is not your end player in this. The main player is your investors, the patients, the product. Those things you need to be focused on, and how does LinkedIn play in that? I think you have to consider that. That'd be my comment.
I would offer that I like to shout from mountaintop, because this work in medical device is so capital intensive that we are going to need a lot of money before we commercialize. And I don't necessarily go out and say, hey, we're raising money. I say, we're going to MedTech Malta, or we're part of MedTech Innovator, or we participated in the Mayo Clinic Platform Accelerate program, and this is what we got out of it. So I use LinkedIn as a tool to show progress, and maybe we'll be raising to investors for a year, 2 years, but what I love is going back to them and saying, look what we've done in the last 9 to 12 months. Yes, we're still pounding the pavement, raising money, but look what we've done in the interim and how we've de-risked it for you and the progress that we're making. So I'm a big fan of shouting from the rooftop, but shouting the progress that we're making in good faith with the investment that we have to date.
No, I think you touch an important point of credibility, because investors like credibility. You go, you say you would do something, and then you come later and said, remember I told you we would do it, and we did it, and here is the result. I think that's extremely important.
Sanjay, what is your strategy?
Yeah, I'd share, echo much of what's been said, and same thing goes with strategic investors. My two companies have had strategics invest, and we do the same thing, that while they are getting updates on a quarterly basis, but before you enter in a strategic deal, and if you're trying to reach out to them, and I recommend that, we connect with them at conferences, et cetera, whenever available, whenever possible, and continue to periodically give an update on where we are, what we're doing, what we're planning, and then so it does take time. The process of someone trusting you, someone trusting your company to invest could take a while. So keeping in touch and continuously providing updates is something that I personally value a lot.
Well, and I would add on the strategics, because we've been out sharing our story. Becton Dickinson, the global leader in port manufacturers, found us. And then B. Braun, one of their competitors, found us. So we're actually having a flow to us because people that are in the know have seen what we're doing.
Maybe you guys have heard about something called the return on luck. So basically, this is what you're doing. So you're trying to get out there and hope that someone is going to actually see the opportunity. So it's this funny concept of ROL, return on luck. Getting back to the main topic of the
ROL. I have another question. Do you have one? I don't want to steal the thunder. Do you have a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So CEOs, you guys lead companies. We talked about how difficult it is to raise capital, but depending on who you talk to and how big the team is, often CEOs talk about how challenging it is to build a team. And once you even continue to scale and build that team, then you have to maintain or sustain or retain that talent. How challenging is it to scale that team? And then how more challenging is it, if it is more challenging, to retain that from a leadership philosophy? Sanjay.
Yeah, that's a great question, Giovanni, and that's probably one thing that keeps me up at night, that how do I get the best talent possible for every single job, and how do I keep them? Equity helps in my mind, and being generous with equity with the stock option plans is a great virtue that we have as startups. I also find that these days, at least in the part of the world where I am, where there's a lot of talent in Southern California and in these areas, that it's hard to get people to work for less cash compensation than they are getting at a large company. So for me to attract talent from Medtronic, from Edwards Lifesciences, from J&J, the companies that are in my vicinity there, I need to match the cash compensation, which is base plus bonus, however it is, and on top of it, give a very reasonable and good equity. And that, there is a vesting period, et cetera, so that helps. Now, having said that, on top of it, there's the human elements of it, that money can only get you that far. At the end of the day, people don't work at a workplace that they don't enjoy. So we need to think about the regular leadership traits, which is empowering people, getting the best out of them, more importantly, putting them to the work that they are most capable of, that they find reasonably challenging at this stage in their career, and that will keep them going. So finding challenging work for them and having the right persons, the right leader at each of it. And some people come through the network, through local network, and others I would recommend places like Giovanni's group where we have to engage in a retained search to find leaders in certain functions. So that's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Sanjay. Juliana?
So I think you touch an important point, because as CEOs, first you raise capital and you need to manage your cash and all of that, and then boom, you raised your round, and now it's like fast, let's execute. Your investors are waiting, time is money, and you need to hire the team. And I think for me, it's a question like how fast versus what is the quality, because it takes time to find the right ideal people. And when I approach it, I try to think what is important for those people whom I plan to hire or for my current employees, because different people have different motivations. For some people, equity is a motivator. For others, not so much. Some people want to have experience, and it's important for them to be exposed to different functions beyond their own particular function. So it's trying to understand your employees, what motivates them, and to the extent possible, provide that. And then I think it's also important when we look at whom we want to hire, really think critically what is really the requirement, what kind of skills. Because sometimes you can find a person, we go and say like, oh, I want to have someone with 10 years of experience doing exactly what I need them to do. And then you think, okay, if that person really has 10 years of experience, like, why would they want to do it for their 11th year, the same thing? And sometimes the questions are, okay, do I want to take someone who has 8 years of experience? Or do I want to take someone who has 3 years of relevant experience, but way higher motivation? And a friend of mine who is a CEO once told me, like, when you look at the experience, is it 8 years of experience, or is it 1 year of experience 8 times?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's a very good way to put it. So I think we really need to be critical what we want, what kind of employees, what we are looking for.
Do you have someone helping you when you hire, like giving you advice, or do you consult with other people in the company? What's your process to find the right person?
When we hire, we try to use as many avenues as possible. So networking helps. We, like recruiters help. Again, like once you close your round, your investors want you to execute as fast as possible. And so you go into all different directions you can.
I guess it's a process where at some point you also rely on your intuition regarding the person that's in front of you. Getting back to the notion of serendipity.
I think MedTech, I think about MedTech as a community. I might not know the person, but my friend Sanjay might have worked with that person for 10 years, right? Like I do reference candidates, yeah. And I try to get as much insights from investors, from fellow CEOs, from the MedTech community in general.
Andy?
Well, I would echo much what people said here. I think, in terms of building a good team, the way that I find is quite helpful is you build a network and you have a good sense of who you may bring in well before you actually have the money to bring them in. Because you don't like to be in a situation where, oh, we need somebody tomorrow and we don't even know where to start, and you can call Giovanni and he can get you great candidates and such, but it's still a 3 to 6 month process to get them in, and then you got to get them on board and so forth. So having people who are already familiar and you've got a good working relationship, and I find I hate to say this, but it's a bit of dating. You go spend a lot of time with them, you meet with them, you talk with them, but having a good sense of all the different key roles and the people that you could bring in well before you actually need to bring them in is quite helpful, because once you got to go, you got to go. Like time's of the essence, and it does take time for people to come on board and start contributing, and it's not just an immediate process. I think sometimes people forget that. Like I have team members come to me and say, hey, we need to hire somebody because we got to do this next week, and I'm like, well, we should have thought about that 6 months ago, right? It's a bit late now. There's only so much we can do. And then that's when you have to kind of go outside and find consultants and people that you can plug in, but that's not an ideal situation. And so, I guess part of it is the planning of being ahead, and your roadmap of people is, I would say, a critical part of your process.
Mike?
Yeah, just 2 thoughts popped into my mind. I was trained in a command and control environment, years ago. That's kind of changed dramatically. A lot of that change imposed upon us by COVID, and being adaptive to the environment and the available financial resources kind of makes you rethink a lot of things. And during our recent raise, we were saying that we did a clinical trial in Europe, and to date, paid-in capital was like $38 million. They go, oh, that's not possible. I said, no, this isn't. That already happened. That's their actuals. It happened. We're done with the trial, and it happened. And it was kind of forced upon senior management to be creative. And we outsourced a lot of things. We went out to to real experts, because these timing issues that the other CEOs are talking about are bringing people on and getting the right person. They don't always align. So I think the world's kind of changed a lot, especially with IT and remote work and remote access by Zoom and other things like that. So I think it's changed, and I think it will change again.
I was just going to add a couple more things to somewhat echo what Juliana and Andy said, particularly. In my experience, I can find R&D engineers, which is the core of a startup company employee pool. I can find those through my networks, by and large. But when it comes to leadership roles, that's where I think the retained searches or recruiters can be very helpful, because there's only a finite number of people within a network that I can entice people to quit their jobs and come and join a startup company. And to Andy's point, starting to look earlier. So for instance, I'm looking for a sales leader now. And I was talking to Joe last night about someone he knows, someone I know. I've been meeting people, though I don't plan to bring that person on board until I raise the next series of capital. But I've been already kind of scouting people, and depending on how much luck I have, then that will determine whether I go to a retained search for something like that.
And Malik, just to bring us home, I know that you've also built a team. What's your personal philosophy, luck or effort, when it comes to building
I would say,
teams?
on this topic, I think, of course, everything is related to the effort you put in your activities. But I also accept the idea that some things are based on luck, and I like this idea because it's a fun idea. It makes everything easier, I would say. Sorry, in case of teams, this is one place where I try to limit as much as possible the external factors. So I do a very extensive interview process. I do reference checks. Of course, I think we all think at some point we're very good at identifying talent, which is not true. So we need consultants that help us. But I try to limit the risk as much as possible. I think this would be the most costly thing to a company, is to have the wrong person on board. I don't think that of any activity that would be more costly. So limit as much as you can your gut feeling. This is what I would say on this topic. But for other areas, innovation studies, accept this element of unknown. And if you accept it, it means you're doing really innovation. Otherwise, you're not innovating.
Please give the panelists a round of applause. This has been the CEO Unplugged Luck or Effort. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move along with our agenda, I am happy to invite on this stage our first technology showcase, the co-founder and CEO of Innnova, Wesley Jones.
Good morning, good morning. Today, I'm going to introduce you to the future of brain interface. The human brain is a dynamic and intricate network. Understanding these 86 billion neurons and distinct electrical patterns is key to unlocking cures to epilepsy and other neurological disorders. However, the reality today is we just simply do not have enough data to understand the underlying mechanisms of these diseases. Our anatomy that is designed to protect our brain is also the barrier to understanding it. Existing non-invasive imaging techniques like functional MRI seen here or scalp EEG can only tell you general regions associated with activity and at a very low resolution. This is because the skull is a formidable barrier. It acts like a piece of insulation, preventing these high-resolution signals from getting measured outside of the skull. The only way to really get this data is invasive brain surgery. Now, this is neurosurgery. It's no joke. It requires drilling a hole through the skull to expose this layer that's called the dura. It's a membrane encapsulating the brain. And then cutting through the dura, folding it back to expose the brain surface, That is the first step where you can then finally get these sensors on or into the brain. Now, companies like Neuralink here, brain-machine interface, have made a lot of progress in the quality of data, how many electrodes they can fit in a small area. But they still struggle with the quantity of data and people willing to undergo this invasive surgery. And viewer discretion advised. Then there's the story of NeuroPace. It's a leader in neuromodulation for the treatment of generalized epilepsy. It's like a pacemaker, but for the brain. Now, they have an impressive 75% success rate in reducing seizures activity. However, in the last decade, 10 years of being on the market, only 4,000 patients have elected this procedure. So again, today I'm going to introduce you to the future. At Valnova, we're developing a less invasive breakthrough catheter platform as the first alternative to brain surgery, enabling better access to care and opening up a new $7 billion epilepsy diagnostic market. Now, this story begins in Chicago, where my co-founder, Dr. Morales, and inventor, he was in his neurology residency and first witnessed the struggle of epilepsy patients and their loved ones. Specifically, these epilepsy patients with uncontrolled seizures and very little hope of a normal life. You see, medications have failed them. 40% of the 50 million epilepsy patients worldwide continue to live with these uncontrolled seizures. And their only treatment path, invasive brain surgery, drilling through the skull to place these electrodes to first only identify where the seizures are coming from. It's a diagnostic surgery just to get the data to tell you if you're eligible for epilepsy treatment. So it's no surprise that 99% of all these patients in need never receive this initial diagnostic procedure and thus live on with their chronic disabilities in fear of the next seizure, in fear of going to school, driving a car, imprisoned by their epilepsy, ultimately until their premature death. Now, they are my why, and the why of Valnova, which, if you're wondering, it stands for New Hope. Now, my story begins as a medical device engineer specialized in these minimally invasive catheter-based technologies. I spent a decade developing 11 of these devices to market for Medtronic and Acutus Medical in the treatment of heart arrhythmia. Now, the challenge of irregular heart signals is very similar to the challenge of irregular brain signals. You first have to identify where is it coming from, and then either alter or remove those diseased cells. Now, going back several decades in the case of heart arrhythmia, that used to require open chest surgery just to get the data to map and then to treat. And then this unsung hero came about called the transseptal approach. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. It's a common standard practice now. It improved access to care by using your body's natural pathway, a vein in your leg, to get access to the left side of your heart. With this technology, the cardiac ablation market grew from $100 million to over $4 billion today in better access to care. Now at Valnova, we're developing an analogous technology, the Cerebro Atlas system. It is the first system designed to provide a less invasive alternative to brain surgery, accessing the brain surface for recording and stimulating neural activity. The system is composed of two devices. First is the Cerebro catheter, which is the breakthrough catheter platform designed to get access to the brain surface without drilling through the skull. And then the Atlas device, which is the brain interface technology it delivers. In our procedure, a neurointerventionalist, like our co-founder, inserts the Cerebro catheter through a vein, the subclavian vein, and all the way up to this large venous channel at the crest of your brain called the superior sagittal sinus. Now, once the Cerebro catheter is aligned in place, its stabilizing balloon inflates, allowing the advancements of a dilator and guide wire into the dura wall. Now, from here, that allows the advancement of a guide wire into the space between the brain and the skull, actually under the dura, between the dura and the skull. Now, once access is confirmed via X-ray, the delivery catheter is advanced, and the dilator and guide wire are removed, which allows for the Atlas device to be deployed, unfurling to cover an area of 20 centimeters squared, consisting of 36 electrodes designed specifically to measure seizure activity. Now, because the Atlas device covers a large two-dimensional grid in contact with the brain surface, the local field potential can be measured precisely without the need for open surgery. At Valnova, we're revolutionizing the approach to brain interface, introducing safety and affordability to make the diagnosis and treatment of epilepsy more accessible than ever before. Now, this is no longer science fiction. I know that was a really cool animation. But the reality is we just finished our first preclinical study in animals at UCLA with the prestigious Dr. Gary Duckweiler. He's the chief of neuroradiology and ran the first safety studies for the now standard aneurysm coils and thrombectomy catheters. So if you're going to do anything new with catheters in the brain, Dr. Duckweiler is definitely one of your guys. So now with confidence in our procedure's feasibility, we're moving forward through this seed stage to continue on with our preclinical testing, because the time to build is right now. We're on a cusp of a complete paradigm shift. This platform technology has the opportunity to transform the lives of millions of patients. And when you've lost all hope, it's a very powerful thing. And that's the mission of Valnova, giving new hope to millions of patients so that they can too return to school, drive a car, and live the quality of life that all people deserve. Thank you.
Can you move it? Well, ladies and gentlemen, since we've been a little bit in the shoes of MedTech entrepreneurs, I want to offer you now to be a little bit in the shoes on the venture capital side. And the next panel that I'm happy to introduce is VC investment portfolio management and investment thesis design. And our next panelists are Darshana Zaveri, managing partner with Catalyst Health Ventures, Kwame Ulmer, venture partner at Wavemaker 360, Joseph Samfiliou, managing partner at Asabis Partners, Linus Reeder, principal at 415 Capital Management, Greg Madden, managing partner at SV Health Investors, and our moderators, Ken Nelson, partner at MedTech Advantage Fund, and Julian Pham, founder and managing partner at Third Culture Capital. Thank you. Welcome.
VC portfolio management and investment thesis design.
Good morning, everyone. Really exciting to be here with such a prestigious group of colleagues and VCs from all over the world. We are going to talk about thesis as well as portfolio management. I'll take the lead and talk a little bit about how each of these investors think about their investment thesis. And Ken will join me as a co-moderator and start talking about maybe some exciting companies that our VCs have invested in, and maybe some thoughts about the industry in general. We want this panel to be helpful to the audience, especially to CEOs, and so expect a very diverse and engaging discussion. So maybe we'll start with introductions. So I'm Julian Pham, based out of Boston. I'm the founder and managing partner of Third Culture Capital. We are a seed stage firm that invests at the intersection of culture and care delivery. So care delivery means solutions that improve outcomes for patients, reduce the cost of care, and improve the experience of care for both patients and providers. And in terms of culture, for us, it's really identifying these founders who have a diversity of thoughts, diversity of identities, and diversity of lived experiences that make them uniquely qualified and it will be incredible founders. So I'll move to Linus, if you want to introduce yourself and your firm a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Julian. Appreciate it. So I'm Linus Ryder, principal at 415 Capital. We're a very focused MedTech VC, so we focus on cardio and neurovascular solely. We come from a commercial distribution background, which spans over the past 35 years. That's how we started, and our partners started basically, and then had opportunities to invest parallel to also distributing some of those novel technologies. And based on that track record, we now institutionalized our first, and now also a week ago, our second fund where we had our first close, which we're very happy about. I mean, it's not the easiest time at the moment, as you all know probably. And yeah, we consider ourselves an early stage investor, so preclinical, early clinical stage, that's sort of our sweet spot. And because we're so focused, we have to invest globally. Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Sanfili. I'm the managing partner of Asavis. I've been in venture capital for 15 years when I founded before another firm which was mostly focused on biotech, and that has to do with what we do at Asavis Partners, which is the VC based in Barcelona. We have 300 million euros under management. Our last fund is 2022, so we are up for new investments. We invest throughout Europe, US, with a focus in Europe, and obviously a focus in Spain and Barcelona in particular, where there's a lot of medtech and healthcare hub. Our thesis is always very clinically driven. We all come from the healthcare space, mostly pharma biotech, so clinical validation is critical. 50% of what we do is biotech. 50% of what we do also is health tech, and that's where we're here at the MedTech World. Thanks for the invitation to participate in this panel. Today we have 16 companies in different portfolio. We will elaborate that in a minute. And the team is formed by scientists, engineers, and we've been in the industry now for a long time. Hope to contribute to this panel today. Thanks.
I'm Kwame Ulmer. I'm a venture partner at Wavemaker 360 Health. We're a Los Angeles, California-based fund that's been investing for the past 5 years. About 40% of our portfolio includes companies that can be defined as digital health, traditional medical devices, or diagnostics. We have over 200 LPs. Some of them are from large organizations like Amgen and City of Hope. But most of our LPs are healthcare executives that help us source companies, diligence them, and participate in supporting them. Our thesis for Fund 1 and Fund 2, we have 84 million AUM, was around value-based care. And as we raise for Fund 3, we're focused on personalized healthcare. And I'll talk more about that in our conversation.
Hi, I'm Darshana Zaveri. I'm a co-founder and managing partner of Catalyst Health Ventures. We invest in early stage medical devices, some diagnostics, but mostly focused on medtech. We've been investing for about 15 years now investing out of our third fund, where we just had a couple of closes and targeting a final close in Q1. We lead or co-lead investments. We mostly invest in the US and like to invest in companies that we think can become standard of care in the clinical indication that they're prescribed for.
Good morning, Greg Madden from SV Health Investors. SV Health Investors is a 30-year-old healthcare venture capital and growth equity firm. We have offices in Boston and in London. We have almost $3 billion of capital under management. We, from a thesis perspective, we break up that capital under management across 5 different groups within the SV team. Three of those are focused on biotech. Then we have a healthcare growth fund that does both minority growth as well as buyouts and medical devices. And then we have a fund called the MedTech Convergence Fund that does exclusively early stage medical device and digital health investing. I'm involved in both the healthcare growth fund and the MedTech Convergence Fund, overseeing MedTech investments. So what I really like about what our firm's able to do is we're able to invest from seed stage all the way through buyouts across the full continuum of medical device. And so we get nice exposure to opportunities across that breadth of stage. We tend to invest mostly in the United States, but we've made medical device investments in Canada and Europe as well. And it helps to have the leverage of the London office to be able to invest here in Europe.
So I'm Ken Nelson, currently partner in MedTech Advantage Fund. MedTech Advantage Fund is investing exclusively in MedTech Innovator alumni companies. MedTech Innovator is the largest MedTech digital health diagnostic startup accelerator globally. Background-wise, I was a startup commercialization guy. I started my MedTech career with Guidant and Boston Scientific in the implantable pacemaker defibrillator side of things. First 10 years or so of my career, and then the last dozen or so years commercialized the disruptive patch products, first for iRhythm, which eventually went public, then for a company called CardioNet, which became biotelemetry, which eventually got acquired by Philips. And then lastly, a company called Barty Diagnostics, which got acquired by Hillrom. And then a few weeks later, a combined company got acquired by Baxter. And that company, Greg was actually an investor. They led Series A and kind of invested all the way through. And so now, as an angel investor and a venture capitalist, kind of have the perspective of both an entrepreneur and an investor and a venture capitalist, kind of all in one. So this will be a fun discussion.
Let me ask this first question. Having been an entrepreneur myself, I'm sure the CEOs in this room get really frustrated every time you get a no from a VC and they tell you it's too early or it's too late. What does that really mean? And I'd love particularly to hear from you, Greg, given your experience and now that you have these early stage funds, but also from Kwame, who kind of comes from a very different perspective with the FDA and how he thinks about early versus late and how that is defined within your thesis.
Yeah, so from our perspective, when I hear other firms saying, oh, this opportunity is too early, too late, that's an easy way to say it's just not a fit for us right now. You may or may not be too early or too late for what they do. Just at that moment in time, it's not a fit for their portfolio, and we'll get deeper into how portfolio construction affects investor behaviors at different times in their fund cycle. But what I would say about stage is that it is very difficult, or has been very difficult over the last couple decades, to be an early stage medical device investor. There's been successes, but they've usually taken a very long period of time. And so some of the returns rates of capital that our institutional investors look for, MedTech hasn't always delivered when you invest at the very earliest stages. So I can tell you from my firm's perspective, when I joined it over 20 years ago, we did almost exclusively early stage medical device investing. About 10 years ago, we decided we were only going to do exclusively later stage investing, given the time holds that we were experiencing, and the biotech market was exploding at that moment, and it was hard to compete as a device entrepreneur when biotech companies were going public with 2 patients of data. Fortunately, as time has worn on, we've seen opportunity to invest both early and late, and I think after doing this for a few decades, we we tend to see the characteristics of companies that can exit early, and we see companies that we think are really good companies, but may take getting to a commercial stage to be able to exit. And so in those categories, we'll wait. And then if you're kind of in between, as I said earlier, what I really like about what we're doing is we have the ability to have a few different vehicles that can come in early with really patient institutional investors. To the extent that that company doesn't exit, we can cross those investments into our later stage funds and take a company all the way either through a public market path or commercialization, and then on private dollars, and then an acquisition thereafter. So, what we've learned as an investing group is to find investors that fit the profile of the opportunity we see. And I think it's really incumbent upon CEOs in this room to find investors whose investors either have the patience required for early stage investing, or if you're a more advanced company, I think there's more opportunity to go to a broader range of venture capitalists that have institutional investors that are generally expecting returns in a 5-year time window. And that's usually possible if you're investing in a commercial stage. It's not always possible if you're investing in a breakthrough therapy at the earliest stages.
Anyone who wants to jump in,
So I'm just going to go off script a little bit, just as I'm thinking about portfolio management and thinking about just, our prior relationship. When do you get to a point where, as a board member and as an investor, you decide to make a significant change in the management of a company? So, for example, when you guys recruited me to come into Barty, you'd already put money in, you'd led Series A, and it wasn't working out commercially, so you brought somebody else in, myself, to try to fix it. But is it difficult to get there because you just invested all this money? And how do you come to that decision that, hey, you know what, we may have made a mistake on the people, but we still like the company, let's find somebody else to turn it around?
Yeah, I mean, I think we try not to get the people wrong, because if you get the people wrong, the whole thing's going in the wrong direction. We've seen great teams do tremendous things with mediocre technology, and we've seen mediocre teams just completely blow an opportunity with an outstanding technology. So you got to get the team right. And in that particular instance, I think it was as much about the team and augmenting it as it was that we had a change in business model. So we thought we were a traditional medical device we were going to sell to hospitals and physicians, and it turned out in order to really penetrate the market, we needed a turnkey solution for hospitals, and so we needed to become a Medicare biller. It became more of a device-enabled service company. And in that vein, we needed people that knew how to sell that business. And so that was a pivot a year in. I think we wasted a year, unfortunately. And so that affected our long-term returns. But I think we were humble enough to realize within a year that the path we were on that was outlined by the founder of the company wasn't going to be the one that would make it successful, and we needed to think bigger and invest more heavily, and brought in the Series B and brought in Ken to drive a different commercialization strategy, which ended up being quite successful. And I think where MedTech is heading, I think we're seeing more of that more often, that the traditional models may not be sufficient for converting the market quick enough. And so being able to bring resources to companies that have both a healthcare services experience, even drug device combinations, having a 360 view of healthcare really helps, even when you're investing purely in MedTech. But things like digital health are blurring the lines, and it's very helpful to be able to speak to my therapeutics, services, or digital health partners when we're thinking about how to advance a company like a Barty Diagnostics that was doing a mix of digital health device as well as providing an ECG reading service.
On the topic on the late, what's early, I think, at least from a European perspective, I think it makes sense to realize that the change in regulation through the medical device regulation, replacing the directive some years ago, created a huge change in the perspective of the investment community, and that's the reason why many European investors who were doing medtech stopped doing medtech investment. So you had to find a way in which you can understand what's late and what's early, because now everything is early, from my perspective. Because I used to invest, I invested in companies like Endosense, acquired by Abbott in 2010. That was the investment time, and we divested in 2013. I've done deals, Stat Diagnostica, acquired by Qiagen. This is a Barcelona-based company in diagnostics. These were late stage at the time, because there was the directive. Getting a CE mark was not so hard. Now it's complex. But the way to understand what's late and is early, and this is why Asabi's Partners remains committed investing in medtech and digital health, but mostly medtech. We are looking at the deals not so much on the early side or the late stage side, is how exciting, obviously, is the scientific, technical, and clinical case, and how economically relevant it is for the community and for the end user, and the patients especially. And to the healthcare systems, which, as you know, in Europe, we have to scale it basically through the public financing of this solution for patients. But more importantly, what are the corporates saying about it? That is a way in which the perception of time, early or late, might be distorted in favor of your investment thesis, because in our portfolio companies, in Medicines, we have in Tel Aviv, we have Baxter and Medtronic from very early. In Madrid, we have Boston Scientific and Medlumix, one of our portfolio companies, from very early. InBrain, whose Carola Aguilar is around here presenting these days. We have Merck, the pharmaceutical neuro franchise division, also invested very early. So a way to manipulate what's early and late. Obviously, we all in the audience know what early investment is, and Series A's and seed and Series B, blah, blah, blah. But the time is relative, or the perception of early or late is relative if you have the right partners and the corporates coming in precisely now, where there's a situation in which there's a lack of financing. And also some medtech companies, the corporates are not so eager to get early, right? But there's still a good chance of interactions with the industry that allows us at Asabis to be, in summary to your question, skeptical about what is early and late. So invite the audience and entrepreneurs to join us, even if it seems early, because they might be ways for us to look at it seriously. Thanks.
I'd love to hear from you, Linus, on your perspective, because you mentioned that you do seed and very early. And then that would be a great jumping point to hear from you, Kwame, because from your perspective, having been at the FDA, it'd be interesting to see what does it take for a company to pass muster through the regulation. And I think that would be a great transition to a question I really want to ask about your thesis about standard of care. So maybe Linus, you start first, and we'll go in that sequence.
Yeah, I think, Joseph, to your point, finding the right partners, as an early stage investor becomes more and more important for us. Seeing that acquisitions take place at a later stage, we need to really think about the co-investors that we take up and, not only support in operational, but also support them financially throughout the lifetime. And it just takes a little bit longer at the moment, but we're confident that that's going to change because strategics have to fill their pipelines again. And at some point, it can't go on like this, because you have to support that VC network and that early stage network that is building that pipeline for the strategics. So I think that was a good point. And to the point of the portfolio management, we ourselves have to also change a little bit the way how we have thought about follow-up rounds and continue keeping capital to continue supporting these companies. So it's been a little bit of a change of sort of approach for us as well.
So I think
what stands out to me is the experience we had with a company based in Southern California that makes a 3D printed precision spinal device implant. When we first met them, they weren't close to 510K, but approximately a year later, we kept in touch, and the CEO says, Kwame, we're about to submit our 510K. We're working with a consulting firm called Micra, which built their business on regulations for spinal devices. And by the way, we have breakthrough designation. And what that meant at the time was guaranteed coverage of their product. And they had an additional payment. So they had de-risked, from my perspective, 510K, because I knew who they were working with, because I worked with the guy at the FDA who built that business, and reimbursement. So the stars all aligned. So that was on time. And I think when you can have and they had a Series A investor that would not tranche their investment without 510K clearance. And this was all pre-pandemic. Fast forward to now, in lieu of reimbursement, because reimbursement is still very tenuous, and automatic payment for breakthrough designation, what we look for is some involvement with a strategic. We're negotiating terms with a company right now where we are mandating co-investment by a strategic to try and de-risk things.
Shanna, you want to?
Sure. So maybe I'll take a crack at answering a couple of your questions, because I think everything feeds into what is our investment thesis and what attracts us, right? So I think where you were going with your question, Julian, is we are looking for products and companies that will become the standard of care, right? That's a really important component of our thesis, which is why we are not afraid of PMA. In fact, the majority of our companies are approaching, are going through a PMA pathway. The other element of what we look for is companies that have a high chance of exit prior to having to commercialize. And those are products that are of high strategic value, that are in the strategics, sort of shopping list, if you will, that address very large markets, again, have the potential to become the standard of care. How do they become the standard of care? Large unmet needs, easy procedures, not too complicated, cost-effective devices. And those are really, really hard to find. So it's not an easy thing. And I know a few people mentioned how early stage medtech is hard. It is hard. It's very, very hard. And then the other component, I think, of what you asked is what is early stage and what is late stage, and how we define it is, we like to invest in mechanical solutions, what we call mechanical solutions for mechanical problems. And so, as an example, we have a company it's an LAA closure device, very mechanical. You're closing a hole in the heart with a mechanical device. If you can close a hole in a dog's heart, you can do it in a human heart. And so, the translation between preclinical and clinical is very, very high. We're okay doing those types of companies prior to human data. However, if you're looking at something like neuromodulation or an indirect effect, we'd like to see human data before we invest, and that then becomes early for us. And so I think my advice to you guys is, ask the question, what is early? Every investor will have a different definition of what's early to them. And a lot of it is already on the website, but also ask and sort of get a sense of the thesis.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, I'm sure there's a lot of startups out there that have the same question. When you think about evaluating different startups and when you're going to make that investment, one of the challenges right now, being on the board of a handful of these startups, is trying to get funded in a clinical trial phase. So I'd love to get your perspectives on, do you all do that? Do you all fund clinical studies? And then if you don't, what's the advice that you give to the startups in the room as to which types of investors to approach to get their clinical studies funded? Because that's a tough spot to be in, especially right now in this environment, is getting the clinical studies, those pivotal studies funded. So any advice you could give to the startups in the room would be great.
Well, at least for us, we like to see some level of proof of concept. That could be in humans, it could be in animals, in an area where it directly translates like Darshana was just mentioning. It could be a physiologic mechanism or trigger that the literature, is found in the literature, and you're just going to try and reproduce it. So we will make those bets, but I think the biggest part for us is similar to what Darshana covered, is that we're not interested in payers, because payers and ultimately strategics aren't interested anymore in incremental innovation. We're looking for transformative innovation that can be either transformative in the way we treat a disease or how we reduce the cost of treatment of a disease. And so that's where we're highly focused. I'd say the things that have changed for us over the last 20 years is we are much more willing to do non-invasive or less invasive therapies with the advent of digital health. We've been stepping into those areas. We are not going as heavily into more mature categories like orthopedics, like heart valves, things that where the opportunity to create transformational improvements in the cost or quality of care is frankly just harder. So that's how we've been looking at the market most recently, and so I think when you're if you're an entrepreneur in the audience and you're thinking about what investors should I approach? One is matching the stage of your company to the stage which they invest. This is listed on the website. Looking at their portfolio of investments, is there a parallel in the portfolio? I think that's a good thing. Is there something that could, that is a direct competitor? That's not a good thing. They're unlikely to double down in an area, and frankly, you'd be worried about potential conflicts of interest. So educating yourself on the customer is always a good idea, and you should think of the venture capital partners you're approaching as your prospective client and trying to figure out what problems are they trying to solve, and does your solution fit with their investment mandate.
I would like to add that sometimes when you think about the funding of clinical activities in a company, it's again a matter of understanding that the real inflection point for the investment to be a good investment is basically when the liquidation event happens later on. And since also the frame of the milestones you need to reach have also moved towards commercialization, more than ever, and in Europe especially, you have to build a company with the right investors. I mean, if I go back when I was doing this 2012 or 2011 or 2013, the average Series A MedTech funding in Europe would be like a couple of investors. Now it's 6 investors, the same type of fundraise process in the Series A, because obviously we all know how tough can be the clinical activities, especially with regulation in Europe in a different context, and obviously with the challenges, especially in PMA, and we all precisely target those incremental innovations that require high levels of scrutiny from a regulation standpoint. But no, we have to think that is not the end of the story. The commercialization needs to happen, traction, partners will want to see sales in the place. So it's a long journey, and sometimes it's also complex because, how do you match so many parties investing in this long-term investment? Like in biotech happened since the very, very beginning, and think about the clinical strategy and the financing together with the commercial strategy and the financing of those long-term investments. It requires a lot of collaboration from the syndicates and the investor community and the corporates, as you were mentioning before. So, but of course, we do invest. Clinical is like at the core, but it's just before we start the commercialization stage, which is becoming also a relevant moment. And there's not so many investors for those clinical and commercialization stages. We're struggling with some of our companies. Medicines, for instance, got approved 3 months ago, FDA, got CE mark in Europe already for artificial intelligence algorithm years ago developed in Tel Aviv, and now with operations in Europe, distributed by Medtronic in Europe, and now approved in the US. And now we are launching a financing round. So the entrepreneurs and the CEO is having a hard time to knock on the doors of the right investors for the commercialization of an approved product validated in Europe in the US. And it's challenging. There are not so many doors. But yeah, we have to think long term and go with the biggest, and then valuation also plays a role, because if you bring in so many people to the table and valuation is too high, what's the equity story behind it? It's a complex algorithm going forward.
Yeah, it's great insight. I did want to pause for a second. We've got maybe 4 minutes left. I think we should probably open it up to a couple questions, because we could sit up here and talk about really interesting stuff, but what's most important is what's most important to you in the audience. But I would like for people to just look around this room for a second. This is the most ridiculous venue for a MedTech conference, and just want to thank Giovanni and Dylan and their teams for doing this. I mean, I feel like we're about to see the Knights of the Round Table come out here in a second. So this is really incredible, and thanks for putting this together, guys. But would like to open it up for a couple questions. Anybody have any questions for this group? Because we've got a great group of panelists up here.
Thanks, all. Just a quick question, and I think it would be helpful for the audience. As you think about portfolio construction and getting in quote unquote early or late, how do you think about capital allocation and how much you invest kind of on the first check-in versus how much you reserve for future rounds of funding as an investor?
Happy to take a crack at that. So we, in MedTech, as Greg said, really hard to do early stage MedTech. We've been doing this for a long time. The lesson we've learned is we invest in early rounds, but we reserve through to exit. And we have to do that because we don't want predatory behavior in later stages, which tends to happen all the time, and because there's just so little capital that goes into MedTech and such few players. So from our perspective, we're doing roughly a third of our total allocation in the first round, and then we reserve and allocate for follow-on rounds. And that also goes to your question, Ken, which is around clinical trials. PMA clinical trials are expensive, and we know we need a lot more money, so we try to keep companies really capital efficient at the early stages where that real value is demonstrated in early feasibility studies, and then bring on other investors, build a syndicate for later rounds.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that is we look at it very similarly. It's been very consistent for 20 years that's I think the appropriate ratio. I think as you're sitting in the audience, what you need to think about is the fund you're talking to, and if they're investing out of a $600 million fund versus a $200 million fund, the ratio stays the same, but the dollars get bigger. Bigger dollars is sometimes good, and sometimes it's unnecessary dilution. But if you're talking to a larger fund, they just need to deploy, in some cases, 10 or 15 or more $1 million up front, which may not be in your best interest as a founder. However, it's a real trade-off. Going back to the market to continuously raise capital for small incremental step-ups is probably not an efficient use of time and focus. So you really got to think about what money do I need to get to a meaningful value inflection point, a meaningful milestone that demonstrably increases the value of my business as the amount of capital you want to get to then go back to market. And I think ideally, usually that's kind of a 2 to 3 years worth of capital type of investment. Sometimes it can be shorter, but I think that allows you to weather a lot of storms.
you want to take one more question? What do you think? One more?
Hey, hello. I have a question to those of you who invest in medical devices. What do you guys think about the focus that founders should have? The reason why I'm asking this question is that I'm developing a device that can potentially monitor multiple metabolics, but of course we need to start somewhere, and we started from monitoring the glucose level. But is that a good selling point in your opinion? Should we rather take an approach to monitor only one and market that as a key feature and be super laser focused? Or you prefer a wider approach, more like an end-to-end product that can potentially diagnose multiple diseases, monitor multiple metabolics, and provide you with a number of other applications?
I have to admit that if there's some hearing loss company in the room, I couldn't hear very well. It was me or? Okay, I think you got the question was more about platform or focused. Is that the idea?
How is your approach to the founders and the company's focus to developing a medical device? Because my medical device can potentially have multiple applications. It can monitor one metabolic, it can monitor 1,000 metabolics. But in terms of fundraising, how do you guys look at the company that can be laser focused on monitoring one metabolic versus a company that can monitor 1,000 metabolics, and on top of that provide the customers with a number of supporting features and applications? Like, what's your standpoint on that?
Yeah, thank you. I think I could understand better. Probably the speakers are facing there, but not here. So anyway, hopefully I can respond, at least on my view. We actually like platform horizontal approaches with potential. And in medical device, that's pretty unique in most of the cases. In interventional cardiology, in many areas, you are focusing on one application, and that's what regulatory-wise you want to be focused on, and you're going to stay there. And obviously, you are putting all the risk into one application, but it's already a challenge and already. But we do like to see this technology, and I think that the revolution that's coming up in materials, in technology associated to data, in diagnostics processing. I think. Thank you. Thanks. I think that will probably amplify the opportunities to invest in technologies that might have a single approach, which can be the low-hanging fruit where you demonstrate and validate what you're developing, but obviously the value lies on the potential coming up later. And probably the challenge here is to decide what to pick up, which indication to pick up first, to demonstrate the value of what you're doing, and how to manage the pipeline and what is next, and how the critical path designed to show to your investors and to the regulators that you're in the right track. So we like this multiple application, but the trick is how to prioritize.
Yeah, our recommendation would be take them sequentially, figure out what the best application is to hit first. Maybe it's a lower bar, maybe it's the biggest market. That depends on various circumstances. So I would take them sequentially. The other thing I would think about, which some founders think about, is breaking them up into separate businesses. And I would resist that to the extent that the same buyer might be interested in multiple components. They really despise the division of IP, unless the other application or applications have very different buyers or categories. I think they become less worried about that. So anyways, just something to think about.
All right, great discussion. Appreciated all the panelists. Thank you.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 10-minute quick break. So if you want to take some water, coffee, and we're going to wait for you back in 10 minutes for the topic of raising capital across borders. So please come back. Thank you.
With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there.
discussions. I want to kindly invite everyone who wants to listen to the panel to take your seats, and everyone who's looking for any connecting opportunities, please go ahead and feel free to use other rooms for networking. All right, and now I'm excited to invite our next panelists they're going to share their stories about raising capital across borders. So the panel is going to be moderated by Alberto Chan, Chief Strategy Officer with Lifeblood Capital, and Cristiano Fontana, CEO and founder at Three Bridges MNC. And the list of the panelists are David Swedman-Oft, founder and CEO of Modality AI, Stephen To, the CEO of Leo Cancer Care, Carolina Aguilar, the CEO and co-founder of InBrain, Lucien Goffard, the CEO at Robocath, and Andrew Glass, CEO of Vivasure Medical.
Raising capital across borders.
Wait, no? All right. Hello, everyone. I'm super excited with a different topic here, controversial topic, whatever we want to call it, raising across borders. The objective here, it's a little bit more educational, so it's not a playbook, but sharing experiences and having everyone to understand whether they want to do that, what's the pros and cons, and just leave here educated if something they should consider. We'll have Cristiano as our co-moderator here. Maybe we should start from here. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell maybe what you're comfortable, your experience about raising cross borders, and we move on and we can start with questions? Fantastic.
Yeah, very happy to start. I'm David Sanderman-Oft. I'm the founder and CEO of Modality AI. We are a company headquartered in San Francisco, focusing on self-driven neurological assessments, things like Parkinson's, depression, schizophrenia, and so on. We use a virtual assistant that interviews patients, and from their speech responses, facial movements, we can identify where they stand with their journey, objectively speaking. We headquartered in San Francisco, but we have a fully owned subsidiary in Germany, a branch in Canada, and in Finland also. So it's an international company, which led to us also reaching out to international investors. We have about 100 stakeholders on our cap table from many countries in Europe, from Canada and the United States.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Lucien Goffard. I'm the CEO of Robocath. So Robocath is developing, manufacturing, and commercializing a robotic platform for vascular intervention. So basically for cardiology, neuroradiology, and radiology. We are a French company based in Normandy in France, and we do have a joint venture together with our Chinese partner, but I guess we're going to go through that later on.
Yes, hi, my name is Carolina Aguilar. I am the CEO and co-founder of InBrain Neuroelectronics. We use graphene, a Nobel Prize winner material, to deliver a platform in high density and high resolution for central and peripheral nervous system applications. We raised 17 million in Series A and an additional 21.1 from the European Union. And we also have a collaboration with Merck that funds the bioelectronics side.
I'm Stephen To, the CEO and co-founder of Leo Cancer Care. Leo Cancer Care is a company developing upright radiation therapy for both proton and conventional radiotherapy. Over the last few years, I've raised coming up to $100 million now, really across borders, I think is a good way of putting it, across the US, Europe, into Asia, Taiwan, Japan, you name it. I've probably raised capital there at some point, and it's become a bit of a challenge for me now to see where I can go next.
All right, so I would like to kick off with a
generic question. I spoke about this probably with David first, so maybe you can start giving your perspective. So my question would be, if and how COVID-19 has improved the ability or not to raise capital across the border. You remember we talked about, COVID-19 and implication, and how it, for you probably was easier.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can start on this topic. So as you rightly said, COVID was an important change in the landscape, I think. So before 2020, when you would speak to investors in the Silicon Valley, where we are located in San Francisco, they would normally consider companies only when they're in about 50-mile circle because of the opportunity to check in with people in person, obviously. So it was very rare that in specifically in early stage, a lead investor would invest in a company that is not very, very closely located. That, of course, changed tremendously when COVID hit and suddenly all the meetings had to happen on Zoom anyway. So that for a company like ours opened opportunities to reach out to investors all around the world. And I mentioned that earlier today when I think Steve and I, we spoke. Our lead investor of the 2021 round was actually out of Vancouver, Canada, Relentless Pursuit Partners. I did not meet her in person for 2 years afterwards. So she was a lead investor in our seed round. I've never met her until last year at JP Morgan week. So that was possible now, and it seems to be a scheme. And I see it in many other companies as well that now raise from all around the globe.
So while we, on our side, we initiate our C-Series fundraising in September 2019. So just before COVID-19, and we had a couple of discussions with strategic VCs and so on and so forth, and we closed the deal in April 2020. So beginning of COVID-19. So, but we have been able to close it. We were obviously, as you just said, exchanging through Zoom, Teams, whatever. It works well, and for us also, it took 2 years before we could meet in person with the different investors that put money in our company. But so, to my point of view, it didn't change so much. Dealing through Zoom, whatever. We raised the money anyway, and we closed it.
Any other experience? Anyone raise after COVID or
before, during, and after? I think what COVID did do, and the reason that people don't tend to raise money cross borders, I think, and people tend to focus on raising within a 50-mile radius of where they are, is because that's easier, right? It's easier in principle because companies think that I have to go and do all of my meetings in person, and that was the rule. Investors wanted you to go, and they want to see the whites of your eyes and see how you cope under pressure as they ask you those difficult questions. So I think we were all convinced that you have to go and sit across a table and pitch to somebody, and that's difficult if you go into Asia, if you're based in Europe and you're going to America. It takes a long time. It's more difficult. And I think what COVID did is it gave us Zoom, it gave us Microsoft Teams, it taught us all how to say, I think you might be on mute. But it opened up opportunities. You didn't need to be there in person anymore. You could get that pitch done remotely. So I think that's why it promoted and gave people the idea of being able to raise outside of just on their front doorstep.
All right, how about we have Andrew introduce himself, and do you have any experience with pre or post-COVID? Did you feel any difference?
Hi, sorry again I'm late. Andy Glass, CEO of Vivasure Medical. I guess we are an Ireland-based company. I'm an American, and we raised a round primarily driven by U.S. investors, so maybe that's one of the reasons we were invited here today. Our experience, well, we were raising during, into 2021 and 2022, so we had kind of some of the waves of COVID. In fact, the main presentation to our lead U.S. investor, 2 days before I was supposed to fly, I came down with COVID. So I had to do that from Zoom into a conference room with my team there, which was very awkward. but it worked out quite well. So I think obviously it's changed the dynamics of your interactions, COVID, now that it's more acceptable to do Zoom, Teams calls. But there's still, some of the investors still like to kind of meet and see, and they want to touch the product and get their hands on it. So my feeling is that it'll probably be a mix going forward, but there's definitely going to be a lot of more face-to-face going forward in terms of raising money.
Well, I think that's a great kickoff. Let's try to do this a standard way. Let's, try to start with a good tone, and then we move to challenges. So I personally never raised in the US. I raised 30 million in my lifetime, raised from Latin America and the Saudis. And I'll tell you the good part, and hopefully you share the same experience or not. Desperation was the key for me, and it did not matter where the money coming, but I needed to pay the bills. And what I noticed is that valuations weren't so important in that side, but the story that you told, that was the most important. So maybe we'll start with you, Andrew, again. Do you have any, positive feedback, or how was the experience different from raising across borders than traditionally?
Yeah, no, I think there's themes that you point to there that when you're raising money, that you need to have a great story, you need to be able to sell it, you need to tell your value convincingly. So practice obviously helps no matter where you're trying to invest. I think going across borders, it seems obvious, but sometimes we forget is that there's just cultural differences in how people interact, how people engage, but also in how people invest as well. When you go to the US, they have a very structured way of investing, typically with the types of terms that they want and the legal structure that they like. And if you're a European company going to the US, and you have, say, an Italian corporate structure, well, that's going to be very confusing to the US investor, right? So you've got to be cognizant of these nuances as you get into it, because they can become huge hurdles down the line, because then, well, what are you going to do? Change your whole corporate structure? And how long will that take you? And know that when you go to these places, the types of things that are going to come up, because you're going outside of your borders to track down funds.
Yeah, to Andrew's point, I think if you want to be international, it's probably better to start in the US and then raise from Europe. This direction probably makes more sense. At least it was very transparent in our case. Of course, there's these differences that the European investors tend to like smaller valuations and don't have necessarily the same expectations in terms of return on investment. But it seems to equalize in the U.S. sense. So everybody knows Delaware companies and C corps, and is more likely then to accept these terms. And when you work with a known brand legal firm out of Silicon Valley, and they say these are the standard terms, then it is very likely that the Canadian and European investors will just go with the flow. And so that's kind of what we've been doing, and that also helps with convincing these international investors that the valuation expectations are reasonable. We are a San Francisco company, and here these sorts of price points are more realistic.
Well, on our side, let's say that before our C series, we were a very French company. We only had French VCs, and let's also phrase it before closing the C series. Well, when you close it, you feel smart, you feel proud, and as if you would have had a clear strategy to reach this goal. This is not the reality. So when we started our round, we were talking to VCs, to strategic, and to the ones who wanted to listen to us and to hear our story. So we were talking with French VCs, European VCs, American VCs, strategics from Europe, from the US, and we also then talked with VCs in China and strategic in China. And that's the way everything happened. And then, well, we got one strategy which came to us and said, well, guys, but because by the way, we wanted to raise 15 million, and at the end we closed at 40. So we got a strategic which said, well, okay, I'm going to invest 40 million, and here are my conditions. And then in our mind it became the landmark, and we said, okay, well, we're gonna raise 40. Let's go for 40. So this is what we had in mind, and then we start to talk with the Chinese VCs, strategics, and at the end of the table we had 3 possibilities, and we selected the Chinese one with the biggest strategic in our specialty in China, and together we built a joint venture set up in Shanghai. That's the way it is.
Sure. So the first question we pose ourselves is, how do you know you actually have an interesting story and a good platform that appeals globally to everybody? And that's not an easy answer to have unless you test yourself out there. So of course, we have wonderful investors in Spain and in Europe, which is great. So we got a very relevant Series A, but then we wanted to go farther and put ourselves in the challenge of European investment calls. And these European investment calls have a 1% chance of success. So we knew that we had to be very good to get there, but we had worked extensively to actually perfectionate our vision, a vision also that the team buys and that they are ready to execute, and a vision that can be easily understood by the stakeholders that are on the other side. Luckily, we have been able to win all the European calls, the Pathfinder, the Transition, the Accelerator, to a total of 21 million euros, which has been a fantastic support. And then what we are doing as well is question ourselves, is that story resonating equally in the US? And we apply for the MedTech Innovator Accelerator, which is also quite competitive. It's only 5 to 6% acceptance rate. And at least we got into, and it's been a wonderful experience to have a platform to connect to the US stakeholders. And now, of course, we have to keep working to close Series B. And we are missing a lead investor, and we're working on that. But I'm confident that hopefully with our first in-human data, it's going to happen.
And I think the question you're asking was kind of what are the differences, if I was hearing correctly, what are the differences of raising in those different places? One thing that I think is fascinating, particularly when you look at raising money in Asia, is when you go into those discussions, the investors are rightfully going to be interested in how your technology applies in their market. And it's something that most people just don't think about, or they think about it in too broad a stroke. How many times have we heard people say, I'm first going to release my technology and sell it in America, then I'm going to do it in Europe, and then I'm going to sell it in Asia. And every time I hear that, I just think, you have got zero idea what you're talking about. The strategy of selling a product in Japan versus selling a product in Indonesia, you're going to put those two things together and going to say, I'm going to sell in Asia. And I think what's fantastic, the difference you find if you go and pitch to an Indonesian VC, is they say, tell me how this technology applies in Indonesia. And that's an amazing question to be asking yourself. It really opens up your eyes. Because, take radiotherapy, there's 325 million people in the US and about 5,000 machines. There are 280 million people in Indonesia, so not that different. But there's a handful of machines. So you've got to really come up with a solid answer to that question, to that Indonesian VC who says, why is your technology different? So I think that's a major difference. It's kind of the same question that they're asking, but it's a major difference when you go across those different countries. It's been fascinating for me.
So this leads me to ask you, do you think that there is a moment where it's too early? You were talking about getting prepared for, pitching to an international panel of investors. But in terms of amount or phasing of the companies, do you think that there is a certain threshold below which it's better not to focus on, let's say, going across the border?
So So I can speak from my experience. Maybe it is at some point, but I'm learning that developing those relationships is even more important than be at the right spot to get the investment. I think that it's very important for both parties to know each other and to understand personalities, way of working, way of delivering before engaging into a long-term relationship, if possible. So building and knowing the people behind all these investments for me has been key. Also because when we are all at the board, you want the best possible combination of those personalities, those knowledge, and a constructive spirit to be successful. So to me, it's never too early. For others, maybe I think it's a waste of time sometimes, but I really value it.
I think it depends on the CEO and how much kind of they're relying on those investors to give them guidance and help them build the business. But I agree with you that that fostering those relationships is important and do it early. And I also think exactly what I was saying there about how does your technology apply in those markets. Getting connected to those investors will open you up to potential customers, to distributors, to other people that will be important in that journey of you bringing your technology into further afield markets. And you might find out through those discussions that there's something that needs to be integrated in your product. You need to develop it in a different way. And the earlier you find that information out, the better.
Yeah, I certainly see a scheme here, and I hear Stephen and Lucien and others explain how there's a relationship between the investors and their go-to-market. And so you, Lucien, for example, you explained that there is a strategic investor from China, there was VCs from China, and you have a clear goal to actually penetrate the Chinese market. You have a partnership and a joint venture over there. So I think it makes sense for such companies that have a really clear ambition to go international soon and to have, right from the start, a global vision, as compared to companies that may really be US-centered or European-centered. For them, it may not make a lot of sense to go and reach out to international VCs right from the start. But I think for these sorts of companies like we are, it is a natural choice. And these VCs, they, as we hear all the time in other panels at this conference also, we want VCs not only to provide capital, but also provide opportunities to help in business development, in networking, in relationships, in regulatory concerns, through their portfolio companies, through their partnerships. And that is essentially important, specifically when talking about global investors coming into the cap table.
I actually want to sting this topic, and I know Andy and Lucien, you guys have great stories. Relationship is key, but this is across borders. One, you raise without seeing the person. Two, you use a broker or an agency. And I'll be honest, I raised back home. It was just easier. The question is, how do we build relationships? And another one is, you're mentioning, we don't need to go to traditional paths when you're cross borders. Can we look at distributors? Can we look at other sources? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, relationships is always a challenge across borders. I think, now that things have opened up, you got to do your best to try and see people in person. I think it makes a big difference. During COVID times, people were quite understanding of it, but I think it helps smooth things tremendously. In terms of like alternative sources like dealers and whatnot, there's tons of money out there, but I think, as I say often to people trying to look for money, is the juice worth the squeeze, right? Is it going to end up being worth your time, effort, and energy to go get it? In our process, we actually got several term sheets from China as we were raising, and we spent a lot of time with complicated licensing deals to work with China. But, it had to be part of the strategy. We had to see the value in going to China. And, there's a lot of great statistics from China. A third of the world's smokers are Chinese men, right? There's a lot of cardiovascular disease there. It is a huge market. They have 70 million people with aortic valve disease, you know, so it's a huge market for us to address. But what, you know, so we saw that as part of the long-term plan. I wouldn't go to China if you're just looking for money and don't see that as part of your story long-term. But, you know, and then, you know, you got to go and you got to be prepared. Looking for other sources, I mean, there are dealers that'll put in money, as you mentioned. There are other, but what does it lead to is I guess would be the question you have to think about in these different markets. So I would keep that in your mind as you kind of think about it. Well, you know, should we go to Latin America or Saudi? And you know, we got phone calls from even Dubai, but it was one of these things of, you know, how are we going to make this happen? How are we going to build a relationship there? And is it going to be worth our time, effort, and energy? Because at the end of the day, you need to get money and you got to keep the company going in the direction. And is it worth all the time that you have to commit to make that happen? That's a critical question you got to answer.
So you're talking about relationship before or after his investment? Before his investment? Before. So before his investment, in our case, I personally knew already the executive VP of the company, of the Chinese company, Microport, beforehand since years. So we knew each other's, and by pure coincidence, it happened that I was taking this new job and same space, and then we start discussion. So we had already a relationship. But we didn't have the relationship with the VCs from China, so we took a third party. I guess we mentioned in their name already. I don't know if it was yesterday or today with Mavi, as are quite well specialized in putting in relationship companies from Europe and together in touch with Chinese investors. So this is how it happened. Actually, this is how we created the relationship between us and the Chinese investors. And also with the strategic, this is how it happened. And now, once the investment is done, because in our case, the investors from China were not expecting just to give us money to continue to develop our company or our technology, but they were also expecting that we would build up together a structure in China. It happened afterwards, not before. So this is how it happened that we built up together as a joint venture, and now it's a broader story that we have to build up the relationship, trust, work together, different culture, different way of working, of developing things and so on and so forth. So this is something that should be known beforehand, because you need to be prepared for that. You need to have the resources to work and to cope with a Chinese company.
Yeah, one additional thing, and this relates more to the after the fundraising journey, but or during the total course of the raise of the company. When you raise from international investors, you will end up having a board that is consisting of people from different countries around the world. I'm not sure whether it's true for you, but it's true for us. And so we have a board member from Finland, one from Belgium, one from Canada, and two from California. And so we have never come together in person as a board. So all the board meetings have been in, virtual, and that's something which is also unique, I suppose. So you need to deal with these significant time zone differences, and with the fact that you're missing out on this directly coming together and this bonding energy potentially.
Carolina, being a worldwide person, does it make it easier to raise across borders? Being a worldwide person, you're from Spain, your business in Switzerland, you're in America all the time. I've probably seen you 3 or 4 times this year. Does it make it easier to being a worldwide person?
Look, I always work in global roles. Since my Medtronic times for 13 years, I was global. That's why I moved to Switzerland to be at the European headquarters, but then took global roles. And I always thought that you could never do business from your chair at home, right? Like, you have to be where the action is, where the people are. You have to understand what's behind these people, what are their drivers, how to make this happen, and therefore you have to be there. You also have to be effective, so you cannot be everywhere. So you have to prioritize and choose your battles and have a clear strategic roadmap about where you go each time and why, and what is the value that you are going to bring back. Because at the end, the world is very big, right? And you can get lost very easily. So it's very important, and I learned it since all these years I've been global, that there's a few battles you choose and you focus, but you deeply understand them so they can be successful. And that's how I run my businesses globally, and that's how I'm doing with this company.
Stephen, so how do you create roots like you raised across everywhere in the world? In the end of the day, does it become just transactional? Can you actually create something more meaningful?
And maybe, Stephen, also if you can tell a little bit more about your ability to raise among different type of investors across the border, like distribution companies that, to me was quite impressive.
Yeah, so I think it comes back down to the kind of the starting question, the strategy. Why do it? And it's not just kind of because the money was there. For me, as a first-time founder, and I never raised money, I didn't even know what venture capital was until about 4 years ago. So I had no idea what I was doing. And I kind of looked at lots of different investment principles. And if you're investing your own money, what you would do is you try and diversify your portfolio to reduce your risk. You wouldn't put every single dollar that you had in oil and gas. You try and diversify what you're doing when you're putting your money out there. And I took the same approach, and I thought the same thing would apply when you're raising money. And that's from different categories of investors, so strategics, family offices, VCs, distributors, all kinds of places like that. Very, very varied in terms of the type of investor, and then geography as well. Try and be really, really broad with your geography, because then if there's an economic downturn in the US, but you've got a bunch of investors that are in Singapore, go back and raise your next round of capital in Singapore. Now, it just so happened that COVID came along and there was a global epidemic and everybody had an economic downturn. So the rationale is a little bit flawed in that sense, but that was kind of the thought process. And then in terms of building those relationships and how do you do it and how can you do it, I think, as I said yesterday, the key to building relationships, good relationships, is to focus on what can I do for you. Too many people go and they just pitch and don't even think about the person they're pitching to as a person. It's always just about, I need money, I'm trying to raise money, I'm coming to you and I'm asking for money. What can you give to me? I think the key to building good relationships across the board is to ask yourself, what can I do for you?
But you did this something differently. You moved from the UK to California, and you lived there, and you showed commitment. How was that?
Yeah, again, it was kind of more luck than judgment, if I'm totally honest. Again, as a first-time founder, not knowing what I was doing, there's some fantastic people up here that have got tons of experience. For me, when I decided I needed to raise money, I just Googled top 10 medtech investors in the world, and a few of them are in California. So I thought, well, I've got no kids at that time, and why not? Packed up my bags. California's pretty sunny. And moved over there and built that network by just going and bugging people, and whoever would listen to me, I'd talk to them, and went from there. But like you said, you've got to be there in the action. You've got to be with the people. Relationships are really difficult to do over email. You've got to be there. You've got to spend those evenings having dinner with people. That's how you build relationships.
I guess just to start packing it up, just to leave like education nuggets, let's play devil's advocate, starting with Andy. What is something that people should think about in terms of like why not raise across borders?
Well, yeah, so I think with any money you take in, you have to understand what you're dealing with. And sometimes you can get investors who aren't really committed to your long-term vision. So sometimes I think I've seen companies so desperate to take money, they bring in some money that, yeah, it helps short-term, but then long-term they're not willing to put in more money, or they become a difficult investor or that you have to spend a lot of time with. And then there may be cultural issues. I think yesterday someone brought up that, a lot of the European VCs tend to be bankers, right? And so and they have kind of a different approach and mentality to how the money they bring in, whereas, other investors tend not to have that. So I think you have to always consider in the money, like before you take it in, what is it going to mean for us long term? Are we willing to commit to this? In China, for example, they want the rights to your technology in China often. Well, you're signing yourself up to a tech transfer, you're signing yourself up to a commitment, you're signing yourself up to a partner, and it's a marriage, and can you deal with that? Because it could be a huge headache down the line, and a lot of those partnerships blow up in an acrimonious way. Are you prepared for that, right? And I think sometimes people just jump in, yeah, we'll get the money and we'll figure it out, but you have to understand the consequences of all the money you take in and make sure you appreciate it culturally, structurally, et cetera, as a part of your raise.
Culturally, structurally, but also legally. So, for example, if you're a US company and you do anything that's of national concern in any way, even if it's just encrypted, say, data, or anything that can be used by the armed forces or anything like that, then it will fall under what's called the CFIUS regulation in the United States, and you should be very careful in terms of foreign control you have on your cap table. And so you need to consult with your legal firm actually to see whether this is permissible, and who the investors are and who the LPs are in your investment funds. So to be safe, not to be forced into any significant transactions later on.
I would say, just to add, I agree with all what I heard so far. So I would add that once you start, considering cross-border investment, you should ask yourself, if I will take that route, am I going to be consistent with my story for the next round? Or what will be my next story for the next round? What is the value? What is the values that I'm going to create by going through that route? All this kind of consideration. Am I going to keep all doors open for the next steps? If so, go for it.
Yeah, pretty much the same. Know what are you getting yourself into, knowing the rules of what that entails, taking that money from that particular location. I was recently in the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, and sometimes it's very appealing. There's a lot of money, but I've been doing business in Saudi Arabia, and right now we wouldn't be ready probably. In the future for sure, but you have to know what are the commitments you have to deliver on, and because it's much worse to not deliver. I mean, you destroy all the value that you have created with that round. So basically, understand the path.
I definitely agree with all of those things. Just something that may be more tangible to add on to the top of all of that. You don't get much sleep as a startup CEO anyway, especially, and looking at you, Giovanni, especially when you've got a young kid as well. That's certainly a challenge to add into that. But then think about, investors want to talk to you. If you've got investors that are in California, that are in Europe, and then are over in Asia, they're not going to be the ones that are awake at 2 a.m. to take the call, I can tell you that. So, you've got to communicate with people in a lot more time zones, and that's a challenge. If you've got an international board like we do from California, Europe, and Singapore, then your board meetings are really pretty difficult to arrange, just time zone wise. So again, you can pretty much guarantee you're the one that's awake at 2 a.m. taking the board meeting. So overall, I think it's worth it. It gives you a huge amount of opportunities, and you're international from day one. But there are definitely some considerations.
Well, all right. So this is it. I would like really to thank you guys for sharing all your experience. It was tremendous. And please give a round of applause for this panelist. And all right, next.
Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I do know that some of you do have some other sessions right now coming up. There is a Woman in MedTech luncheon happening right now, and they also serve some food at Investor Lounge if you have access to that zone. However, for the next hour, we're gonna continue with 2 panels on software as a medical device and also on the role of increasing regulations in MedTech. Thank you.
The role of policy and regulation in increasing trust in digital health and MedTech.
Un, deux, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Can we? Okay, perfect. We can start. Okay, hi everybody, hi everyone. Very honored to be here in Malta today to talk about this very interesting topic. So it's a very long one, so I'm gonna just turn down to read it. Role of policy and regulation in increasing trust in digital health and MedTech. So I did not learn it by heart myself because I think you have a lot of keywords in this panel. And I'm very happy today to introduce my colleagues, including myself, to discuss about this topic. Very promising topic where we mix up trust, regulation, digital world. So you will say this is a bit of a fashionable topic, but still, there's still very core questions that we're gonna ask and discuss during this panel. So I will be moderating it with my colleagues coming from around the world here. And let me just introduce first myself. I'm Caroline Petit, I'm based in Zurich. I'm working for Takeda, I'm Swiss by background. I started to study basically sciences and law, and I've been working in the field of pharma for about 20 years, and currently I'm working in a role of regulations and policies at Takeda. I'm global advertising and promotion leader, and I work mainly on marketed products and pipeline products, which means that highly regulated drug. And just a little bit about myself. I started my career in marketing and working very closely with my colleague from regulations and law. And I discovered this very interesting topic across my journey. And I loved it so much that I became a lawyer later. So I'm very happy to be there today with my colleagues, and I will be now handing over the ground to Anna.
Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna. I'm a regulatory consultant and a PRRC at Advina Limited, a EU authorized representative based here in Malta. My background is biomedical engineering, and then I have over 5 years of experience as a regulatory consultant. As a consultant, I pretty much help medical device manufacturers that wish to enter the EU market with their regulatory issues. So,
thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. And you from Malta, coming from here, right?
I'm from Italy, and yes.
But you're based in Malta?
No, actually no.
Okay.
I'm Italian, raised in Italy, then moved to the UK, studied there, started working there, and then I realized that I was missing the sun and warm weather, so I decided to move to Malta.
Very good. So that will be a very good add-on to our panel, because we will have the vision later. We will see through different questions, through different angles, what you can bring in terms of European view. Thank you. Ken?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kenneth, and I am the founder and director of Speculo Limited, a consulting firm. My background is in biomedical engineering, but I somehow find myself in regulatory space, but that's okay. And I've been doing this for the past 8 years. I've been helping countless manufacturers place their product on the market, get their CE mark, and more recently, their UKCA mark. Just something about myself, I guess, a bit of a fun fact is that I somehow find myself in many arguments about the CE mark and how it should look like, its proportions. And, it's something which, I guess I kind of like doing that, not just with medical devices, but with all other sort of products.
Thank you, Ken. Very interesting. Let's move now to the other part of Europe with Oli.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ollie Smith. I'm an independent consultant helping organizations with strategy, innovation, and applied ethics. I've got about 20 years experience working in healthcare. I work for the UK government running tobacco control and obesity policy. For a good while, I worked for a foundation where I was responsible for spending £100 million on innovation in healthcare, and also worked in the private sector as well. I was the strategy director and head of ethics for Coa Health, a digital mental health startup based in Spain. Now, this tour of the different sectors means that if you look at the Edelman Trust Barometer, I actually reached peak trust in myself about 7 years ago when I worked for a foundation. And it's all been downhill since then. So I'm hoping that this panel on trust will help kind of rebuild my personal trust value.
Thank you, Oli. Very interesting and exciting background. And now we are moving directly toward the other side of the Atlantic.
Oh, yes.
And we're going to the US with Misty.
Yes, I'm Misty Black. I'm a second career healthcare attorney, and you could have probably guessed I'm from the U.S. without even having me say so, just from my accent. I'm happy to be here today. I spent my previous career, I was a clinician and then a healthcare fraud investigator. So I always tell people I've lived the full healthcare life cycle. I was a healthcare provider. I investigated healthcare providers, and now I represent healthcare providers. I really enjoy healthcare innovation just because of my science background. I see the future of healthcare and how important it is to incorporate AI and digital health technologies. I prefer to help people on the front end to sort through regulatory compliance and reimbursement issues, but sometimes the first time I meet someone is when there's been a government enforcement action, and then I'm representing them in that capacity.
Thank you very much, Missy. So you can see in this panel that you have two crazy people that move to the dark side of the sciences.
Come there, we have cookies.
Maybe that's the topic, so let's see. We have a very ambitious question for the first one. We wanted to basically look, since this is the topic of this panel, at what should policymakers be doing to increase trust in digital health. And I'm going to ask to open the floor with Ken.
So yes, very interesting question. I think that being able to trust digital healthcare products sometimes can be a bit challenging for consumers and the users of these products, especially if they're surgeons and they need to rely on this result. So I think that the EU regulations, from that point of view, I think they're a great step forward in ensuring that the design of these the software is, keeps safety in mind. But I do think there is a need for more technical international standards and even, for example, good practice guidelines, which can help in making these products more accurate, more meaningful, being able to provide more meaningful results, and repeatable also. So again, whilst the CE mark is fantastic because you can recognize it and you say, oh, this product is great. But if you could also say, look, we comply with this standard, this very rigid standard, I think that will go, further in making sure that you can actually trust the output of this digital health product.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ken, for this very broad overview and for providing this viewpoint from Europe. Let's now look at the other side of Europe once again with Oli.
Geographically in Europe.
Exactly.
But, yeah, not legally. So no, I agree with what Ken's been saying. I think there's another aspect of this that I think is important, and not just in the UK, but I think this is generally important, is that often I see in policymakers there is a tendency to focus too much on the technology. And often in healthcare, the technology is the easy bit. And actually, to get the impact and the improvement and outcomes that you want, you need to think very much about the care pathways. And in my experience working with health systems, and this is true whether it's at national level or a kind of state level or even just sort of an academic medical system as a whole, sometimes they kind of have two approaches. So they're sort of too prescriptive where they shouldn't be, and then they're sort of not prescriptive at all when they should be. So maybe just expand on that briefly. So I think what really can help with a technology and really understanding how to spread that technology is actually thinking about the kind of reimbursement models and kind of the measures of success and the way that the workforce needs to be trained and thought about kind of on a long-term nature. And I don't think policymakers think enough about that. I think that they can do more. But then conversely, where you really want to allow change and difference in experimentation is at the really, really local level where the care pathways are actually happening. So policymakers need to trust that the clinicians, the doctors and nurses and the other health professionals that are actually there at the front line trying to deal with this, they can actually experiment and allow that experimentation and allow things to go wrong and not try and be overly prescriptive there. And I think that's something that they can struggle with. So when I look at, for instance, in the NHS, and I look at the business plan for 2023-24, yeah, there's a sprinkling of money, please use the NHS app, so there's kind of a few things there, but there's not enough on some of those more kind of system regulations in terms of how would we think about reimbursement, how would we think about kind of measuring success. But there's quite a lot of, and we will have this kind of centrally led program to help kind of roll out this and that. I think, I'm really not sure that is the approach. So I think with policymakers, it's about really calibrating your approach to understand where you can have most impact, where you can unlock some of those regulatory barriers and kind of create also the framework the regulatory framework that can really enable innovation. But don't try and do too much. Don't try and get in the way.
Thank you very much, Oli. And your conclusion just brings me to a second question that seems to be very controversial at the moment in relation as well to this topic. And we're going to move to the legal side with Misty. So how can companies prepare for regulation in an area where the legal framework is vague?
And it's such an important question right now because there's a lot of what I say nervousness, and there's nervousness on the investor side, and there's nervousness among physicians and healthcare entities, hospitals that would be incorporating these technologies into their delivery of care. So I think we have to look at first, what do the laws provide? And in the United States, that can be a little difficult, a little tricky, because we have not only federal laws, but state laws, especially in the areas of data privacy. I mean, we're seeing even new biometric laws come about. So we have to isolate those laws, and then we really have to go to the sub-regulatory guidance. And the regulatory agencies will be the first ones to tell you that those are not the rules, but yet when they get into an enforcement action in a hearing, well, those are sort of the rules. So it's important to consider those and look at them, and there's new ones coming about all the time. In fact, the FDA just announced this new digital health committee which they're going to try to address some of this vagueness. The next, very similar to cybersecurity, we're going to look at industry leaders, thought leaders that are starting to develop these standards. You know, we can all probably think of some of those people that are talking and writing on these topics, because those are usually going to be the first place that we kind of grab a hold to those standards and incorporate them in. And then, of course, look to different jurisdictions. I think the United States definitely did that with the GDPR and, you know, how we were going to develop privacy laws. So I think there's a framework there, but also remember that vagueness has a benefit too, that it really can fuel innovators. I think it's sort of a Goldilocks problem, you know, like you spoke with, is that we need the right amount of regulation, because, you know, if you over-regulate, it stifles innovation. If you under-regulate, then it stifles trust and you can't get uptake in the product.
Thank you, Misty, and that's a very good conclusion in terms of data privacy and relation between state law, federal law, as well as a comparison to the GDPR that we have in Europe, which enables me to move back to Oli on this point. You made a very good key point summary for the first question, so if you want just to...
I definitely want to pick up on kind of vagueness as a benefit, because I think that's a really nice way of looking at it. I really like that. And so from a UK perspective, as I think about AI and kind of AI regulation is going to kind of roll out through healthcare. So the UK approach to AI is very much, I think what they call it is kind of innovation-led approach, which means they're not going to have specific AI regulation, but the UK will allow its individual regulators to look at this and to regulate AI, which from a healthcare perspective means it's the Medicines and Healthcare Regulatory Authority. And I would say they're actually pretty good at engaging with industry. They have quite a good website that allows you to kind of find out the latest guidance, kind of find who to talk to as well, and they also run events. And I found that they've improved quite a lot over the last few years in terms of how they engage with industry. But picking up on this point of vagueness, I think another angle to look at this as well is don't only think about what you need to do with your technology from a regulatory and compliance perspective, think about it from a commercial perspective as well. And think about how you can build trust in your technology so that people can use it as a competitive advantage. Because if you're only focused on regulation, forthcoming regulation or regulation as it is now, you're just going to be doing what everyone else is doing. So when I think about AI, I think very much about ethics, and I think about the need that companies have, or perhaps the opportunity that companies have to set themselves an ethics strategy to really think about how what is their position on privacy versus bias versus explainability, be clear on that and build trust. And that means you're going to have to get into engineering and design and all the others, which is hard, but that's the point. That's why it's a competitive advantage.
Thank you very much, Oli, and we will dig a little bit deeper with the last question on this topic of AI ethics, as well as how to develop a winning strategy and be a bit aside from the competition. I want to move now to Anna to have this European point of view about this legal framework.
Yes, so definitely. Medical device manufacturers that wish to enter the EU market, they need to comply with the medical device regulations, or as called MDR. The MDR does include all the information and all the, as I said, requirements that you need, that your device needs to have. And but even though a massive amount of work went into compiling the MDR, there are some areas that are not very clear in the MDR, where they are somehow open to interpretation. So that's what happened when then they realized to come up with guidance documents. So every now and then a new guidance document is issued, and the aim is to clarify certain aspects of the NDR that instead they would be a bit, unclear. So one of my advices that every time I tell clients is to keep yourself updated with the regulatory news that are there.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Anna. That was a very good summary. On top of that, you were very efficient in the message, which enables us to move to the last question. We have been talking a lot about improvement, about how to create trust, but let's now move to a positive side and see how we can develop and what are the key elements needed to develop a key winning strategy in the digital health across jurisdiction to reinforce this trust that we have been talking about.
Yeah, so definitely I always suggest to medical device manufacturers to perform a proper risk assessment of your device, and because the higher the risk, the more scrutiny there's going to be before you are able to enter the EU market. So definitely another important point that I always tell clients is to don't leave the regulatory assessment at the end when you are approaching the launch of your device. Very
interesting advice,
Yes,
Anna, and we will keep that in mind. So, Ken, are you sharing the same views? Should this regulatory assessment be put up front and as a priority?
That's right. I mean, to be fair, similar to points to what Anna was talking about, I think one of the key challenges I see with clients is that they keep the regulatory aspects for the end, which, as we all know, is it's not the best sort of strategy. So my key point here to take home is be prepared at the design stage or even before, taking into account testing requirements, label requirements, these sort of things before it actually becomes before assessment. Another point which is important, especially for startups, is to budget for regulatory assessments. For example, in the EU, a relatively low-risk device going through a notified body assessment, it could even go up to 40,000 starting just for your assessment, and that's just starting off.
Very good point, Ken, about the budget. Very well spotted, because this is a topic that we often set aside in this kind of regulatory question. I would like to now conclude on this question with Misty to have the US viewpoint. Are you facing similar questions with FDA and in terms of winning strategy with this highly regulated market that is the US?
Yes, I think Ken made a great point that you should always factor, what the regulatory costs are going to be. But I actually want to start out with, my key elements would start with reimbursement, regulatory, data management, and then equity. Reimbursement is now more important than ever that you can frame what the value proposition of your particular digital health solution is. Who is your endpoint consumer? Are they willing to pay for it? Is it going to create shared savings? And that's how you can bring forth that value proposition. With regulatory, don't assume because you're not regulated by the FDA that you're not regulated. The FTC shocked a whole lot of people with exercising its enforcement power under the health breach notification rule and under unfair and deceptive trade practices. So bear that in mind. And then with data management, you have to figure out how you're going to monetize your data, use it for marketing, and still comply with all the regulatory requirements. And that right there can be challenging, and we're seeing that in the U.S. every day.
Thank you, Misty, and thank you all for this very good overview. So now you all have in mind how to develop a winning strategy for your next submission. Think about data management, budget, and putting the regulatory assessment up front. That's our closing remarks. And now we would like to open the floor to the audience. If you have some questions about the topic, or if you would like to ask us directly some insight, just feel free to raise your hand and ask your question. Yes, is there a possibility to bring the mic?
Thank you for that very interesting session. My question's really easy. My name's Andy Bleeden from the ECH Alliance. I'd like to know who the panel thinks is getting this right. Who's nailing this? Whether it's a company, organization, who should we be looking to see we should be as good as?
Misty, you want to take that one?
Who should we be looking at as far as regulatory agencies? Yeah, I think the FDA is turning out a whole lot of great information right now. There's even, they have tons of tools available for, you to sort through. If you're regulated by the FDA or the FTC, they're forming a new digital health committee, as I said. If you think you're an authority in the subject, jump in there, get on the committee. I think they realize there's a lot to sort out here.
Thank you, Misty. Any other question from the audience?
I would just, on that question, I would give a shout out maybe to Germany. I think that what they're doing on Digger for reimbursement, because I agree with what you're saying on reimbursement, is really important. Because I know that a lot of regulation happens at the EU level, of course, with EMA, but in terms of getting it into the system, reimbursement's vital, and I think that Digger is a really excellent example of how to do it well.
Thank you very much, Oli. So you know who to watch and which model to apply if you want to be winning in this space. Any other questions, comments? Any other comment from you?
I think just something quick on that. It's just really important to keep up to date, as my colleague was saying, and even follow things like on LinkedIn, follow people, because there are people with so much time that they're constantly posting stuff on new guidance, and so keep yourself up to date, and you'll have your winning strategy, I guess.
Even the European Commission as well. You can find on the website all the information, and yes, you have to look around and do your own research, because sometimes you might find a piece of news and you have to make sure that it's actually, true.
Thank you, Anna, for the closing remark. It was a real pleasure to be with you today in Malta. We hope that you learned a bit more on the topic, and looking forward to chatting with you if you have questions later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Software as a medical device. The challenges that lie ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here and choosing to engage in a conversation about challenges facing software as a medical device instead of lunch. Thank you very much. My name is Susan Xu. I'm a healthcare reimbursement advisor and also the author of a book titled Healthcare Reimbursement Maze: The Ecosystem Regulates Market Access to Medical Innovation. I have the privilege of serving as the moderator of today's discussion. So let's dive right in by introducing our panelists. The first, we have Richard Houlihan. The CEO of AirMed, a company that provides training and helps companies with data submission for Ulmer. Richard, what is Ulmer and how it is related to software as a medical device?
Okay, hello everybody. I've got a few notes just in case. Also being blinded by the lights. So, I don't do medical devices. I don't know an awful lot about medical devices, but I do know about data. And the European Commission's medical device database is UDAMED, and that is all about the data. That requires your data to get put into UDAMED. Now, UDAMED consists of 6 modules: actors, devices, certificates, vigilance, clinical investigations, post-market surveillance. And if you wish to sell your devices in Europe, once UDAMED is mandatory, if you wish to sell your devices in Europe, your device data has to be in UDAMED. The software as a medical device, that also has to comply completely with UDAMED, with MDR, IVDR, whichever it fits under. And at this stage, the notified bodies are actually asking people for their UDAMED strategy. And if you don't have an UDAMED strategy, you will not get your certification. This is one of the blockers at the moment. I had a quick look at the size of the medical device market, the software as a medical device market. And in 2022, one estimate I saw was $1.4 billion, expected to rise to over $10 billion by 2028. And following that, I had a quick look at the UDAMED figures, because in UDAMED you register a special device type software, and there's currently 946 MDR software entries and 301 IVDR entries. All of these are expected to rise as with the market. But if you need anything to do with UDAMED, just come talk to us. Thank you.
So we also have Peter Schillehead. Did I get right? Okay. Peter is a serial entrepreneur and now the CEO and founder of BrainGrade, a company dedicated to giving everyone a brain upgrade. Peter is also a member of the Mensa Club, an organization of individuals of high IQs. So Peter, has your involvement with Mensa inspired your business focus on brain enhancement?
First of all, nobody ever pronounced my last name better than you did, Susan. Thank you very much for that. And it was more like a branding effort for myself. So, and obviously my interest for the brain. And personally, and as an entrepreneur, we have all the goal to maximize a positive future here. And I believe if we can improve the human brain, this would be, as our most important tool, one way to do it.
Great. So also our next panelist is Benza Torek, a software development manager and expert in Agile and Waterfall. So could you give us a brief crash course on Agile and Waterfall in just 1 minute?
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much. Actually, usually people see waterfall as an outdated kind of methodology, and Agile as a superior one, fixing all the flows, the so-called flows that waterfall has. But so let me tell you this: I do like Agile. I'm an Agile project manager, but Agile is not better. This is my unpopular opinion. Agile is not better than waterfall. It is just different, and the tasks should define the tool, meaning the project manager is responsible for selecting the appropriate management system, management methodology. And if I may say, the upper management and the investors are responsible for hiring a project manager who will ensure that the most efficient methodology will be selected for the task we have.
Thank you. So last but not least, we have Dr. Aaron Sint. He's a doctor, a general practitioner in London, who also founded a software company used in medical training and co-founded CodeMed, an organization that teaches clinicians how to code. Aaron, why do you believe it's important for doctors to learn how to code?
Good question. Thanks for the introduction. Hi, everyone. So yeah, I think it's fair to say it's not just the NHS, but there's lots of problems in healthcare that need addressing, and I think that creates a market for anybody who's looking to produce digital health products or software as medical devices. And with all these problems that exist, I believe that healthcare professionals being on the front line are the individuals that understand the problem the most. And in a lot of cases, they're the people experiencing the problem alongside patients as well. So the whole idea behind teaching healthcare professionals how to code is they understand the problem and they can work with teams to develop a digital health product. But actually, if they not only understand the problem, but also have the technical skills to be able to not necessarily build the product, but conceptualize and understand what the solution is and how the solution should be built, then they can work with managers and software developers, and as well as deliver their clinical expertise to effectively build a better software as a medical device or digital health product. So yeah, that's essentially why we teach healthcare professionals how to code.
That sounds great. I think that's maybe make a doctor more acceptable of a software as a medical device. So now let's transition to the panel discussion. We have a panel with very diverse experience and expertise. So from your respective perspectives, could you share your insights on the potential risks associated with the use and also business of software as a medical device? Do you want to go first? We can just go around.
So I suppose, first of all, with the software as a medical device, classifying it as a medical device is the first thing that becomes an issue. And you can talk to notified bodies. Notified bodies will help you out with this. But don't forget, notified bodies are giving advice. It's not legally binding. It is the manufacturer ultimately that decides if it's a medical device or not. So one of the other things, and any of the answers I'm going to give are all in relation to MDR, IVDR, UDAMED. Everything is going to be tied to Europe. In Europe, you have to have a QMS system, but don't forget there are specific standards as well that relate to the software as a medical device that you have to have. And if your software as a medical device does not meet the definition of a medical device under the EU rules, if it's going to be an accessory to a medical device, then it still falls under the scope. So you have to remember that as well. Now, the architecture of the software, it has to integrate everything, all the risk controls and things like that. But you cannot forget your cybersecurity, you cannot forget your GDPR. And the GDPR under Article 22, it actually places a lot of restrictions on the automated processing of data and profiling, which could then cause some problems with the clinical tests, with the software updates, etc. But then you've got your UDI requirements. Software that's commercially available on its own or standalone software in Europe must have a UDI. Otherwise, you don't have to have it. But if it has a UDI, it has to go into UDAMED. It has to follow all the rules there. Now, UDAMED itself, under the MDR side, has 104 data points. A lot of these are also multiples. So be aware of the risks of creating systems yourself to do this. Outsource it. If not to us, to somebody else, but outsource it and let the people who are used to doing this on a daily basis take care of it. It'll avoid a lot of pain for you.
I would like to focus on two risks. First of all, I think software as medical devices have so many chances that one of the biggest risks are the external risk that not every patient who can potentially gain from such software as a medical device gets actually the software as a medical device because of regulatory, or because, and this is kind of then I think the second risk, that it's difficult that you really align and have all the stakeholders in the boat and you have it covered. Because if you only lose one, then most likely you will not be successful. So, an example, when the patient in the end is not using it, it's not helping. But most often, kind of the biggest problem is either the payer, that you have a valid business model with it, so that you can also spend enough money to gain enough patients, and the trust and invest towards the doctors and the physicians, who are often kind of to change their minds, is a big risk for you. And you have to have all of that aligned to really have a successful product then in the hand of your patients.
Yeah, I actually do agree, and also you need to be really aware that your software will affect human lives. So this is why this field is heavily regulated, and many people, many companies see these regulations as a burden, as something you have to do and will produce 1,000 pages of documents that will gather electric dust in a cloud somewhere. But I do think that you should understand the reason behind these regulations, the logic behind the system they built in and they require. And if you do so, these regulations, these foes, so to say, will be your friends actually, because they will help you produce a valuable, safe, and market-ready software that will, well, bring in the big bucks, if I may.
There's some really good points raised, and I completely see your point about how regulation on one hand can be seen as a bit of a blocker for innovation. As a healthcare professional myself, who also codes, you see problems on a day-to-day basis, and you want to build solutions. You want to get them out there, but then obviously it's a software as a medical device, and you can't just build an app and sell it anymore. It has to be properly accredited, and as a clinician, I want to be using software that is accredited. I want to use software that I know is safe and effective and has been properly validated. So there's a kind of double-edged sword from that perspective. One of my points in terms of risks that really stands out for me is data security. We're living in an increasingly digital age now, but there was a time, and still is in some hospitals, where everything is paper notes, right? And those paper were then stored in a cupboard in a GP practice or in a hospital and accessed whenever they needed to be accessed. That data was secure there. And then we moved on to EPR systems, where there'll be a server in a hospital. But now we're moving to an age where, patients can access their data on their mobile phone or a personal device. That data is now moved outside of the clinical setting and is now on a cloud, on the patient's personal device. And that comes with a whole host of security issues.
Yeah, we already touched about the health regulation, and there were previous session dedicated on that. So just quickly, what's your view on that, and what do you think the impact of regulations on software as a medical device? Do you want to go first? You already mentioned it. If you have any.
Yeah, I think overall it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that we are making sure that people are producing products that are validated and are safe, because ultimately some of these tools, particularly AI tools, are making clinical decisions that really do affect people's lives. And if we get them wrong, they can have catastrophic consequences. But I think on the other end, it naturally will put a dampener on innovation, and people who don't necessarily have the funding but have a product that's been built might not be able to get their product out there and use, which could go on to benefit lots of people. So I think there's two sides to it.
Vince, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, actually, I'm happy that you mentioned AI, because that's the new thing, that's the future, actually. But that raised a thought in me that so regulations will always be outdated in a sense that they cannot follow the the high pace that IT moves on. And for example, each and every day they found new zero exploits, for example, talking about cybersecurity, and regulations will never be able to follow that pace. So, as a software as a medical device provider or developer, sometimes you are in a situation where you have to implement a cutting-edge technology, implement an update that will keep your software safe from an exploit, but the regulations are not aware of that solution or technology. They are not, well, the written regulation is not aware of that. So you have to be able to fit that into the necessary documentation without knowing how to do that exactly. So that's a challenge.
Regulation is a good thing. But, and it's a big but, we shot with many regulations way over the goal. So these external costs kind of hurting the patients and hurting the companies, because nearly no company and innovator or doctors or clinical trial has an unlimited amount of capital and resources. So you have a limited amount, and depending on how much you're losing on regulatory, then you cannot spend it on others. Like when you have a company with a CEO and overhead who's kind of doing all the other things, and then you have one regulatory person, one is doing kind of your quality control, and then you have one doing your accounting, and then you have kind of another one who's doing your tax, and then you have one engineer kind of who's running the show. I think that's not kind of what we want regarding regulatory. And the development is going faster and faster. So when we want to have this level of regulation, then we have to adapt kind of also the institutions so that they can follow the speed and be there. And a fun fact I heard last week, I don't know if it's true, maybe you can verify it. The farmer, or for farmer, are in the European Union 1,257 people responsible for also regulatory purposes. For MedTech are, everyone can guess for yourself, 27. I think it says where, at least in Europe, a few of the problems are coming from.
So, in the UDEMED team, when I left in 2019, there was 23 people. Now the UDEMED team is over 50 people. So while there's a very small amount of people managing the regulations, there's a huge amount on the IT side. On the business side of the medical device part of UDEMED, there's about half a dozen. But on top of that, then they fall back on the lawyers. And the lawyers, these are some of the people who've had loads of fun with these regulations. Because and I've got completely off my script here, but the regulations were very ambiguous. We read one thing into it. The business manager read a different thing into it. The IT guys start developing something. And then all of a sudden, you've got the lawyers coming in and going, well, actually, this kind of changes. And then we'd go to the MDCG, and they'd go, well, actually, this kind of changes. And then we go back to the working group meetings. So in all of this, there's actually hundreds of people involved, but it's like herding cats. Everybody has a different opinion. So from that perspective, yeah. I mean, from the business point of view, you guys have costs, time, documentation, data management. You have to jump through hoops for MDR, you have to jump through hoops for the FDA, for the Australians, for the Chinese, and then we come along with UDEMED, which is very, very different to the Good ID. So, yeah, you guys have my sympathy, but going back to what you said, the regulations are a good thing. These things are supposed to be there for transparency. In 2012, when the PIP case broke, I was sitting in a little place in Ireland. I was working on Udamed at the time. But they started talking about the PIP case and how disgraceful the European Union was at tracking problems. It dawned on me then that I was actually looking after what they were talking about. But nobody can look up anything. There was no transparency. Even now, we're still waiting for Udamed to come through, which is another argument. I'm very close to the time there. Okay, back to you, Susan.
Yeah,
Can I add one thing? I think we shouldn't let it go that negative cases are dictating regulatory. We should kind of look more on the positive cases and try to dictate with that regulatory, and kind of we all kind of as the ecosystem telling these stories, because I think the storytelling in this is very important, and then more getting kind of to a mindset of minimal viable regulatory and not like what are the 1,000 cases that could go wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always have to have a balance. I mean, to wrap up our positive notes, do you have any advice for our audience? Who want to go first?
Okay, I'll go as I'm closest. For Udamed, and everything I'm doing is about Udamed, by the way, and it's any of you guys wanting to sell into Europe, you're going to eventually have to be dealing with this anyway. For Udamed, make sure everything matches what's on your labels. For software as a medical device, you don't necessarily have to label the device, but it has to be in your IFUs, it has to be on your website, it has to be somewhere that's updated regularly. Make sure it's updated regularly and it matches. And the other thing, don't wait until Udamed is mandatory. It's all working fine now. You can get your device data in now, because when that tsunami comes in a year's time, it's all going to fall apart. So make sure you get all your data in as quickly as possible.
I don't think that any one of you need my advice, but my recommendation is really get all of these different stakeholders cleared and on green as early as possible.
Well, as an advice, I would say that Agile will not work out of the box if you would like to use it for a MedTech software, but it's worth the trouble. I mean, you need to be able to change Agile's way of working to fit into the regulations that we discussed, but as a result, you will have a more effective, a more effective way of working and producing a software with Agile.
So I can't speak for the technical aspects of regulation, but what I can say for those of you who are clinicians out there looking to build an app or software for healthcare, is to, before you start building it, is to actually look at the regulation, look at what is expected of you from that perspective, because you can build a product, have it looking great, get really excited about it, and then you get to this point where you realize that it actually requires regulatory approval, and that's something you hadn't looked into beforehand. So yeah, my advice would be for any healthcare professionals out there, look at the regulation and look at what's expected for you in order to get that product that you're thinking about on the market.
All right, our time is up. Please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause. And thank you very much for being here and sticking around. Thank you.
Sanchita, she's over there. Can you? Oh, sorry.
I don't see her.
She is downstairs. We're mating. Can you play something? I need to check. Yeah. No. Good. All right. Let's wait. So, welcome back, everyone. If you had a little bit of pause and went to have a quick snack. And now I'm very personally excited about this panel because we kind of heard what's happening within the medtech from a perspective of an entrepreneur. We heard what's happening from a perspective of investor. And this panel is very unique because these people have been wearing both shoes, actually, and they switched. So I'm very excited to introduce our new panel, Switch and Roll, Investor Operator. And the panel is going to be moderated by Ken Nelson, Managing Partner at MedTech Advantage Fund, and Malik Nasser, Co-founder and Vice President at HighLife. And our speakers are today Kadela Soma, Investor, Ahmed Aghavan, Managing Director at Anthro Ventures, Michael Wallace, co-founder and venture partner, Early Bird Medical and Shy Bay Capital, Sanchita Pasi, a senior investment manager at Sagana, and David Moreau, investment manager at BNP Paribas Development. Please help me to welcome them.
Switching roles, investor, operator.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Malik Nasser. I'm a co-founder and vice president at HighLife Medical. And HighLife is a company that makes transcatheter mitral valves. So we're in the cardiovascular business. Very happy to be here and to moderate this panel with Ken. What we can start with is maybe each one of you guys can give the audience a brief explanation about your activity, and then we can take it from there. Maybe we start with you, David.
Okay. Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm David Moreau. I work at BNP Paribas Development, which is an autonomous subsidiary of BNP, which is one of the largest banks in Europe. And so we invest in medtech and digital health company at early stage and Series A stage. What else? I will explain you more after.
Hi, Mike Wallace. I'm a venture partner at Shangbei Capital in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I'm also still on the operating side, a co-founder in a women's health company called Early Bird Medical. Nice to be here.
Hello, I am Sanchita. I work for Sagana Capital. We're a global specialist investment advisory firm. We invest across human and planetary health. I work on the healthcare side across life cycle of a company, so from early stage to late stage and globally, so both US, Europe, but also India and Southeast Asia.
I'm Omid Akavan, Managing Director at Anthro Ventures, also CEO of Euphrates Vascular. At Anthro, we invest in clinical through commercial stage medtech, health tech companies.
I'm Kadela Soma. I'm a former TVM Capital investor based in Germany, investing in both biotech and medtech globally. I'm about to launch a new fund in a few weeks and continuing with the same kind of scope at a different stage. So nice to meet you.
I'm Ken Nelson, partner in MedTech Advantage Fund. MedTech Advantage Fund is investing exclusively in MedTech Innovator alumni companies. MedTech Innovator is the largest MedTech and digital health startup accelerator globally. Prior to that, I was Chief Commercial Officer for Barty Diagnostics, which got acquired by Hillrom. Prior to that, led all commercial efforts for a company called Biotelemetry, which eventually got acquired by Philips. And then prior to that, led all commercial efforts for a startup called iRhythm, which eventually went public. So all in the cardiac patch, digital health, remote patient monitoring space. And now also an angel investor involved in a handful of different accelerators, Health Wildcatters out of Dallas, Digital Health Hub out of San Francisco, and then MedTech Innovator out of LA. So happy to be here and excited to kind of talk about both sides of the equation as an operator and as an investor. And even like now as a board member, trying to help companies with figuring out their commercial efforts. It's a little bit different lens.
Yeah, and as we said, what's special about our panelists today is that they switched the roles. So they know both sides. They have been operators and became investors, or vice versa. I think most of them have been operators then investors, except Omid. So Omid, this is why we're going to start with you. And maybe tell us about the journey and what made you switch from an investor to an operator. What was the inflection point? Tell us how it went and what made you do this change in your career.
Sure. So I invested in Euphrates Vascular in 2020. I was chairman of the board, and I really believe in our vision as a company focused on neurovascular, specifically in acute ischemic stroke. And I was chairman on the board, engaged obviously on a quarterly basis at the board level, but also more involved strategically in the company. And basically last year, almost a year ago now, I got a call from my CEO telling me that he was leaving to take another job. And looking around in the company, there was really nobody to step in as CEO. Spoke to a few recruiters, and they said, take at least 6 to 9 months to fill the role between, the recruiting process, hiring, getting them transitioned in, and then even then it would be a 3 to 6 month timeline to get them, ingrained in the business. And so I had a choice to make as, lead investor, own a lot of the company, either try and bring someone in from the outside or step in and fill those shoes. And so it wasn't by choice. So far it's been great. I've been almost a year full-time in the seat, and I've been learning a lot of things that you take for granted as an investor, of what hardships entrepreneurs actually go through in terms of living the life, dealing with employees, financing, clinical studies, regulatory reimbursement. I mean, MedTech is very complex, and so I definitely have a newfound appreciation and admiration for other entrepreneurs.
So it's mainly circumstances in your case that made you take the role because you had to, and it was a good switch for you.
Definitely.
Yeah. And what about you, David? I think you went the opposite way. You were very hands-on, an engineer.
Yes.
Then how did things happen?
So historically, I've been an R&D engineer for half a dozen years, and I was still in contact with my PhD advisor that was developing artificial ligament and tendon. And at some point, he had sufficient preclinical result to see something like that we could do a spin-off from the university. And so I decided to quit my job and start this journey with him for a year and a half. And as we were preparing our first fundraising with business angels, we obtained a second set of preclinical results that were insufficient. And at this point in time, I told myself it's going to be a long journey, and with that kind of results, the foundation are not solid enough to really create and incorporate the company, despite the fact that most of the business angels were telling me, yes, let's go. I said, no, because I've been on the other side before, and I know what it takes and what it costs, and I don't want to bring you into that. And actually, one of the BAs is at our investment committee, and he just, told me, what do you want to do now? And I told him I really appreciate the working on investment strategy, just strategy of companies. And he said, okay, maybe we are looking for someone at BNP who has an engineering background. So this is how I ended up at BNP.
Okay, you met the right people at the right time, basically.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And what about you, Michael? Do you want to tell us what was your inflection point where you moved from an operator to an investor?
Yeah, so most of my career I've been an operator, and I've just been an investor for the last year and a half. So I'm a fresh, brand new investor in a lot of ways, green behind the ears. So in my case, I worked in corporate America, Boston Scientific for about 10 years, then spent 10 years in different startup companies in the management team, and then the last 10 years I've been developing my own companies. But most recently, the reason why I made the transition to being an investor is my last company, Devora Medical, we had a nice big exit with Boston Scientific, and one of the early investors, Shanghai Capital, asked me to help them join the group, to help them vet opportunities. And obviously there's a lot of synergies between an experienced entrepreneur and an investor, in the sense that a lot of the expertise, domain expertise that you get in starting companies and running companies, you can use some of that expertise to help vet and identify good opportunities to invest in.
Maybe Sanchita, we can also hear your side of the story. How did things go for you?
Yeah, I also come from the corporate side. So let's say I'm a pharmacist by training. I spent the bulk of my career in Abbott, in their cardiovascular business. I started from the field, so working closely with physicians on using the medical devices in the cath lab, in the operating room. And then the last years I spent in Brussels at the European headquarters doing product management. I'd say the inflection point at that point was working with Abbott Ventures. So I led a couple of exclusive distribution agreements that gave me an insight onto what the ventures teams do in a corporate, but also what the entrepreneurs face when they are integrated. So I worked both on the integration and the commercialization. And I think that's where I understood that I really enjoyed that part. It was really fun to look at a company from all perspectives. And as a product manager, you're kind of jack of all trades, because you're sitting, as you were saying before, in the middle of R&D, regulatory, reimbursement, sales, and having had that perspective of working closely with customers and seeing the impact on patients, I saw an opportunity to sort of dive on the other side and be able to work with multiple companies as an investor instead of just working with one. So that was when I realized that, ventures was where I wanted to work.
You're pointing out the fact that as an investor, you actually have multiple projects you're working on compared to just one focus, which was something we're going to discuss a bit later also in terms of differences between both roles. Catello, your turn. We want to hear your story.
Yeah. So in fact, I had a bit of a long journey to become a VC, okay? So that happened after 15 years of work in the industry. So which industry? That's the first question, right? So I'm a biologist by training, right? And I was developing oncology drugs. And then, then I took an MBA and I switched into corporate restructuring, for MedTech, biotechs, and repackaging companies. So everything related to life science. So CDMO, you can call, right? But then I always had this idea this entrepreneurial spirit, let's put it that way, right? So out of a paper on Nature, right, I spotted something that could have become a kind of combo play for a standard of care, no? And after, 40, 50 kind of interactions with VCs, I got financed in Boston, so the company has been created in Boston, with a team of 5 people, me included. So, actually that went sold 2 years ago to another biotech. In the meantime, I joined TVM Capital because I was really excited to learn more about the investment side, right? I've been exposed to the board dynamic, to demystify a bit this kind of secret club, right? What that means investing, their logic and so on. So, and the thesis. So, given that the TVM had this deep scientific angle, right? I was welcomed to the team. And it was not just for biotech, but also for the MedTech strategy. And from the get-go, I had to manage deals that were already commercial stage, $1 million in pilot sales, right, with ticket size of 20 to 25 million. So, that has been a very strong and intense training on the job for me, to say. And I treasure it every moment. There have been a lot of ups and downs, as you can imagine, right? But then that resulted to have investments approved, right? And sitting on the boards of both biotech and medtech. And this is where I am today here, right?
Right, and Ken, I think we also want to hear your...
Yeah, so I think like probably everybody on stage, everybody in the room, I feel strongly that your experiences shape you. And for me, I've had a couple different inflection points. I think one of the first major ones for me, I was in corporate finance coming out of college. And for those of you who lived in New York or from New York or grew up in that area like I did, 9/11 was a very impactful event. And I knew people that died in the towers, knew firemen that died in the towers, et cetera. And when that happened, I decided to completely change my mindset on what I wanted to do career-wise. And I shifted from corporate finance to wanting to get into cardiac devices. And when I found out what an implantable pacemaker did, an implantable defibrillator, I got somewhat obsessed with wanting to get into those procedures and be a part of those procedures. And so I put a plan together to get into one of those companies and get into sales, even though I had no sales experience. And so that was kind of the first major inflection point for me, is to completely shift and get into cardiac devices. So that was 2001. And I got in with Guidant, which then got acquired by Boston Scientific, kind of worked my way up that way. And then was lucky enough to be a part of building the teams, the cultures, the infrastructures of 3 different companies that had eventual successful exits. And I think by the third one, I really started to want to get back into the VC world, which is tough to do. It's not easy to go from an operator into the VC world. But I kept thinking I wanted to do it. And then after I went through an accelerator through MedTech Innovator, and I got to know Paul Grand and kind of talked about what they were doing with that accelerator, I got so much out of the accelerator that I said, you should really have a venture fund that invests in the companies coming out of MedTech Innovator. So we talked about it for a couple years. Barty eventually sold. And then I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. And so I kind of started a division for Biotronic, one of the bigger pacemaker companies. Terrible idea going back to a big company after a couple startups in a row. So I learned my lesson there. And I talked to Paul and said, hey, let's start this venture fund. And so I quit that job, very comfortable job at a big device company, to join a handful of boards and start a venture fund. So kind of a scary thing to do, but I'm excited about it and taking that journey with, sounds like a number of you on stage here.
So very different experiences. Each one of you had made the switch for different reasons or different circumstances. As you said, Ken, many people want to do this change, and I'm sure in the audience some people are interested in this. What does it take to move from one role to the other? What are the main differences that you see from your experience when you were an operator and became an investor, or the opposite for you, Omid? Can you tell us more about it?
I think part of it's just taking that risk. I mean, as an operator of a startup, you're taking calculated risks and making that shift from being an operator to get into the venture world. It's again about taking that risk. But if you're excited enough about it and you have that perseverance and passion, then it's worth doing. And for me, I wanted to be able to help more than just one company. And so that's one of the reasons I wanted to get into this, is to be able to help a handful of companies that I'm extremely passionate about versus just focusing all my efforts in one company. So for me, I feel like that's at least my perspective on that.
I'd say one fundamental aspect as I was trying to explore that world was realizing that a lot of investors that I was speaking to in the VC world didn't have that operational experience in-house. And if you look at what an investor has to do, right, there's 2 parts of the job. There's, pre-investment and post-investment. You have to have that kind of judgment before to see, if something would work or not in the real world. and that comes from experience. There's so many good ideas out there, so many great entrepreneurs out there, but if MedTech is one of those worlds where if you don't have that experience, it's really hard to get that experience. So the judgment from an operational background is something that I realized a lot of VCs told me as I was exploring it, but it's also post-investment, right? You are working with these entrepreneurs and you want to be their first person they call, if that makes sense, right? Like you don't want to be the person that is, it's about letting them do what they know how to do best. It's not doing the job for them, but it's being, bringing in value. And how do you bring in value at a board level or, when you talk to a founder, if you don't understand his or her challenges and haven't seen enough to be like, okay, this is the way you could solve it, this is the way you could solve it. And so it's actually being a partner post-investment. I think that's what the key skills you learn as an operator.
I also think it's easier for us to appreciate the importance of people and culture in an organization. And when an investor hasn't been an operator and they're telling you about the culture and you're just thinking, you don't know how difficult it is to hire people and build a culture within a startup and keep them there. But us as operators who are now investors, I just feel like we appreciate it that much more. And the difficulty of, if you make a mistake, it can really hurt you, especially when you only have a couple people on the team and you're building that culture that you want within that organization. I just feel like we get it a little bit better having to do it for a startup versus an investor who hasn't been an operator. Do you all agree with that or have different perspectives on that?
Absolutely.
Well, I have a slight different point of view here because, in fact, when you become an investor, you sit on the board and your mantra is the kind of reshaping the strategy, right? And this is cascaded down to the culture, the team spirits, and then the kind of focus on the execution, right? So for that reason, let's say I see complementarity here rather than more a kind of seamless touch between the kind of two roles. And this has been a kind of transition for me that made me, a kind of wow at some point, right? The other certainly is the definition of success, no? So, I mean, if you're an entrepreneur, what that means for you? That you have the best product, you launch the best product on the market that is addressing the people, the huge need and helping people, right, to live better, basically. But on top to that, the investor, as you know, has the exit in mind. How can you make this transactable, right? So when and for which multiples? And then you reverse engineer. So I think that switching the role is helping to add this layer on top, right? And the people that are then part of your portfolio company moving forward will benefit from your learnings in that sense.
I think I'd add something else, is that as I think about being an investor, your job is to think about trends over the next 3, 5, 10 years, identify kind of the next big set of opportunities, and then just kind of filter out different ideas and try and find companies and technologies that you think will be successful. And so I find as an investor, you have periods of high intensity of activity where either you're doing diligence on a deal or you're going to a bunch of conferences, and then you're kind of sifting through and you're reflecting and you're thinking. On the flip side, I think as an operator, I mean, yes, you have periods of intense activity, but I think your level of activity is very stable. And to be a successful entrepreneur requires consistency, is that you always have to respond to your emails. You have to, you have your weekly meetings with your team, with your advisors. You have your quarterly board meetings. You're responsible for, accomplishing a series of tasks that it's a seemingly never-ending list of tasks that you have to execute on. Whereas as an investor, it's really like when you find that deal that you need and you're kind of going on the hunt and you're trying to get it done, then you're going through this checklist of, do the diligence calls and things like that. So I see some minor differences between the two roles in terms of just level of activity and focus, right? Because as an entrepreneur, you're focused on one thing intensely and it's every aspect. It's almost like a PhD in whatever that startup is trying to achieve. Whereas as an investor, you need to be kind of a much higher level across multiple subsectors and opportunities.
And I think you describing, I mean, the roles are really different, all right? I mean, they are drastically different, I think, between an investor and an operator. And in a lot of ways, being an investor intellectually is a lot more exciting. You get to meet a lot of cool, smart people. You get to hear people, present, new diseases, new markets. I mean, it's super, in a lot of ways, it's really it's super exciting being on the other side of it, hearing all these opportunities. And then, of course, you're going to do a deal. Then you have to put some work in as an investor, right? So then you got to go do the due diligence, try to understand the market. But intellectually, I actually think it's a lot more interesting than running a company. Running a company, I also think, is a lot harder. But I think that the exciting part about running a company is all that effort that you put into it. When it works out, it feels that much more special, right? And I think our parents even told us that when we were growing up. When the harder you have to work for something, the more you appreciate it at the end. But they are really different roles. The synergies between the two, or the similarities between them, is I think we developed this expertise in our domain expertise in general in these life science applications. And you get this ability to kind of, if you're a CEO, you have to have enough confidence or know-how to kind of work your way from A to Z, right? And so you have ability to problem solve. And I think it's similar with being an investor. You then are trying to use that same skill set you use to get from A to Z, but you're just applying your acumen in a slightly different way.
I think it's all about risk mitigation, right? I mean, where the roles are similar is your job is to mitigate risk. And so as an investor, you have to identify those risks and then back the teams that you believe can actually, knock out those risks. And as an entrepreneur, you're constantly looking at, what is my regulatory risk? I got to get the experts in to help me. So I think that's where there's a common vision. It's all about risk mitigation to get to success, whatever that means for either the investor or the entrepreneur.
I think one critical element here is the execution piece on the risk. How you identify risk, and then what do you do about it? The entrepreneur, I think, problem solving, you mentioned it, I think that's ultimately what, you're firing across, I don't know how many bombs a day, right? That's what a CEO is doing every day. You have people coming to you with problems, customers coming to you with problems, and you have to find a way to solve them. Now, if you're an early stage company, you don't have many people that can do that for you. But if you have a bigger company, it's about, learning that balance of you're in the world, you're right in the world, right? So the entrepreneur sees that every day. On the investor side, I'd say I do miss executing sometimes. I do miss talking to customers. I do miss being on the field and seeing the real world. I think that sometimes, just not going against investors, but something to keep in mind as we speak to entrepreneurs, that you're the ones actually, solving the problems. We're the ones to maybe be a sounding board or give some insight or share, what other companies are doing, what's happening in the market. But ultimately, there's no execution apart from being on a computer and, writing a 50-page memo and then, going to board meetings. So I think on the execution, that's where, it comes in on what investors look at as well. It's really being able to solve those problems, and you guys face that on an everyday basis. So just to,
So
as an investor.
one of the things that I'm really surprised at is some of the VCs that don't have members that are former operators, when they're evaluating the company, isn't all, but some of them that I've worked with, they don't spend nearly as much time on the people. They evaluate everything else. They may spend, they're going to spend time with the CEO, founder, but the rest of the team, they a lot of times spend little to no time with, which as an operator really surprises me, because for me, I feel like people and culture are like the magic ingredient. It could be the best product in the world. If they don't have the right people, they're not building the right culture. It's not going to be successful. Yet so many VC groups don't take the time and effort to spend time with the other people on the C-suite or dig into the weeds on the sales team. Like go spend time with a customer and see how the sales team operates and what their messaging is. And so I don't know if any of you have kind of really looked at that. And then just to add to that even further, when we were raising Series B at the last company I was with, we were having trouble getting a lead investor. And I just couldn't get it through my head why they weren't going and talking to the other people. So I actually reached out to one of the VCs and said, hey, would you come to this conference and meet some customers with us? And I'd love for you to come to dinner with the sales team. And that ended up being the lead investor in Series B. But I think part of my point is, as operators, I feel like we're so people-focused that we think that way. And I can't imagine the VCs that don't have a former operator on the team because they just don't spend enough time with the team.
I mean, you're right. I can give you a clear example. In fact, this is exactly what happened also to one of my previous companies, right? Where at the beginning there was a bit of skepticism because, in fact, you see on paper during your due diligence, you say, okay, this is an hub bespoke. You go with the direct sales in this hub but in North America you have a different approach. In Europe, the same. But you really don't feel the nuances and the difference that the sales team can bring to the table. And in fact, actually, this is something that the CEO has to have in mind crystal clear. So to push a bit of the boundaries and say, guys, in addition to what you see on the Excel spreadsheets, right, and the interviews with customers. So let's bring on board the point of view of the sales team to see how motivated they are, what is behind the pipeline that they are bringing together in order for you to judge if this is a good investment or not. I think that's a kind of turning point. You're right. I mean, sometimes big funds don't have enough time to go that deep, right? So it's the role of the operator to pull this up to them, right?
It's one of those things that we wouldn't necessarily have thought of, but we're having so much trouble that we said, let's be proactive and pull them in. And it sounds like it worked for you guys too, but we did it through trial and error.
A very interesting topic. I was going to actually ask a question about it. Maybe, David, how much do you think an investor should be digging into the team structure of a company? Like, what's the limit? Do you limit yourself to C-level? Do you go into the sales team? What do you think is reasonable to do?
I think the team is the blood of the company. This is what we think. It's for us, it's 90%, 99%, and you put the rest in the other percent of the company, of the case. So from our perspective, we are pretty old school. We go within the company. We want to see not everyone, but almost, the C-levels, the head of the different operation. How do they interact together? It's very important for us. I think that's the blood life of the company. And especially for us as we invest in early and Series A company where you have sometimes an MVP, but like preclinical result, first in man, the whole rest is going to rely on the team and how they are going to execute. And I think, yes, it's really important to dig in all of that.
I'd add, we at Sagana, we have our own talent team, so we have the capital side and talent, and that's about 50% of the job. Our assessment of the team goes at various levels. I'd say we apply, on the company culture, I think there's so much to dig in, and I think my talent partners would do a much better job than me in describing what they do, but it's really just going beyond the culture and building the people practices and assessing if a company has, especially if the entrepreneur has that intentionality of even knowing what company culture is, why is it important. We do come in to help our portfolio companies build that company culture, but we look at multiple layers across the company, across different, let's say, fields of intentionality. What is will they bail at the first, what ESOP they've built in, like how are they incentivize their employees. So there's so many layers to looking at a company culture.
And do you guys think that, Mike, that's a question for you, do you think that the fact that you've been an operator makes you as an investor more hands-on?
Yeah, I think, you can. If you're an operating person that's become an investor and you're sitting on the board, obviously it's going to be a lot more natural for you to understand and appreciate the challenges and the problems of the company. But going back to the culture point, in my experience, at least on the early stage companies, the CEO decides 90% of the culture in the company. Now, as the companies become more mature, B, C, and D rounds, of course, it's way more diverse. But at the beginning, you don't have to go very far. You just start with that CEO, and you can look and see how he or she and the management team are how they behave, what their reputations are like. But I mean, they have tremendous power and influence, obviously, and so that's really where you need to focus.
Now, a lot of people listening to us actually might want to become investors, might want to become operators. From your perspective, and everybody now is fundraising. So this is a topic that always comes up. As investors, and also, Amit, you've been in that role, so you should share also your thoughts about it. What do you expect from operators today? When they come, they pitch, they talk to you, what do you expect? What are your expectations?
That what we need, and having been on the other side, it's to accommodate to the operator and understand their timeline. And some things that pissed off the investor is that operator don't, or miss the timeline that they have set at the beginning. And so for us, it's really to work with them on the timeline and make sure they get it.
Which is what usually happens.
Usually is that you underestimate the work that has to be done. You underestimate how much it's going to cost, and when it's the time, you need a bridge and you are on a very bad position. So the good thing is to really work with the operator and really understand their pace, and you have to accommodate to them.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else on what you expect from operators?
I think, so I've probably heard a couple thousand pitches over the last, 7-8 years. And one of the things that I think a lot of entrepreneurs underestimate is the knowledge and cross-knowledge that an investor might have. So, for example, they come in, so generally what I love about being an investor is that entrepreneurs are the experts in what they're doing. They are very deep, they're PhDs in that specific area. But sometimes they kind of lose sight of the forest in general, and they're not looking outside and seeing competition. And so I've had situations where, I've done diligence on 3 other companies in this space. So I ask a very basic question, and they don't know the answer, and then they try to wing it, instead of saying, hey, you know what, I don't really know the answer. I've gathered what I think the answer is based on the other conversations I've had. And then they kind of try and, fumble through it and make something up. And that's as an investor, a huge turnoff. But I've also had situations where it's the opposite. Is I ask a question and the entrepreneur says, I don't know, let me get back to you. And literally 2 days later, they come back to me with an email. And I respect that. And so I think, ultimately as an investor, you're putting your money, your time, your reputation into a company, and you're backing an entrepreneur and a team, and so you are family. And I think the way that I think about investing is you have to be honest and transparent as an entrepreneur to an investor, in terms of okay, what's going well, what is not going well, because at the end of the day, if you try and hide things, issues can spiral out of control, and then your investors can't help you, right? Your board can't help you. And so I think, and that honesty begins at that first meeting, that first pitch, where an investor asks you a question. I think you have to be honest and truthful of what's working, because that honesty resonates and carries throughout the relationship, and I think that trumps all.
So to build on that, I agree with what you said. I mean, my expectations for an operator nowadays, where we are living a kind of downturn, right? I mean, that's the reality. So 3 things. The first one, be factual. So come with the facts. So that's the business case. This is how you can develop. Then you build on board, you bring on board your own perspective, because you have your experience, serial entrepreneur, you have a specific angle on how you can turn this into a success. And the third, be prepared for the worst case scenario, right? Because you may be short on cash, you may revise your ambition and develop a different trajectory at some point, right? So.
Should we open up Q&A? We've got about 8 minutes left. I always like to leave some time for questions. I know we can talk, and maybe we're talking about the stuff that you all want to hear, but we'll open it up to questions. Unless, Malik, did you have anything else you wanted to ask before we open it up?
Any questions? No? Okay.
In anyone's opinion, when you make that transition from being an operator to an investor, and I think Mike even alluded to it a little bit, but do you miss being an operator so much where the whole novelty of seeing a bunch of new projects over a vast amount of pitch decks gets a little bit old and you wish you can go back to executing? Or do you not mind sitting on that looking?
I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm on a half dozen boards, and a couple of the technologies are so incredible that as they get ready to launch, I would consider going back and commercializing them just because they're that disruptive. Even though I told myself and told my wife I wouldn't go back and do it again, you get excited about something else and you're like, all right, I could see myself going and building a team around it. And then people that I've worked with in the past have said, there's no way you can stay out of not building another company. And I think we all get so passionate about stuff that we all think about it. I don't know if we'll actually go do it, but I could see myself maybe going and doing one more.
Yeah, Giovanni, it's a great question. The analogy is, if you look at professional football coaches in the U.S., right? That's like one of the hardest jobs in the world. Professional football in Europe too, different sport, and then they become TV analysts, right? And they're sitting there laughing and stuff, and it's probably not as rewarding. But how often do the TV analysts go back and become head coaches? Not very often. And the reason why is it's crazy stressful running a company. It's crazy more stressful running a company than it is being an investor. Not to say that investing is not hard. I think the hard part of investing, of course, is picking the darn right investment so that your fund does well and you can live on. But it is really hard. So personally, I'm right in that tweener stage where I'm still an operator still, and I have those discussions with my wife all the time. Am I going to go back and run a next company? And she has to remind me of how I wasn't happy all of the time when I was running the company. And, be very selective if you do go back and run another one.
Honestly, I'd only do it if she was okay with it, because I've told her that. I'm like, you get the final say on this. Because we don't know, we forget.
It's always about the partnership, isn't it? So, a fund or family, it's always a partnership, isn't it? Okay.
I having been in an operator, so it was interesting because my journey to venture was a very non-traditional one. I didn't work in startups. I didn't work in banking. Engineer by training, but started in management consulting, and then went into industry, did strategy, biz dev, and then made the crossover. And I look, now that I'm an operator, I know exactly why I went into investing. And had it not been circumstantial, I don't know that I would want to be an operator. I think for a lot of the reasons stated is that it's a very hard job, and you're always on. At the end of the day, everything falls on your shoulders. As an investor, nobody likes to talk about this, and they've talked a little bit about portfolio management, but that startup is one of 10 or 15 in the portfolio. And so if that one doesn't work, well, you have, 9 or 14 other ones that you can, invest more heavily on to make up for your losses. Whereas as an entrepreneur, it's you are betting your time, your reputation on that one thing. And so it's a lot of pressure, and you have to make it successful. And so I think you go above and beyond, at least successful entrepreneurs go above and beyond. And then to the other panels, like hopefully you get lucky, right? And as everyone knows, the old adage, luck is where preparation meets opportunity. And so you have to be prepared, you have to put in the time, you have to do the work, and hopefully the opportunity comes for you to exit.
But isn't it more, I miss it, honestly, to answer. I miss the rewarding piece of it. You're actually seeing the impact of something, and I miss that. I miss going back at the cath labs and talking to customers, and but I don't miss the sales targets. I don't miss.
But you can do that as an investor.
Exactly. That's why I'm not going back.
As chairman, I went to all the clinical studies even before I invested. I was sitting with strategics, in conferences with the CEO before I invested to hear the feedback and do all that. So you could be as involved as you want or as not, as an investor.
I definitely don't miss the quarterly and the monthly sales targets and the market share targets and the pressure of, short term. I don't miss that, but...
yeah, I mean, the funnest part of operating a company is building the team and running the team and the group of people. You're the head coach, you're the captain of the team, and that's the part that's super special when you can lead the team to victory. And that doesn't always happen either, right? But that is the coolest part.
Okay, so it seems like you guys don't really want to go back to an operational role. You think it's nice for the adventure, but you're happy where you are.
Ask me again in 5 years.
Yes. Yeah, Giovanni.
For you, because you're the operator and still the operator on the panel here right now. So everyone else has made the transition.
Yes.
Have they convinced you to want to join venture, or are you going to go do another startup?
Look, I think, as some of them said, sometimes it's a natural transition. Like you exit or you meet the right people. So for us at High Life, we're totally hands-on right now, running the clinical study all over the world, basically. So I don't think about it so much, but it's somewhere on one side of my thoughts, my brain, and nothing surprising in what you guys said. It convinced me that you did the right switch. So yeah, no, we'll see. But any other questions maybe from the audience? All right, well, thank you for sharing with us what you expect from people raising funds today. I think that was very useful. And also about the differences between both jobs. And thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
All right, so now we know if anyone is thinking to switch their role, they can reach out to the group of these wonderful people and they're going to tell you more secrets. We just ran out of time. And now I'm happy to announce our second technology showcase, and please help me to welcome on the stage the CEO of Innnova Medical, Harold Ott. Thank you.
Technology Showcase. Harold Ott, CEO, Innnova Medical.
For giving me the opportunity to talk here, Giovanni and Dylan and Alberto. Thanks for the kind invitation and for the amazing venue that you organized for us here. Oh, thank you. Amazing venue that you organized for us here. Malta, first of all, is a beautiful location, but also the building we're in just has an incredible history. At some point, this was the leading hospital, one of the leading healthcare institutions in Europe, and had 2,500 beds. So that's the size of the Mass General Hospital, for example. So an enormous healthcare institution and a beautiful tradition. What I'll do in the next 15 minutes or so, introduce you to, I think, a very interesting new field of medical technology and medical devices that will give us an opportunity to address some of the key healthcare challenges and also add a level of complexity to medical devices, that being biology. So living therapeutics to cure chronic disease. Why do we need to think about chronic disease? Well, chronic diseases are the leading healthcare challenge in the world, and that's mainly because we're getting older and because medicine has managed to address some of the non-communicable diseases, has managed to help us survive trauma, infectious disease, neonatal mortality. With that, what happens is we all get older, and by 2030, the estimate is that there will be non-communicable diseases as the leading healthcare challenge in all healthcare systems, high, middle, and low-income countries. What that translates to is that taking care of patients with chronic disease is the most expensive part of healthcare. To put things into perspective, the NIH budget in the United States is $50 billion. Cost of renal care, end-stage renal disease management is $100 billion. So the amount that we're going to be pouring into chronic disease management is quite impressive. Now, how does that matter to you, right? When I'm sitting in an audience, I hear these large numbers. What are the odds that you will be affected by this? And I have this slide up because I took my family on a little sailing trip last summer, and what happened, we got hit by lightning the day before we set sail. And you think, well, that's a really rare event, right? So for you to get hit by lightning over the course of your life, the chance is about 1 in 10,000. Now, for you to develop chronic disease and single organ failure is 1 in 5, okay? There's 1 out of 10 Maltese people suffer from chronic kidney disease. So suffering from chronic disease is not some very remote chance, but it will affect many of us sitting in this room. If you have organ failure, if you develop end-stage organ disease, life really doesn't look very good. You don't have good solutions. In the States, for example, there's 1 million patients suffering from kidney failure, and out of those, only 25,000 receive a life-saving cure, a kidney transplant, after waiting on hemodialysis for about 5 years. And 100,000 die each year without receiving life-saving treatment, waiting for a cure. So that's 275 patients a day. So options for you with chronic disease are very limited. Curative treatment is allotransplantation, and the better we get at preventing overdoses and car accident, the less donor organs will come around to provide a cure to you. So wait lists are going to get even longer. The other thing is that in allotransplantation, you'll notice that these are the medications that a patient who receives kidney transplant takes in the morning every day. So it's not really a cure, but it is a way to manage chronic disease. Now, for me, this journey started a few years ago when I got this email. You know, I was a scientist, a surgeon, publishing a paper on organ engineering, and here I get this email from an 8-year-old saying, well, I have chronic kidney disease, and thanks to your research, I'll be able to live a normal life, which was quite inspiring. Lily went on to receive a kidney transplant and is doing currently very well. She finished her first year of college. But it's a case that I carry around with me because in the end, transplant, again, is a solution that works for a small portion of patients, and it works for patients for a given period of time, right? So here you are 10 years later looking for another transplant and another transplant, and as donor organ shortage becomes worse, the chance of receiving a second or a third transplant are quite dim. Engineering has invented solutions for us in healthcare, and as a physician, I take advantage of many of these solutions. This is one of the more inspiring ones, I think, is Wilhelm Johann Kolff invented hemodialysis in the 1940s. The idea to replace essential organ function with an engineered device, in this case, a complex device that would take blood from the patient and rotate this blood through a water bath to allow removal of toxins. The reality is not a whole lot has changed since then. Obviously, the devices look different, but they're about the same size, and you'd still need treatment 3 times a week for several hours. Transplantation is interesting because it introduced another concept, really, that you can replace organ function with living therapeutics. An organ is nothing else but an aggregate of cells that are organized in a very complex fashion. And this is an example of the first kidney transplant that was done across town in Boston in 1954. What you see in this picture is quite historic. It's the nephrologist who was organizing or helping the team with the first kidney transplant, explaining to these identical twins how a dialyzer works and what transplantation really means. And obviously, because they were identical twins, that transplant worked very well because there was no rejection. What I take away, or what one can take away from transplantation is, one, that it takes a village, that you can accomplish and you can save a life with an enormous amount of infrastructure that's required to deliver a donor organ. But the other thing we learn is really that cells are much better than just non-viable devices at fulfilling organic function. You have to imagine 1 ounce of cells, which is about the volume of a ping pong ball, replaces a dialysis machine that's the size of a full family refrigerator. So, 200 pounds of equipment versus 1 ounce of cells. So from that perspective, why not explore that a little bit and see what it would take to replace lost organ function with cells? Now, this was all kind of pie in the sky, and the clinical relevance wasn't clear of this research field, and we heard a lot about in prior talks about luck and serendipity. But what happened in 2012 was that Yamanaka received the Nobel Prize for technology that enabled us to derive stem cells from patients and to derive biologic building blocks in a personalized fashion from each and every patient who would need a form of therapy. So this changed really our perspective on regenerative medicine and on cells as medical devices, because it became possible to now derive these cells in an immunocompatible fashion from patients. What that also meant was that we were able to apply 100 years of developmental biology knowledge now suddenly and have the tools to actually run the developmental program to derive these cells. What you see here, those are stem cells that were modified so that they turn green when they develop into a lung phenotype. And you can see in a petri dish them trying to form structure, begin sort of a budding morphogenesis process to replicate the fate of cells that we all have in our developing organs. Now, again, this was really pie in the sky. This was high-level science a few years ago, but then with pioneering work of Doug Melton, for example, at the HSCI, Harvard Stem Cell Institute, we were able to translate some of this technology into therapies that made it into patients. So this was a diabetic patient who had trouble managing his insulin over the years, and last year received the first successful transplant of beta cells that were derived from stem cells. So we've really, within a very short period of time, translated the discovery of stem cells, of patient-derived stem cells in 2012 to therapies that have made it into clinical application and are currently under evaluation and have successfully replaced organ function in patients. Now, what would it take to take these cells to an organ level? What would it take to not replace a single function like insulin secretion, but something more complex like organ function? And this is a lot of what my academic research is and what our startup company really works on. And what that is, it takes architecture. What you're looking at there is a glomerulus, basically the smallest functional unit in your kidney, where cells are organized in an intricate three-dimensional system within an extracellular matrix to fulfill their function. So it really takes not only the cells, but it takes that three-dimensional architecture to derive medical devices, biologic medical devices, living therapeutics to have an impact. And what enabled that was really the advance in additive manufacturing and 3D printing. So researchers like Chuck Hull, who invented 3D printing and additive manufacturing, and then the scientists you see on this slide have really leapfrogged our ability to take cells and bring them into three-dimensional context over the last few years and enable us now to create structure that is advanced enough to replicate organ structure and replicate specific functions. What we can do now is we can create tunable architecture. So in this case, you see a 3D printer extruding a pattern onto a sacrificial pattern onto a basement membrane equivalent. So we can take, in some ways, inspiration from nature. We can take building blocks from nature, and we can create new structure that can fulfill function. It's a little bit like if you think of an airplane, right? You don't see airplanes flapping their wings, but we do understand aerodynamics from nature and the laws of aerodynamics, and are able to actually then engineer following these principles to create advanced devices, advanced therapies that are different from nature, yet fulfill biologic functions. So our vision here is really to provide personalized living therapeutics, right? Living therapeutics that don't struggle with the issues of transplantation, where we have donor organ shortage, where we require long-term immunosuppression and we need to retransplant. But we try to derive therapies that replace this organ function in a personalized way, derived from patients' building blocks, and can function for a long period of time in the background. Because in the end, if you're a patient, what you care about is reconstitution of normal health, reconstitution of freedom of being tethered to a machine, of having your disease impact your life, and reestablishment of health. We use nature's building blocks, very similar to what you've seen in those examples before. So those are kidney organoids that we derive from patient-derived cells. We drive these cells following developmental biology principles to become kidney-specific cells, and then we see them on a three-dimensional architecture to then replicate specific functions. In our case, fluid filtration, toxin removal, and reabsorption of essential electrolytes. So what you see there is actually now these cells forming a brush border, forming a three-dimensional architecture on a man-made architecture. So we're not replicating the entire organ, but we're replicating channel systems that these cells in their microenvironment understand and then can function appropriately to have a therapeutic impact. Here's one of those single-layer devices that's being perfused in a bioreactor. So it's blood running through one of those biologic machines. In other words, basically a biologic dialyzer where a filtrate is produced as the blood flows through the pattern, and cells can function over a long period of time. As our first step into a more clinical translational pathway, we were able to achieve early proof of concept in a transplant experiment, and I apologize for the gory image, but this is basically a device, a small-scale device that was transplanted into the abdomen of a large animal, connected to the abdominal aorta and the caval vein, very similar to a donor organ, but in this case, obviously man-made, and we were able to show that we can produce a filtrate to really provide proof of concept that it is possible to take living building blocks, cells, put them into a man-made three-dimensional architecture, and respecting sort of the laws of blood material interface and transplantation biology, getting them to a point where they can function in vivo. So with that, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to give you this technology showcase. Giovanni, thank you for helping me to work towards a future without transplant wait lists, maintenance, and immunosuppression, and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference, which so far has been fantastic.
Thank you so much, Harold, for your presentation. And before we continue to save the world and lives, we have a 15-minute break. But please make sure to come back so we can demystify the sources of alternative capital for startups.
With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. Greetings from the MedTech Conference in beautiful Malta, uniting top firms, startups, investors, and healthcare tech experts all under one roof. Now it's time to connect, converse, and explore the latest healthcare advancements. Let's dive in.
All right. So we're probably not going to wait until all the people come back and hopefully they hear all the amazing stories you guys are going to share right now and just quickly run downstairs. So the next panel is titled Introduction to Alternative Capital, and it is being moderated by Giovanni Lauricella and Alberto Chen, Managing Partner and Chief Strategy Officer at Valette Capital. And our esteemed panelists are Umberto Matsuda, the CEO of Matsuda Invest, Matthew Jacob, Principal and Chief Operating Officer at Cedar Street Group, Mercedes Twin, Director Life Sciences and MedTech Investments at BOM, Ken Nelson, Partner at MedTech Advantage Fund, and Ahmed Akavan, Managing Partner at EntreVentures. Please enjoy the panel.
Introduction to Alternative Capital.
Check. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for another panel here. This is Introduction to Alternative Capital. The simple fundamental behind this one is oftentimes, especially for first-time founders who have never raised before, they think that there's two ways of getting money. There's high net worth individuals or angel, and then they heard about this thing called venture capital or institutional venture capital. But there's a lot more optionality out there, and this panel is about to explore how those options actually exist. So I'm going to go down the line, starting right here. Please introduce yourself, the firm, the fund, and a little bit about it, and then we'll go down that way and start with questions.
Sure. I'm Omid Akavan, Managing Director at Anthro Ventures. We focus on clinical through commercial stage, medtech, health tech. Background on the firm, I used to be at MVM Partners, and I saw a need in the market for companies that are kind of in this phase, what they often call the valley of death in medtech, which is companies that are starting clinical studies and need capital to basically bridge through to commercialization. And so we, through our family office and with some other families, have basically been doing deal-by-deal investments, so syndicated investments, and been doing that for the last 7 years.
So I'm Ken Nelson, partner in the MedTech Advantage Fund, and we are investing only in alumni companies of MedTech Innovator. MedTech Innovator is the largest digital health and medical device startup accelerator globally. I was involved in a couple other ones and still am. One's called Health Wildcatters in Dallas, much smaller scale, and I'm invested in their funds, and another one called Grand Central Tech, and the fund's called Company Ventures out of New York City. And so we kind of looked at those models and said, why don't we do this on a bigger scale with the largest accelerator globally? And so that's what we're doing.
My name is Umberto Matsuda. I've been doing venture capital for over 20 years now, 15 of those managing my own funds, doing early stage investments in Brazil. Throughout this time, I managed several funds. I've been working with corporations and family offices for the last few years. We've been investing from seed stage all the way to Series B. We do also invest in private equity and also real estate. We are not industry focused, but we can make several different structures of investments, and I represent several different institutions, sometimes as a GP, sometimes as an LP, and even sometimes helping families to donor money and help NGOs. So the idea is to provide you a little bit of my experience, not only in Latin America, but also in North America and Europe.
My name is Matt Jacobs. I work for the Cedar Street Group. It's the family office of Paul Francis, who is the 6th employee and first CFO of Priceline.com. We primarily focus on early stage technology companies with a focus on kind of healthcare delivery and clinical development. So we're based out of New York and generally focused in the US, but we are somewhat agnostic to the location of it.
My name is Mercedes Tuin. I work for BOM. We're a regional development agency, which means we're a Dutch government-backed fund. We have about 500 million euros under management currently. We invest in companies that have strong strategic ties to the region that can benefit from, but also add to the ecosystem. For life sciences and medtech, we invest in stuff like surgical robotics, imaging, biomaterials, new therapeutics, but also healthcare system improvements. We also do fund-to-fund investments, and we are an LP in most of the Dutch healthcare funds. We've backed Certa, which developed Keynote, but we also backed Precise, which was exited to Zeiss. All the funds are reinvested. We operate, we benefit from the ecosystem around Eindhoven, which is where Philips is based.
All right, I'm Alberto. I'm moderating this panel, and maybe I'll start with a question. Go for it. Fantastic. I guess the first question I have, when I was an operator in a startup, every different investor requires a different pitch. At a point, I had 100 different versions.
So if you could share a little bit, what is that it's important on your case, that would be fantastic for the audience.
While you're looking at me, I'm happy to take the first answer. So for us, like I said, what's important is, can you benefit from the ecosystem and can you bring something to the ecosystem? So a lot of the companies obviously originate in our region, and then the link is obvious. But to give you an example, we've also invested in a company outside of the Netherlands, which has a very strong direct strategic link to the supply chain in our region. So there is a manufacturing company in our region that did some of the R&D, but manufactures the device and is also co-investing with us. So there's direct growth. It falls within our focus. It's surgical, it's imaging. So then it made sense. So we get a lot of CEOs approaching us, asking us to evaluate their decks, but don't make any effort to explain any regional link. You should see us as your customer, right? You're trying to sell me something. You're trying to sell me equity in your company. At least tell me why I should buy it.
So I think one of the core things that we look at from the outset is, what is the problem that you're solving? Is it a big enough problem to justify our attention? And then do you have an innovative or disruptive solution to actually address that? So those, I mean, that's table stakes. You need to have that as part of any pitch that you're putting together. I think, for Mercedes' point, tailoring the pitch deck and the story that you're telling to the audience matters. It's going to be a very different story to Mercedes than it would be to myself. As a family office, we have a lot of latitude. We're a very small shop with 2 employees, including myself and the owner. So we have a lot of latitude in terms of what we invest relative to a traditional fund that has very strict investment parameters. So the way you tell your story is going to be different in that regard. And then I think, one of the things that I really look for, and you're going to get differing opinions on this, some people want to see hockey stick growth and they want to see that you are shooting for the moon with what you have. I am very much based in reality, and I want to see what are the steps that you are going to take? What's your critical path to get from here to there? To your de-risking milestones, the things that you need to achieve for this to be a reality, which in another way of saying that is, what do I have to believe for you to be successful? And that in itself becomes a stress test of, do I follow the logic that you're presenting, or do I kind of see red flags?
I think that that's a very complex question. There's so many different answers to that. As someone who's evaluating opportunities, it depends on what kind of companies we're talking about, early stage opportunities versus late stage versus private equity. As an angel, it's different as a VC, which is different as someone who's actually co-investing with another fund, right? So I guess the best way to answer that and turn into an advice for entrepreneurs in the audience would be to try to understand to whom you're talking to and shape your pitch, understanding not only who is the person, the background of the person. Someone who comes from IB will have different mindset for evaluating a business as opposed to an engineer or someone who comes out of being a former entrepreneur, right? So understanding to whom you're talking to makes all the difference, and also understanding what kinds of investments that fund, angel, or whoever the investor is doing also is a big clue about what kind of opportunities they're pursuing, looking for, and what they're really interested about. So if you have the opportunity eventually to talk to other entrepreneurs backed by the very same investor, it also could be a good way to source intel about what are the key factors that will convince or have convinced the same investors in other opportunities.
So before I answer the question, I'm going to talk about something a lot more interesting. Wake the crowd up a little bit. So there's one person here, and they're not in the room, which is why I'm telling the story, so you can talk to him about it later, who's an actual Knight of Malta. And so I think when you guys see Greg Madden next, go ask him about him being a Knight of Malta. This is a true story, right, Giovanni? True. But very interesting. And so there's parts of this building that are tied to the order that he's a Knight of. So that's your fun fact for the day. But to answer the question, I think people, passion, perseverance, those three aspects are things that we're looking at a lot. For us, the company has to have gotten into MedTech Innovator first, the accelerator program. That program gets about 2,000 startups a year globally that try to get in. It's medical device, digital health, diagnostics. We pick a couple hundred to pitch at different events across the world, a couple in the US, one in Dublin, and I think one in Singapore. And then from those couple hundred that pitch, we pick 100 to go through. But what I can tell you from judging those events, and I think you guys have been judges at different events, and some others on the panel have probably been involved, we really talk about the people a lot. We talk about the founder a lot. I think the kiss of death is if they're not coachable. But we really do look at the person. We look at how they tell the story, how passionate they are about what they're trying to do, like what's their why. And I think that goes into it, a lot of the decision that gets made. So I think, again, it's people, it's passion. How passionate are they in general? And then how passionate are they for what they're doing and their why? And then perseverance. Do they have the perseverance to ride the ups and downs of a startup and then be successful after doing that?
Yeah, I think to echo some of the other comments, to me, it's obviously starting with the problem, so why, and then also why now? Like, why are you as a company in the position to win? And then it's really being able to get through your story in like 15 minutes. And because if you can't get through your story in 15 minutes, you're probably going to get stopped multiple times along the way, whether, as Humberto mentioned, let's talk about the intellectual property, let's talk about the clinical study, let's talk about XYZ aspect, the market. And so being able to go off script, and I think that's important, is that your story, your company so well that you can field any question about any aspect of your business, and engage in a dialogue, engage in a conversation. It's not just, I memorized my speech and, I memorized my pitch.
I think it's a little more than that. Like, I get 15 minutes, but what I loved about going through MedTech Innovator as a startup is they made you do it in one. Like, when you started, you had to do a 1-minute pitch, and that was probably the most difficult. They talk about getting your elevator pitch down, but doing it in a minute is really, really hard. 7 minutes is tough, and then when they give you 3 or 5, it's tougher and tougher. But a minute is probably the hardest. So simplifying it into a minute, I think, is really, really important. And if you meet somebody randomly wherever, to be able to, when they say, what do you do, actually tell them and have it be a meaningful discussion in a minute, I think that's really important to crisp your message to that.
And I think that goes back to boiling down the essence and the heart of, like, what is it that you do, what makes you innovative, what makes you investable, and so understanding kind of that ethos, that, why do you wake up every day?
And I think a lot of times people miss on personalizing why they started the company or why they developed the technology. And when you ask them the question, a lot of times it's a really interesting story of somebody in their family who died of that disease, or there's some personal motivation that drove them to start the company. But a lot of times they forget to put that into the story, and I don't know why that's the case, but I always recommend people to add it back in.
And I want to bring it back to the topic of alternative capital, and we'll oversimplify it and have angels on one side and venture capital or institutional capital all over here. But we have some expertise on the panel with regards to family offices. And once again, if we use this psychology of being a first-time founder, you hear things that, family offices, reach out to family offices, but the big question is how? And it's often called silent money. And so you can think about, it's a bunch of uber wealthy rich people in tuxedos at a party, and you meet one of them and they might introduce you to all the rest of their friends, and that's basically how you get into silent money, because you can't find them on Google and you can't find them on lists and all that other stuff. It really doesn't work that way. So I really want to highlight family offices from both an LP side, if possible, and also from family offices making direct investments into startups. And I just want to layer one more thought on that, because it's a really interesting psychological piece where Angel investors are making checks 5,000, 25,000, 250,000 possibly, but it's their money. And then on the institutional side, they're investing someone else's money. And then when you're talking about a family office that has sometimes the capital power of an institutional investor, but yet the emotional decision making like an angel investor, it really has a unique place on the spectrum. So I want to ask there is, when you have a startup that's raising a 5 or 10 million Series A and they're asking a family office for 1 million, and it's a 100 million or a 500 million family office, even at a 5x or 10x return, it's not going to really move the needle for that family office. So it's a completely different psychological set. And I just want to toss that open-ended question out to you is, where do family offices fall on the spectrum when it comes to investing in medical device startups?
I'm happy to start. So we are on the smaller end in terms of we are looking to deploy maybe 3 million annually. So we typically write check sizes of 500,000 to $1 million. So in any given 12-month period, we're doing 3 to 6 investments. So it is, we are, obviously we're invested, but I've got to think of a different word. We're emotionally invested in the companies that we're looking at. We want to really understand the companies. We want to be able to leverage our network to help grow the business and help them achieve whatever goals that they're servicing. In terms of, I think at the core of your question, Giovanni, partially is, how do I identify these individuals to go out and reach out to capital? And I want to come back to something that Umberto said earlier, understanding what historic investments a firm has made. I think, one of the best things you can do is go on Crunchbase and see who is invested in companies that look similar to you. In the same way that you are doing competitive research for, people that are competing in your space for competitive products, you can do the same type of research when it comes to who is investing in those type of companies, and that can be a way to surface leads that are a little bit more focused for whatever your area is. I understand it's hard being an entrepreneur, and I have not done it, but having spoken to many, trying to find the right people to reach out to and trying to tailor that message appropriately when you don't necessarily have a lot of background on the family offices, which I think, unlike large venture firms, the material that's available on these funds is going to be smaller. Seeing what they invest in can be, very illuminating in terms of where their focus areas are, what their check sizes are, and so on, in terms of making inroads into those companies.
On the LP side, I think the answer can be even a bit more complex. Because, for instance, the families that I've been working with for the past few years, 3 of them are larger than $1 billion size. And they give us the ability to invest from a few $100K up to several millions. So it's difficult sometimes to shape a specific answer, especially considering acting as an LP, because first thing we will ask is one of our funds already investing in that company? Why? How much money? Is the fund capable of doing follow-ons? Does it make sense for us to co-invest with the fund? Do we have the rights for co-investments with that fund, right? And usually for the VCs, like you mentioned, they have a specific mandate of what they are looking for. When you're acting as a family office, sometimes it's just one of the members of the family that are interested in that space. Sometimes it's something that is absolutely unpredictable because someone been somewhere, heard about it, and now it's interested because the entrepreneur is someone fantastic, right? Totally opportunistic, right? But sometimes it's their life's mission. One thing that I think it's interesting to add in that sense is usually those large family offices, they come from a large business, and everybody knows that business, right? So probably that business is a good way to start the way you think about that family office, because number one, probably that's the best way to access the family is through that company. Having a relationship with the company makes it a lot easier to reach to the family if you don't have any direct relations with the family. But at the same time, a big mistake that most entrepreneurs and even funds that I know they commit in that sense is that think that they should be pitching the family money for the businesses that could be complementary or competing against the original corporation. And usually good corporate governance dictates that the families, they should not be able to invest in anything correlated to the business, right? So eventually, if you're pitching a medical device for a family that made a lot of money in health space, probably not the best investor, because they're probably forbidden to invest in anything health related, right? So this is a tricky part that most people who never try to raise money with those families, they tend to miss.
So I'll add to that. I think, you know, to Umberto's point is once you know a family office, you know one family office, and every family office is different, right? As I think about the range of family offices, you have everything from, you know, you have an active business or to an exited business, and or then there's a third kind of, especially these much larger institutionalized family offices, are generational wealth. Like the Rothschild family as an example, and they have multiple branches and multiple divisions. And I think the point, and then some of them have the, you know, first generation wealth generators are active in the decision making. In other cases, they don't. In some cases, like ours, you know, my uncle sold a business. He asked me to help him, and then obviously, you know, his wealth, my wealth, and my family on my dad's side, and we've all basically syndicated, and we do deals together with yet another family that owns a large healthcare software business and invests alongside us. So I think it's very different, but the way I think to be successful is to understand what that family cares about. So in our case, you know, we invested in stroke because, you know, the father of another family office, he had a stroke, and it's an area that they're deeply passionate about. You know, they weren't successful in, you know, preventing long-term disability for their father, but they are interested in that space for the long term, for other families, for other patients. So I think, you know, one angle is understand like what is affected, because at the end of the day, family offices are people. Real people like you, like me. We live our lives. You know, some people have jobs, some people don't. And, you know, some people are affected by disease, others aren't. Some people go and they're really interested in environmental stuff. You know, I was with one of another family office last week, and he's like, you know, I mean, we're doing all these healthcare investments, but my daughter, you know, she really cares about, like, you know, saving the world and the environment. And so we're not investing in oil. We are not, you know, we're only doing green energy. And he's like, I don't get it. I don't get green energy. He's like, healthcare, I feel like I get because, you know, it has a social impact and I get a financial return. And so I think it's conversations like these where, you know, you just have to talk to the individuals. And then I think you also have to understand, is that person on the other side of the table, are they a key decision maker, right? Is it their money? Are they writing the check? Are they an influencer? Where, you know, they are involved in the decision making, but ultimately it's somebody else's money? Or are they an employee and they, you know, it's a higher job and they have to prepare an investment memo? So I think that makes it different in terms of raising capital from family offices, and also understand that family offices, unlike funds that have, you know, very systematic portfolio construction, we're going to do 7 to 15 investments, we're going to invest and deploy. You know, not all families are organized. So they might write you, you know, $1 million check in your Series A, and then that's it. There's no money after that. Others, they might write you a $100K check in the first, you know, in the Series A, but then they'll write you a $5 million check later. And so I think understanding what their capability and capacity and interest is important as you take on family money, because it does come with a lot of emotion and a lack of structure.
Yeah, maybe if I can briefly add to that. So us as a government-backed fund, we co-invest with family offices quite a lot. And what we see is the great diversity in these family offices. But they're also really good to work with, because if you build that, it's really nice to build up a relationship of trust with them. And then what we sometimes see is that, and that's like a tip for all the CEOs here. Sometimes it happens that they like to follow our DD, and because we're not a private investor, it's easier for us to share that with them. So we. Maybe there are some government-backed funds in your area that have a network of family offices or angels that they know well and that they can work with and that they can help you make introductions to.
One thing that I would like to complement the answer is a few characteristics that are more or less common in terms of family offices. They tend to be more risk averse, with a lot of exceptions, of course, but they tend to be more risk averse. Revenues-wise, they tend to be way more patient. Acting as a GP or an LP, they tend to have way more patience than regular investors. And also, I think that there's a cool thing about raising capital family offices is that they are way more flexible in terms of shaping the corporate governance. So you can engage them and discuss and evolve throughout time the best way to build your governance.
Alberto?
I just picking out a personal experience. So one of the startups I worked for, our first check size was $10 million from a family down in South America, and they were in the beverage business and they invested in a cancer business. The question I have is, it feels like, in my perspective, that was very emotional. And I spent the same amount of time finding those family offices and pitching to VCs. I realize it's easier to pitch for family offices. Is that fair? Because my pitch, my experience, the grandma had breast cancer. So for her was the most important thing. For her, she knew all the structure behind what is the treatment of breast cancer, what is the problem with breast cancer. So when she looked at her device, she told the kids, I don't care, get it done. Is that fair? Or did I get lucky?
It can be.
You're biased.
Yeah, I mean, it can be, and it's, you know, we talk about emotion, right? And I think when it comes to, especially in healthcare, right? When that disease state touches your family, you care. Why? Because you have lived it. You have lived it, you've experienced it, you've seen the challenges, and whether you've made your money in oil and gas or in consumer packaged goods or retail or fashion, right? Healthcare is something that is common to all people, right? And disease affects all families. And so I think, yeah, it could be the easiest check, right, to get, but on the flip side is that, you know, it could also come with strings attached. You just don't know.
I think you're biased. I think for the entrepreneurs who are successful raising capital family offices, it will feel like it's way easier, right? For the rest of the entrepreneurs, way harder.
Do you have a question?
I think the question then for the audience, would you recommend then spending, let's say, 20% of the time figuring out who are the family offices or 80% of the time figuring out or going straight? Is there a ratio that you've been looking at on your fundraising experience, hearing pitches? How should these CEOs, you know, understand, because time is money.
Well, the one thing I'll say is that, like, finding family offices is not like finding venture investors, right? You can go, there are thousands of lists published, you can come to a conference like this, people are, you know, there are speakers on the panel, they're in the matchmaking platform, you know, they're out there. I think family offices are much harder to find, so it's very hard, you can't be systematic about finding family offices, so I think it's more serendipitous, you know, or also like by being at conferences like this, oh, you know, do you know any investors? It was kind of, I forget which panel it was this morning, but talking about if you talk to somebody, ask them, okay, who else do you think might be interested? And it could be, you know, a GP at a fund says, you know, I have an LP, you know, we don't really focus on cancer, but they're really, you know, they care about cancer, or, you know, so I think it's all kind of word of mouth, really.
I think it depends on several things also to build that case. If you have something that is already growing and it's late stage and known, doesn't matter because VCs and family offices alike will be chasing you, right? But before that, I think that if you have a business that it's something that is in terms of regular venture capital investable, I would focus on venture capital because you have a lot of structured funds available for you to pitch. But in the other hand, if you're building a business that is something that it's odd for the majority of the VCs, most likely out of their investment thesis, then I think it makes a lot of sense to put a more effort on raising with family offices because family offices, they tend to be more flexible, right? So for instance, if you're building something that is really different out of what people are expecting for as a trend, tends to be easier to raise with family offices as opposed to the good and known VCs, branded ones.
I want to throw a question over to Mercedes, and more of like a general topic of either governmental or sovereign funds. And it could be in Brabant, which I wish I spoke better Dutch. I can actually say the whole acronym of BOM. Maybe you can help me out with that. But there's these government or sovereign funds in a lot of countries, maybe all countries. But what is, in terms of alternative capital, and you're in that country, or maybe there's even a tax incentive to open up an office in that particular country to receive those funds, thinking about from the entrepreneur's perspective of looking at, like we've been already talking about, family offices, angels, traditional institutional venture capital, but then there's government-backed funds, and what benefits come with that beyond the check? And how should entrepreneurs be thinking about looking in their backyard or other backyards for these government or sovereign funds?
All right, good question, thank you. So we can answer this two ways, or I can answer this two ways. One is, are you in the right ecosystem or not? Are there other ecosystems that could make your company grow faster, get to market sooner, get your supply chain the way you want it? So that is what we have to offer for certain companies, not for every company. We have a couple of things that we are really good at, like I said, surgical robotics, imaging, biomaterials. So if there is that fit, then it would make sense. If there's no fit, then it doesn't make sense to have that conversation, and then you need to look for another ecosystem. If there is government-backed funding where you are, and that you're in their focus, have a chat with them. The other thing is that you might not know is that one of the statistics in the Netherlands, so government-backed funds were involved in 60% of all VC deals in the Netherlands last year. We only did 10% of the money, but 60% of all deals. That means we come in early, but we stay in for a long time. We are patient capital. We don't have the usual 552 fund cycle. So there is that benefit as well. We see a lot of deals. We do a lot of deals, so we have a lot of knowledge on deal structuring. We have a large network, both national and international. Because of our patience, we stay in the companies for a long time, and at some point, they're going to need to raise a 30, 40, 50 million euro round, and then we engage international investors. We are operating like a VC fund, but we're not.
I think that's a great point, and that's a segue to understand sources of capital. So one of the things that as an entrepreneur you will look and where to get your money is not so much who's giving you money, but how can that person help you? And I think that's spot on. Like, Matt, maybe can you share like on the investments that you've done, like how out of your own way do you go to help them be successful? Are you willing to coach them? Are you willing to like open doors? Because sometimes when you're early on, you need all the help you can get. Like customer acquisition cost is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I described earlier, we do a handful of investments annually. So we are very invested, you know, not just with our capital, but with our time in terms of growing the businesses that we are working with. Our advisory board, I think it punches a little bit above its weight, but you know, we typically are looking at deals, you know, back to the diversity of family offices and kind of somewhat of the lack of structure. we look for deals where our advisory board, and myself included, are able to add value both with our network and our connections and our expertise from where we've gone so far. We dedicate a lot of time. I'm thinking about kind of other capital sources, but I'm thinking of non-dilutive capital. Both the owner of Cedar Street as well as several of our advisory boards have been former Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services for New York State, high positions in government within New York, not as politicians, but in terms of actually operating. And whenever we're looking at new opportunities, there is a lot of money out there through different agencies, whether it be federal or state. There's a lot of economic development money available. Maybe 5 to 7 years ago, the former New York governor wanted to dedicate $1 billion to Buffalo to bring back economic development within that region, which has kind of even our very fact of being in Malta, right? I mean, I believe the Maltese government has stated that they want this to be a MedTech hub. There is capital out there. You just need to do the work and dig and see what's available. And I think you can surface some of those opportunities by connecting with other entrepreneurs, seeing where they've gotten their funding source. But I guess to answer your question that you initially asked me, we put forth a lot of time in trying to help our companies that we invest in succeed.
Yeah, I mean, even accelerators, there's a lot of accelerators out there that do take something for doing the accelerator, but there are other ones like MedTech Innovator where it's all non-dilutive funding, so they're not taking anything. And it's all upside. And so when I talk to people about MedTech Innovator, it's the fund itself, the accelerator itself, it's all non-dilutive. It's over $1 million a year that they give out. But there's so much that they give. There's so much to get out of the program and the network. I can't imagine not doing it as a startup. So a lot of startups say, oh, accelerators, I've been through a couple, but they haven't been through ones that are at that level. And then the other thing I'd say is a lot of these accelerators now, including MedTech Innovator, have funds on top of the accelerator, which is another alternative source of capital that you can get funded by. So I think it's paying attention to what's out there, but especially the non-dilutive funding from BARDA, from the NIH, from all kinds of different government grants. There's a lot of paperwork involved a lot of the time. But again, they're not taking any equity from the company, so it's worth the time and effort if you can get that funding.
Yeah, also there, I think we've structured a lot of deals where there's a high non-dilutive component, so we know how to navigate the local opportunities, but also the ones in Europe. And with respect to the accelerator, we also so we developed a venture building program, which is now rolled out nationally. We span it out into a company, actually, and that runs as an accelerator program, which is free of charge for the companies in our region. It's now it's offered nationally by the other regional development agencies, and there was a lot of research just made public that companies that go through an accelerator raise their Series A much faster than if you didn't.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the judges that are in those accelerator programs, especially if it's one that's like a MedTech Innovator where J&J is the biggest funder of it, you've got major MedTech executives that are judging, you've got venture capital guys that are judging, you've got corporate venture people from the biggest med device companies out there that are all judges looking at the company. So in terms of getting capital faster, getting even acquired faster, your likelihood changes if you go through one of the bigger, more interesting accelerators like a MedTech Innovator.
And I want to spend some time before we wrap up with this idea of alternative theses. We talked about how to develop a venture capital thesis in portfolio management earlier today. We've talked about alternative capital in terms of a spectrum of who and what could be a potential investor. But Omid, you mentioned that earlier on you had a thesis that was going after the value of death. And I think there's no shortage of entrepreneurs who start crying very loud at that level of saying, okay, it was hard enough early on to get my early cash, but now I'm going through a pivotal trial or clinical studies, and I need more data, but I need funding to get more data because I'm not even close to FDA clearance or commercialization to be able to have the extra information that they need for the bigger rounds, right? So this alternative thesis that you've developed, how do entrepreneurs find that? Like, how would entrepreneurs know that you're looking at the valley of death? Are they Googling that? How would they know that you have to be an alumni and actually apply and go through the whole thing of going through MedTech Innovator? Let's talk about the alternative theses that have been developed.
Yeah, so I think part of the shift in theses, I think also depends on where you are in the cycle, right? And on another panel, we heard about this shift from everybody moved out of medtech because they were going to biotech. You could take a company public with little to no clinical data, and it was worth hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. I think the other thing is there's been a selection bias when it comes to funds in medtech, where the successful funds have to raise more money to stay in business. So it's the economics of fund management, which is, you start as a $50, $100 million fund, you take early stage risk. Some folks on the panel earlier this morning said, hey, we realized it takes a long time, that's why we move later. Other funds have kind of stuck to their knitting where they invest early, but they only deploy a third of the capital up front and hold for the long haul. And so I think it changes based on where we are in the cycle. I think right now, post 2021, 2022, 2023, I think a lot of firms have become a bit more reserved in terms of deploying capital. There are a lot of funds sitting with quote unquote dry powder, money that they can invest. But given the turn in the public markets, going sour, the closing IPO window, I think a lot of investors are looking for value in this environment. And so I think one of the challenges raising capital in the next 24 to 36 months is finding the investors that aren't just financially driven or they don't have some mandate. And that means talking, right? You have to reach out to, I think there was, someone said they reach out to like 88 funds to get 2 term sheets. That's actually pretty good odds, right? Normally you'd be talking to 200 or 300 to get 1 term sheet. And so I think just having the conversations, talking to investors, if somebody's not interested, saying, who do you think would be interested? Because people come up to me all the time, they're like, hey, we're doing X, Y, and Z. I'll either say, oh, it's too late for me or it's too early for me. But if they ask me, I'll say, well, go talk to these 5 funds or these 3 family offices that have an interest. So I think it's that networking and having the discussions.
I think you can even use that question as a due diligence process for the entrepreneur selecting the investors. You can ask the angel investor, an angel network, or the VC, who else can you bring along for us to try to pitch and bring more money? Can you make introductions among family officers? Most VCs, especially the good ones, the branded ones, they already have family offices within their investors. So it's always good to ask and try to build that big picture of who else is coming along with that specific investor that is already backing your business.
I have one punchline last question for me, but if in case you have one, Alberto, go for it.
Maybe I can just add a final point to adding sources of alternative capital. One thing that I hope I'm not stealing your punchline, but one thing we haven't discussed yet, if you have a diversified shareholder base and if you get alternative capital in, be aware of the different interests of your shareholders around the table and make sure you discuss that openly or not if that is in your strategic interest. But be aware that family offices or government-backed fund may have different timelines than VCs that you might have in or get in. So be aware of that.
Last one, so alternative capital. We've talked about the spectrum itself, objectively speaking, but I'd like to also talk about alternative geographies, and I'm going to be overly general here. We're in Europe right now. We often talk about the United States in these 2 major areas, but we've also talked about Chinese capital. We're lucky to have Umberto with us today. In your quick 1-minute spiel, why should Latin America also be on the map for international companies looking at money from Latin America?
My take for that is that because there's tons of money in Latin America, people don't realize how much money is restricted currently in local investment there that could be being deployed globally. And number two, probably those very same families are the best way for you to sell and enter the markets in Latin America. If you raise capital with a big tequila family from Mexico, we'll help you out on almost anything, right? Same in coffee in Brazil, in poultry, and you name it, right? So I think it works both ways. Not only access to money, but probably the guys who have money to invest in your company out of those geographies, they also can open a lot of doors and opportunities.
And I know it's a very complex answer, but if you can streamline it, for all those entrepreneurs out there in the US or Europe or Israel who are developing the next transcatheter heart valve, and they do want to meet the family offices or businesses in Latin America, is there even a way to find them? Or how would you go about even trying to start those relationships if you have no clue of where to start?
You can call me.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to the panelists. This is Alternative Capital, and hope everyone learned a little bit of something new. Please give them a round.
Better than me. Here it's here, yeah. All right, I hope everyone enjoyed our session, and we kind of stay in the topic of fundraising. And the next panel, I'm happy to invite here first-time CEOs that are going to share their secrets and the challenges that they face on the battlefield of fundraising. So please help me to welcome our panelists, and it is Ashish Agnihorty, the founder and CEO of X. Medical, Joseph Rafferty, the founder and CEO of Vestec, Jordan Pollock, the CEO of Bainway, Bryce Clance, advisor and former CEO at NewView Surgical, and Inna Laura Perkins, the CEO of Scandinavian Real Heart. And the panel is going to be moderated by Giovanni Lauricella with Lifeblood and Victor Suturin, the CEO of Aliform.
First-time CEO war stories. Raising capital.
So back-to-back panels are fun, but this is an incredibly exciting panel, because this is a lot of what a lot of these conferences are made up of first-time founders running around trying to meet and introduce themselves to investors. And what are those war stories of actually first-time founders raising capital? And we have an entire panel here that we're going to dig into that. Before we do that, I do want to highlight, we have Jordan Pollock here from Israel, and whatever is going on in Israel, of which we all know, I want to say thank you very much for making the effort to come out here today. We're all with you in support in Israel. Thank you so much for coming out here, and we're going to start by introductions all the way down the list. And please, sitting next to me here from Sweden, please introduce yourself, your name, your company, and a little bit about what you're doing, and we'll go down the list.
Great, thank you. So my name is Inna Laura Perkins. I'm a biomedical scientist by training, and I'm working on developing an artificial heart, the real heart. So unique about the real heart is it's the only one that pumps like a human heart, and then we're working on patient-friendly controllers and accessories. Thank you.
Bryce Clance, most recently CEO of NewView Surgical. It was an early-stage company developing visualization devices for minimally invasive surgery. Spent 15 years at Covidien, now Medtronic before that, running various businesses in the US, Europe, and Asia, and 2 other startups along the way. I think my war story stems from raising capital at NewView Surgical and raising 25 million, but 23 million of that through angel groups. So if you think of the check size and the process of that, 23 million worth. So a lot of stories, a lot of war stories and lessons learned from that experience.
Jordan Pollock, CEO of Bainway. Thank you, Giovanni. Love the support. I'm a CEO of a company called Vainway. We're located in Israel, and we are dealing with chronic venous disease. And actually, I'll talk about this a little bit throughout the panel, but veins are often called the forgotten vessels because everyone spent 40 years targeting arterial interventions. So we have a device that's designed specifically for crossing and opening chronic occlusions in veins. We're the first ones to do this, so keep an eye out for us because you're going to be seeing some big news.
I'm Ashish Agnihotri. I'm the founder and CEO of Xstart Medical. We are an early stage company getting ready for our first in man study in Q1 of next year. We have raised about $4 million. Before this, I spent 15 years with Medtronic, and I'm an engineer by training, but I moved to marketing and strategy roles at Medtronic. Did a lot of assessment of new technologies and startups there, and I always thought that they are doing the fun stuff, we are just looking at them. So I left Medtronic and founded Xstart about 2.5 years ago.
Hi, Joe Rafferty. I'm the CEO and one of the founders of VestTech. We're Westchester, Pennsylvania based, another office in Carlsbad. We're in the aortic repair space. We've raised to date almost $10 million. We're raising a Series B $16 million round, and love to talk to all the investors here about the great things happening at VestTech.
My name is Victor. I am the CEO and co-founder of Aliform. We are a US-Dutch-based medical device company focusing on minimally invasive skin surgery. So I'm also a biomedical scientist, and about 3 years ago I left a cushy job in teaching in academia, ended up having to build a lab from Amazon components. But this June we raised our VC funding for the seed round, so we're in a happy place, but it was not always like that.
So I want to kick off an open-ended question and have each of the panelists answer, which I think we can start pulling from after we get through the panel. But the whole idea of this is first-time founders and war stories of raising capital, which means there's a lot of the people in this room right now who are first-time founders and are currently raising or starting a raise, or hopefully successfully have raised, this year especially. And there was a point in time where you've never raised before. You had no clue of what that even meant. You were an engineer, you were a physician, you were in commercialization, and you made the transition over to being a founder or first-time CEO. But there was that first time, and you had nowhere to start, or had no idea where to start. So I want to hear how each of you actually started raising money from that inception moment of when you had to start raising money, and some of those learning lessons. And if you can toss in an actual learning lesson of a war story, it would be hyper beneficial for the entire room. So if you don't mind, let's actually start with you, Victor.
Well, thank you very much. At least I can kick it off by saying that when I left academia, I had no connections to investment, anything whatsoever, and was completely faced with just the reality of quite a tormented experience of having to face this cold approaches and everything. And in our case, we actually broke through that bottleneck with a very unplanned and I'd say kind of a lucky way, is actually raised through non-profit activities of mine where I met people coincidentally that end up having money, but everything else was at that time when raising first angel funding didn't really work. There was definitely a lot of cringy mistakes we made, but stuff actually worked was where I ended up raising through charity connections I had. I don't know, what about you guys? Ashish, what about, you have an interesting experience with the clinician background of yours, right?
Yeah, so my background was in engineering. My background was in engineering and marketing. I had a big network of physicians, and my plan was, I did not have a network with investors, but my plan was that I will raise money from physicians, and they are high net worth individuals, and that was at least my hypothesis. And it took me a little bit longer than I had thought. It took me a lot longer than I had initially thought that it will take me to raise that money. They did come, they did invest, a lot of physicians invested in my company early on. But one of my lessons was that first-time founders will make mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes, and it's totally okay with making those mistakes. That's how you will learn and build that network. I reached out to a lot of investors very early on when we were very early in our experience, And they flat out told us that you're a little bit too early, and I did not mind that. I think telling that story, telling my story of what we were trying to do, helped us refine that story. I learned what all the objections I'll get. So by now, when we are ready for that, I have heard a lot of feedback before. I've addressed that, and when I talk to investors now, they can see all the progress that we have made. And that I feel like is a very powerful thing that, from where I was a year ago, a year and a half ago, to where we are now, that's a lot of progress, and they can see that.
Joe?
I was fortunate in that I worked early in startups as the commercialization arm or operations arm with startups, and we would go out and raise money, and we call it the dog and pony show. You'd have a CEO and a COO and a commercialization person, and you're part of the team. And then it changes when you're the CEO, because you are the team. Especially, we raised the 10 million, and I laugh because I've started to use the word we all the time now, because I find the I is pretty off-putting. But we raised $10 million during COVID, and of course you don't want to put folks on planes and visiting investors during COVID. So that whole process was quite engaging, and it is different when it's you out messaging and taking the coaching versus the team. So quite a bit different.
Jordan?
Well, I'd say there's a lot here that's already been mentioned, so it's hard for me to follow all of that up because it is a network problem. I'm very fortunate to be in Israel, which is one of the smallest communities I think that there is. You can pick up the phone and call someone who will get you to somebody else. And even if that person doesn't want to invest in you, they'll actually connect you. So I think the biggest learning, one of the biggest challenges that I really felt fundraising was getting FaceTime with people. I know that even a few people in this room have helped me out sometimes with emails and things like that, but emails don't do it. The investors get 10,000 emails a week of people pitching, and even if they are warm introductions, it's still very difficult to get through to them. And so one of the biggest things is, as much as I start to feel like I'm living on a plane, it has been the difference maker to the fundraising, is to actually get out there, meet people face to face, talk to them. MedTech Innovator has been an exceptional networking piece that's allowed me to refine the pitch. Ken Nelson was just up here talking about that, and allowing us to refine our elevator pitch and do those things, being a part of accelerators. I'm also part of an incubator in Israel, which has been also a big help in connections. And I think as a first-time CEO, one of the things is I did give up equity in the company to join the incubator, but I didn't have the capital to start my own company. So I really did need that network. So my learning and my advice would be also, if you get help, don't worry as much about who gets what. What's most important is funding the company and getting your vision out into the world.
And before we go to Bryce real quick, I just want to follow up with one thing that Renee Ryan, the former CEO of Kala Health, said, this one-liner. And it said, no company has ever died from dilution, but they have died from no capital.
Exactly.
Bryce.
Very true, yeah. Similar to the other panelists, made a lot of mistakes early on in the process. I had come from a venture-backed startup and had spent 15 years in the corporate world, so knew private equity and VC connections to a network and started there. Learned fairly quickly, though not quickly enough, that we were too early stage. All the lessons you learned about targeting incorrectly, but also not having the early stage angel network available to me. So much like the other panelists, it was 18 months to raise the first $1 million. After that, a year later, $2.5 million, a year later, $9 million on that. So it started to roll, but it took a long, long time to raise that first $1 million and get over the hump, and it was all about networking. Had to really change who I was networking with, who I knew. So started going to angel conferences, Angel Capital Association. Made a random connection there that led me to a key angel group that started the process rolling. And then after that, it was just persistence and networking and attending conferences and doing pitches daily for a year just to build that network to understand who is who and get that process rolling.
You just need that first catalyst, right? And then it all kind of starts to go from
You
there.
need the first one, and I guess the lesson is you don't know where that's going to come from. So attending every conference, talking to everybody, taking every meeting, even if it doesn't seem of value, you learn something or you make a connection. And a lot of my very early fundraising, getting over that initial $1 million hump, was through random connections of people that I had no connection to in the first 6 months of trying to raise capital. And it was just trying to take all those meetings and networking and persisting. A lot of bad meetings, but a lot of good ones that led ultimately to that those funds being raised.
Ina?
So I heard yesterday at the CEO Forum many CEOs saying that the EU funding, the grant funding, is quite difficult to get. So I thought I'd share my experiences on that. So coming from a scientist background, got a PhD, I'm quite used to writing really lengthy documents. Also really used to getting a lot of no's from peer reviews, you know, when you're writing papers and getting criticized a lot. So quite used to taking that feedback. And I think that is good, having, you know, being prepared for the toughness of the EU funding, because you're going to have to write hundreds of pages of the application and you're going to get no's. But don't give up, because I think I applied about 5 times, and every time you apply you get feedback, and it doesn't reduce your success rate, it increases your success chance. So I would say to definitely continue to do that. And if anybody wants to talk more to me about EU funding, I'd be happy to share that afterwards. But then also it can be something that maybe you didn't think of initially. So I was really, really focused on describing maybe the product and all the product benefits compared to what's out there. But then when I finally got it, I started as a CSO for this company, but then 2 years ago took over as the CEO. When I finally got it, the feedback from the jury was it was a change in management. So now they thought, you know, saw this difference and were building up the team differently. So that's one aspect. Another thing that probably sets me apart here is that I run a public company. So we're listed on NASDAQ in Sweden. And I think that this has helped. I've seen many companies go under. I've been worked in heart pumps for the last decades and see many, many companies in this industry go under. So, you know, during the times of COVID, it's maybe been difficult to raise funds. It's been a help to be on the stock market. Also, it helps us talk to potential users, because anybody could be an investor. So really to try to get that patient message crisp of what is the benefit of our product.
Victor? Ashish.
Yeah, I just want to add to something that the last 2 people said, that you know you need to pursue all the different sources of funding. You know, initially I had my mind that this is my chart or this is my fundraising plan. I'll raise this from angel investors and then I'll go to VCs. And I looked into the VCs who invest into that type of company and that type of amount. But that's not how in reality it works. And you know, we also submitted for SBIR grants. We ended up not getting, but that effort was very helpful. You know, we got very good at literature. We know the competition inside out. And I think a lot of those things may not work out, but you have to pursue all the different sources of funding that you can get. So.
Yeah, and adding to like different sources of funding, also exploring innovation debt. So we went to like the local organizations in Sweden that support Swedish companies from the government, and we tried to say, well, if you don't have grants, do you have other? Can you give us some debt? And this means that, you know, we have really, really good rates, and we don't have to pay it back until we get some revenue. And we also started a subsidiary in Australia, because Australia it has a really great history in developing heart pumps. So the competence was there. And then they have 45% cash back on any investment that you do in R&D. So that also helped.
I should not have moved out from Australia then, because we went from Australia to Germany. Then I realized it's bloody hard to raise in Germany, so went to US and then ended up having a VC from the Netherlands who invested in the US company with a Dutch subsidiary. Can I ask you a question? The statement, it takes money to raise money. What would you think? How correct is that? And when you don't have much yet and you're raising on a budget, you cannot travel to every conference and take every meeting because you're like half prototyping, half trying to survive. Like, what's your playbook in this situation? I mean, it's easy now for us to say and remember, but it's quite fresh for me. But what do you think? Like, I don't know.
I'll take that one. So I'm very fortunate to have an incredible co-founder and CTO. So I just gave him all of the engineering work and said, here you go. I trust you to do all of this, and I'm going to go out and fundraise. And of course, I'm available. Like I lead the team, and I'm still there. But I think that comes down to, I was watching another panel that Giovanni hosted as well in Dublin, and one of the things came down to having a good management team. And even when you're early, I think even just a good co-founder, somebody who can take on that role. I've seen startups where the CEO also tried to be the CTO or VP of R&D. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
And is it because of the time split, the overall kind of distraction that you think that's the case?
Yes, because you can't be deep into R&D in the lab and doing studies, and then at the same time need to be at a conference for a week meeting investors. You just can't.
Yeah, you know, I'll share my experience here. For us, when I started the company, it was just me. And so I had to do everything. I'm trying to also do some, you know, through contractors, get some R&D going, and then I'm also trying to raise money. I didn't have enough money or any money to go to travel, but I did participate into a lot of local networking events. So it is very important to be plugged into your local, you know, startup scene. You learn so many things. Just like now we are learning from each other's experiences, there is a lot of wisdom in your local startup scene as well. You know, the state fund, every local government or state will have some or other form of, you know, promotional thing, and we were able to leverage that through that network and through, you know, what are the things that they are looking for, and, you know, how to leverage that. And early on when you're starting, getting that grant for $35,000 or $70,000 is very meaningful. I mean, I was celebrating like that. We have just gotten $1 million or something like that, right? So I think it is, you don't always have to travel. You can network. And, you know, I started my company in the COVID times, so there were a lot of meetings happening on Zoom. So we were still able to do a lot of networking on Zoom as well.
Yeah, same experience. Absolutely no cash when we started. In fact, I inherited $250,000 in debt. So I got 2 patents and $250,000 in debt and decided to go for it. Didn't take a salary for 2 years. My wife supported that somehow, and built it and did it, fortunately being in Boston. That helped, right? Because that local network is very strong there. And just working the New York, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C. corridor on Amtrak, and staying with friends and trying to make it work. So it's just that persistence, and often you don't start with any capital. So I guess I don't agree that having money, or, you know, money is required to raise money. Most of us have the experience in the early stage that that's absolutely not the case, and you persist anyway and you make it happen.
Well, you don't actually have much choice, right? When you're just starting out, either you have to make it work, right? Yeah.
And maybe Victor can share his war story about not having money to raise money. He's got a great story to tell.
I mean, I'll try to give a condensed version of that this time around, but imagine having to take a flight in Germany, that's just from Germany to US, because we got scouted by an investor there, and that felt like, excuse me, a lifeline, lifeblood lifeline. Well, there was a definite chance worth taking, and I don't know, like at some point in time you have to realize that you've tapped out your opportunity pool where you are, and I'd love to hear what you think is when do you actually gauge that, like when do you know that you've actually dried up of opportunities, it's time for you to take some risks to move. But in our case, it meant going to Dallas in Texas, where we got scouted actually by an accelerator with another fund. So to fund that, sorry, my co-founder wife was there, but we used our honeymoon gift money for that, and it paid off. So it worked at the end, but it was, you know, a big faith thing, I guess, and having to build a lab from Amazon components on like budget 3D printers to be able to get some prototyping value and traction, and having your clinician to pay up front for the preclinical studies so you can have some leverage with investors. We did all that. I wouldn't recommend doing it again. I think I wouldn't have done it either if I knew what it costed, but sometimes you just have to have to survive. But yeah, can I extend on that question? A lot of the times you see like people get rooted in a network that they have. It could be often at a university, a particular thing they know. How do you know when it's time to bridge to new horizons, to take that leap and go into like a new, completely new culture sometimes often? Like how would you know, did you have to do this? Would you have found like enough from where you were? Or I'd love to hear, I don't know, you guys.
Bridge your network as soon as possible. I think those experiences have all been had here, that if you stick to your known network, you run out of opportunities pretty quickly and you got to expand. So it's just that getting out there, opening your network, opening up your horizons to new opportunities. You never know early stage where the funding is going to come from. So get out there and get those experiences as soon as you can and just be open to it.
One of the, Israel's been is a great country for funding. But I will openly complain about the Israeli VCs and that they are now obsessed with digital health. And as a company that is more of a pure traditional medical device company, I just get rejected left and right by them. In fact, you can go on their website and see that they made medical device investments, including the ones that invested in companies like PVT and some of the really big ones. And then they say, no, we stopped doing that now. And so I stopped chasing Israeli VCs very early. I realized that I had to get out. I went to the US. I was able to build some network there, also in Europe, and it's the FaceTime. And COVID, yes, there were some things. Our initial funding actually came from a grant from the Israel Innovation Authority and the incubator, which I was very fortunate to get because that was local. But that's capped. That's capped at about $800,000, and that's it. So if you need more than that, you gotta start getting out and getting on a plane. Really, that's what you gotta do.
So for me, being public in Sweden, I've raised 20 million euros in Sweden.
That's impressive.
Because that's just the way that the stock market works there and how you have to raise that way. Actually, internationally, I've worked since the start because the heart pump field is quite niched, and so it's just spread all over the world. So one way of getting funding maybe a little bit alternatively is identifying academics who want to collaborate, because they're already paid by the university, and if they have an interest in your area, it's just about getting those IP agreements set up in the right way.
You raised from academics? Do I understand correctly?
No, so first starting to collaborate with academics.
Okay, right,
they're working for free, basically, because they're already paid by the university. And then if they get academic grants, which they're usually quite good at getting, then that's indirectly funding your business. So we set up a lot of those types of collaborations early on to get lots of work done with a small budget. And I guess...
That's very interesting.
But the reason I'm here now is because we got the EIC accelerator. So now I'm being pushed to go out and race outside of Sweden because the EIC nominated us for 15 million euro investment, but they want to see us bring in new investors, and ideally, from outside of Sweden.
And one thing I'll add here is that, you have to expand that network, but you have to also, if you reached out to somebody and asked for, investment and you got a no, I don't mind the no as long as I get a reason, because if you know the reason, you can address that, or at least you know that why they are not investing. A lot of people who said no to me in the beginning, they end up becoming investors later on. So getting that feedback was incredibly helpful. I always ask for some feedback, whatever feedback I can get, and especially the early stage investors, a lot of time they will tell us very candidly that why they are not investing, and it is sometimes that, right now it's only you. Once you have a team, then we'll invest. So once we got a team behind us, we reached out to those investors again, and we were able to get a check from them. So to me, it is not necessarily a door is shut. It's like, what is the big lesson for me was that, okay, ask why not no, why is the answer no, and then can we address that, right? And sometimes it's the timing, sometimes it's something else, but a lot of those times, we were able to address that, convert that no into yes, sometimes in 3 months, sometimes in 6 months, sometimes a little bit longer, but at least that's what my experience has been.
I've also seen them keep kicking the can down the road, though. You know, they say, oh, we want to see clinical data. And then I come with a few patients. No, we need to see more clinical data. Then I come with more patients. No, still more. No, we want to see 10 million in revenue now.
So I want to soft no. I want to go to another high-level topic that I've talked to all of you about in some capacity. This transition of selling your story and pitching for angels and family offices, and then making that transition into pitching to VCs and that institutional capital, which act differently. And the frustrations, the ahas, and the learning moments, because some of you have had to stick to going to that institutional after the angels and family, and that's your next path because you are raising larger sums. Others have had to change their strategy and pull back, and I'm just going to raise the rest of it from either grants or continue on with angels after failing miserably with VCs. So I want to go and just hear your thoughts on what is it like to cross that chasm or have to pull back on raising from angels and families and then go try with the institutionals.
I think it's become less of a chasm. I think from my experience, the angel groups have become a lot more sophisticated and they've become a lot more professional. They've attracted members who have some of that experience. So the pitch process, the screening process, the pitch process, the diligence process has gotten a lot more sophisticated. So in making that transition, certain VCs who have expertise are going to ask better questions perhaps and more in-depth questions that you're prepared for. But overall, I found that that bridge to be a lot easier in that all the angel work that was done led well into the VC pitches that we ended up making. That was my experience, at least.
You know, I'll add a couple of things here. So I raised money from some angel networks, but also some high network individuals and also some family offices. And although I was telling the same story, but the questions I was getting, you know, from the audience or the investors were different. So I think you're absolutely right. The angel investors, they are beginning to do diligence a little bit more like VCs now. But a lot of other people, family offices, they very quickly assess that, okay, you understand your market, you understand your technology, and they went into a different direction in their diligence. What they were looking for in terms of credibility or whatever their evaluation criteria were, that was different. Versus for VCs and the angel groups the larger angel groups that I talked to, they were doing an assessment more on the market and the technology and feasibility. So I thought that the diligence process, or at least the criterias, were different in those groups. Individuals and family offices tend to go more on your credibility than market and some of the other things. Versus VCs and bigger angel groups who are more sophisticated, they would still want to understand the market and that you understand the technology and those risks.
Yeah, there was a conversation yesterday that I thought was quite brilliant, talking about the East Coast versus the West Coast versus Europe. And sometimes that gets kind of painted with a broad brush where you're classifying everybody as thinking the same way. And one thing that I've used, whether it's VCs, family offices, high net worth individuals, is understanding what their priorities are, so that when we go through the deck, and I'll guarantee you each of us here on the podium has got maybe 1,000 versions of the decks we built, because it's always getting brushed. But frankly, understanding what's important to the buyer, to the investor, and allowing them to do that data dump before we even do the presentation allows us to modify and understand what their hot points are. And to this day, I just changed my presentation for Friday already, so based on some of the coaching we got yesterday. So.
You know, it's fascinating to hear your perspectives. In our case, it's actually kind of opposite. It was an epic fail every time we tried to do an angel network. Like, at one time, one gentleman literally was smoking this pipe full of tobacco, and he just blew the smoke in my face as I was trying to pitch. At that point, I realized something has to change. But in VCs, actually, we found it much easier to deal with VCs. Actually, we spoke to 2 VCs in total, and we raised from the second one that we spoke with. But every time this was like a proper conversation. Like, we didn't aim for VCs, we kept getting beat up often by like little angel or like seed funds, but a VC, for some reason, they just clicked. Could have just been luck, or maybe we did something right, probably both. But it's very interesting. Like, you know, you mentioned the interpersonal factor, right? The ability to portray the vision in the case of family offices, which I don't have experience with dealing, you know, that ethics factor as well. I mean, do you see such a thing as too early to speak to a VC, really? Or more like just keep all the options open, like what do you say?
You know, my answer is that I think I started talking to VCs from the beginning, and maybe it was a mistake, maybe I won't do that next time, but I don't think, at least for the first time CEO of this time, it was a mistake. It helped me refine my pitch and understand a lot of those things, where they are coming from and what their objections are going to be. So fundraising is very much like a sales process, right? You are selling something and you have to learn to do objection handling. And you can only do that if you know the objections. So, I mean, for me, I started talking to VCs way early. I may not do it again, but I don't think it was, you know, all that bad this time.
I think one of the, going back to the original point too, the difference between angels and VCs is sometimes angels are often investing their own money and VCs are investing someone else's money, which makes their approach different.
So would you say they could be more dispassionate, but more approachable from like the numbers side here? Because I find kind of the same thing, like the personal factor is important, but the numbers speak louder sometimes in that, you know, managers.
Well, think about it, like an angel, if they're, and then most angel groups are investing their own money. So not all, but most. So what they're trying to make sure that you're going to protect their money. So they're going to really they might ask you more questions about what your plan is in the future. I had angel groups ask me questions about my sales plan, which is still like 3 to 4 years out in the future, where VCs that never came up, because it's that approach. It's like when you're spending someone else's money, maybe you think about it differently than spending your own money.
That's interesting.
Do you have something? Wanted to throw a softball because I think this is a huge part of raising capital. And we can talk about the black and white objective questions like the transition from angel and family into institutional, but the psychology of entrepreneurship and taking 1,000 no's and how to lead a company while going out there and fundraising. When you're leading your companies and growing in these early stages and growing into maybe mid stages, but still raising capital on a consistent basis, how do you make it through those dark times? I mean, the CEO is the loneliest position. We've talked about that. It's a very thematic theme of entrepreneurship, at least in this conference so far. The psychology of entrepreneurship while raising capital, how do you manage yourself and how do you manage your company?
For me, it's the patient stories. So I am connected with many heart transplant recipients and heart pump patients, and talking to them, that just gives me the energy, because they really appreciate what I do, and that, for me, that's what matters.
Yeah, understanding your why, completely critical. Why am I here? Why do I want to do this? A support network helps. A spouse that's supportive helps. Talking to other CEOs about their experiences helps, and having that network, and being vulnerable enough to reach out to that network and say, this is hard. What have you done about this? How have you worked through it? Being vulnerable in that helped me a lot. Just to have those honest conversations about the experience just centers you in, yes, this is really hard. This is going to get harder. But that if you're doing it for the right reasons and you're going to help patients and everything that's important about this, just gives you that day-to-day and week-to-week energy to continue to persist through the difficult times, for sure.
I just go home and cry myself to sleep every night. Or maybe turn to alcohol. No, in all seriousness, it's really important that also we as CEOs maintain our routines, still make it to the gym. I meditate every single morning, and when I don't, I feel off. I've noticed that is a trend amongst CEOs, is to be incredible meditators. Actually, if you look at like Silicon Valley, I think they've taken it way too far perhaps, but yes. there are certain things, maintaining our mental health support from friends and family is really important. And also, take vacation. You have to. The company's not going to die if you take a week off. You really do. Actually, a great story, if I may. I went to the Galapagos Islands with my family. We were on a boat. It was really awesome. And I didn't have internet or any cell phone service for 4 days. So I told my team, I said, you can't contact me even if you want to. So you're on your own. And then I ended up raising $500,000 from one of the couples on the boat.
Brilliant. That's an awesome story. That's an awesome story. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
You know, I think these guys captured the thought, all those things. Ask for help. Like, you know, it is a lonely job, but you don't need to make it lonely. Ask for help. Talk to people. Talk to your spouse, your partner. Those things are important. And take vacations. Take break. It's not, you know, it's 100% 24-hour job. You cannot stop thinking about those things, but you need to learn to stop your brain sometimes. You need ways to decompress and de-stress. Otherwise, it will consume you. So I think all those are good points here.
Yeah, I'm obviously the senior citizen on this panel, and been married for 43 years, and I'm a salesman, have been forever, and so. Having been married for 43 years, you get used to no, but what do you know? Come back and bring us a different pitch deck. You know, no, you get comfortable with, and we call it. We have a euphemism in our company. We call it waves on the beach. If we just keep coming, people come to the beach. They enjoy the waves. It's a consistency of performance, of behavior. You just got to keep coming, and the energy's got to keep coming because the no's are going to come. And as I think everybody has said, the no means just no for now, and now is only now. Things change minutes later, and so appreciating that the waves keep coming.
Would you like another anecdote?
Please. Another war story.
Yeah. Still from Dallas, just before we raised the first angel funding, which is like $2,000 on all your bank accounts combined, and quickly running out. I was living in a ghetto Airbnb, and one night there was like a shooting outside, right? I could hear the pop, pop, you know, like I called up my wife, I'm like, this is a bit much, you know, I'd like to, you know. So anyway, I packed up my bags and went to sleep in an accelerator building in downtown, which I did, and I took a shower in the gym, and I always used to go to the steam room there, and that's a fantastic way to de-stress no matter what. If you just keep cranking up the temperature, one pain lessens another eventually, and you just kind of refresh yourself, right? Then I'm sitting in the steam room, and then there's two guys that I meet, and they're very cheery fellas, like they just keep on going, and they realize they're running guns. These guys run an arms business, and they're full on serious. I asked me if I have any connections. See, I was born in Russia, and I was left when I was 15, but they asked me, do you know any people with the AK-47s? I'm like, I do not. And I kind of came back to the office and I just took a coffee and checked my bank account. And I saw it's not too bad, you know, you're in the right business, you know, you have a patients you want to help, you know. And it's one of those things when just, you know, if you remind yourself, as you said, that you are in the right game and eventually it is worth the sacrifice. You don't need a guarantee that it will work, but the pursuit itself sometimes is, you know, worth it. When there's a contrast of quite different things around. Thank you.
And with the time left, we have enough time, but that was a great story, by the way. And if any of you have an actual war story that yielded an aha moment that you feel comfortable sharing for the audience on entrepreneurship, raising capital, and that learning lesson, that was a mistake, and I learned a pretty hard lesson. If anyone has that story, please jump in.
Well, we had one. We talked earlier about the difference between family money and venture money and angel money. The long story short, as we discussed, keep the funnel full. And I know right now it's really tough to have multiple term sheets, but we got leveraged. We went down the road, and as an opportunity for a lead investor was moving through the funnel and they were doing due diligence, I realized that this was a scripted play that they had well orchestrated. The good news was we had another term sheet and that we were able to leverage and not get leveraged. And I know it's hard now because just getting the first term sheet and leading the round is a challenge. But that was one of those ahas. We almost got to the point where we were out of money. There was the cliche that some money is better than others. This was bad money, bad people, and it was a huge aha that you let your guard down a minute, and because you get a little bit desperate, and just say, you know, sometimes you got to walk away. And so we did, and we didn't get leveraged.
Thank you for that.
My story is not a horror story, but there is an aha moment and there's a lesson here. As a first-time CEO, and I think a lot of people will probably make this mistake, you don't really know how to negotiate, especially when you are getting desperate and when you really want some money to, you know, you're running on fumes. You know, we were raising some amount recently or last year, and then the investor came back with some terms, and I was about to, you know, take that. I'm like, okay, this is great. And then I talked to my board, and the board people are very seasoned. They gave me advice that you can give those terms, but ask the investor to double the amount. And I asked that. It took us a little bit longer. It added a week or two of negotiations, but we got a lot more money that way. And that suddenly, once you get, you know, somebody was saying, once the money starts coming in, other people start, you know, adding there too. So I think it's good to ask for help, especially with negotiations. Like, we do not know how to, you know, especially first-time CEOs, if you do not have experience of doing that, it is good to ask for advice.
Just a quick story, and the lesson being, pick the right partner and bring in the right money from the right folks. So while it raised all this money through angels, actually in our Series B, it was VC-led. And we got most of the way through the round, 90% filled with that VC leading the round. But it became evident to myself and the board that the VC may not be the best partner. But we were back for it. We had $30,000 in the bank. FDA clearance and $30,000 in the bank, and had to make a choice. And I ended up making the call without the board's knowledge to tell the VC to go away. So it took the lead and took half the round, a $7 million round. This is a $4 million lead, and told them I didn't think they were going to be a good partner and to go away. And then I called my board and said, I told the lead to go away. And there's $30,000 in the bank. But the lesson was that the board supported the decision, and that round turned out to be not only a $7 million round, but a $9 million round, because the angels were so surprised that a CEO supported their interests and didn't take on a VC that was going to take their rights and all their privileges in the terms, that ended up being a much larger round than I expected from the angels, and that again perpetuated how much money was ultimately raised through the angel groups. But that was just a highly stressed moment, but the right decision for the right reasons. And if you do the right thing for the right reasons and take the right money, good things can happen. And it's a rule to try to stand by if you can.
Amazing point to end on. I want to say thank you to all the panelists here, the first-time CEOs and their war stories of raising capital. I hope the whole audience learned something new today. Thank you very much for your time. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, Giovanni, for putting this on. Really amazing.
Right, so now I hope you're all ready for our final panel session for today. And I'm personally very excited to hear what this wonderful group of people has to say, because they all can sit right now at the Chap House with a glass of rosé probably and enjoy the view on Valletta, but for some reason they keep doing it. So the panel is titled Serial Entrepreneurship, Why We Continue. And it is moderated by Julie Adrian, the CEO of Alvarium Health. And our panelists are Lloyd Diamond, CEO of Pixum Vision, Michael Wallace, co-founder and venture partner, Early Bird Medical and Shangbei Capital, John Slump, Chief Financial Officer at Volta Medical, Greg Walters, CEO, President, and co-founder of Excision Medical, Yusuf Biadilla, CEO at Bariatech Medical. Please welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia.
Serial entrepreneurship. Why we continue.
All right, hi everyone. Julie, Adrian, thanks for coming to the panel. I think we might be one of the only things between you and a happy hour, maybe, so we will try to be very interesting and exciting. I for sure have heard from a number of these guys already, yesterday and earlier, so I know it's going to be a great discussion. So this is about being a serial entrepreneur, and I love the why we continue. So we've had some great, pre-discussions on that, and I wanted to start, if you would answer this question and talk a little bit about your background and what you've done, because you all have very amazing backgrounds that I know the audience is going to want to hear about. What motivates you to continue? Like, you did one. What kept you going to do another? Did you fall into it? Did you pick it? Did it pick you? Give your background and then your answer.
Okay. Hi, thanks. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I'm Lloyd Diamond, currently the CEO of Pixium Vision. I spend time between France and California, so two beautiful places. I have about 30 years of experience in med device mostly. Large company, and then kind of migrated out to Silicon Valley, where I was involved in some disruptive technology startups that we built and sold to companies like Medtronic, Boston Scientific, and others. I don't know, maybe unlike some of the other panelists, I got bitten by the bug later because I had started really in kind of more traditional conservative large companies like Bristol Myers and Zimmer, very structured. And then I got my first taste at a company out in Silicon Valley called Kyphon that we sold to Medtronic for a lot of money that still today the people at Medtronic told me they way overpaid for. And I think it was that first experience, kind of the risk, the adrenaline, the failures, the successes, and then seeing how hard work pays off that really got me bitten by the startup bug. I would say that you probably have to be an eternal optimist and not even think about the risk so much, because if you think about how much you'll fail, you'd never start. So I would say maybe just from a personality perspective, a glutton for punishment and an internal optimist. That's why I do it. So.
Yeah, great intro. Mike Wallace, I'm a co-founder of a women's health company called Early Bird Medical, and I also run an incubator called 880 Medical. And I sold a company called Devora Medical about 1.5 years ago to Boston Scientific. So why do I keep doing it? It's a great question, and you're really kind of making us all go deep, because we're all not sure why we do why we do.
I was thinking we should ask their partners to submit a response to see if it matched up.
So I'm an engineer by training, and I just think it's super cool to kind of try to apply to, engineering principles and do product development to solve cool medical problems. And I always thought it was really fun, the synergies between an inventor and a physician, and kind of working through that. And so to me, it's just the cool factor of innovating and that process of doing something new and different. And of course, trying to get it to market, which is equally as fun.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is John Slump. I'm actually the CFO of Volta Medical and also the co-founder of Atriverse. Startup companies are all I've ever known, and med device startup companies in particular. I started my first device company as a 20-year-old nobody out of Iowa, of all places.
Go Kansas.
I studied finance and accounting at University of Iowa. My sister was diagnosed with cancer. We learned healthcare workers who treating cancer patients with chemotherapy medications were getting very sick, and the workers were getting very sick. And so, I always tell people, look for real problems, real significant pain points people were willing to solve. But, for me, that's a big part of it. Being a there's an element of humanitarianism, or being a good shepherd of good technology, and there's no shortage of good technology out there, but there's a shortage and scarcity of good shepherds. So for me also, I like to think of myself as a builder, and building these companies is not for the faint of heart, but it's a lot of hard work, but it's also very rewarding. And then, frankly, for those who know me, I'm I'm a bit of a fighter, not a lover, so I'll never shy away from a good fight. And the startups, there's a bit of a David and Goliath element to them. So I love a good underdog fight.
Yusuf.
Hello, everybody. So I see myself as an R&D engineer. So I was an early R&D engineer at Baylis Medical in Toronto, Canada, then Sadra Medical in Los Gatos area, California, and then Symetis in Geneva area. And all three companies were successful with exits to Boston Scientific. And then I co-founded, CEO of three companies. One is a company that is commercial now with a product that is FDA approved and CE marked and commercial pretty much everywhere around the world, called Anchor Orthopedics for back pain. And after that, I co-founded a company that did saliva diagnostics in order not to use blood, and I'll come back to that. And now I'm a CEO of a company in obesity. And for me, I see myself as an R&D engineer, and I would like to work on 4 fields before I do something else. So one is pain in general, so I did that. One is I just hate needles, so I did that with Abogen, so we were able to basically do some of the diagnostics with saliva versus blood. One is structural heart, and the last one, which I don't know if I'll get to it, but it's really dentistry. I hate dentists.
I love it. I love it.
Dear God, how do I follow that?
Sorry, Greg. Sorry.
My name is Greg Walters. I've done this 3 times. I'm on my 3rd. My first was a company called Kenzie Nash, and they're probably best known for inventing and commercializing the AngioSeal. And that was a real true startup environment. And I really mimicked that environment when I started up my next thing, which was Essential Medical. And I sold Essential Medical to Teleflex. Kenzie Nash exited to DSM. Essential Medical exited to Teleflex, and then I started Excision Medical, and that's we're making a device to do leaflet modification following TAVR implantations to allow secondary TAVR. And I think, in short, what I really most enjoy about why I'm doing it again is because I really like the environment, right? There's something about my personality, there's something about how I work, and the fact that I like to do so many different things that really, the startup environment has always been me. One of the things that made that really clear to me is our first startup became very big, and we became a bit of a plodding company, and I couldn't stand it, and ultimately left to start up my own. So I think, for me, the primary reason to do it is it's the funnest way to work, and I found that I'm quite good at all the things and like to do a little of all of them.
Yeah.
The CEO role is a bit tougher. So I like to get out of the CEO role and go back to my roots as a development engineer and spend time in the lab. So anyway,
we're going to talk about that in a minute. I think self-awareness is the key to recovery, right, in a lot of these situations, with knowing yourself and what you like and enjoy. So next we're going to go, Yusuf, I'm going to go back to you about, what was a failure? What went wrong? And trust me, guys, we're going to get to fundraising, but you have to stay for the whole talk to get to the fundraising at the end, okay? And we're going to try to put a new twist on it, too, than what you've heard all day. But talk about something that went wrong, a failure, a lesson learned. You said yesterday, I think it was it's like staring into the abyss and chewing on glass, I think was what you said. So that sounds like there's a lesson learned in there. So let's and then you guys can ping pong on who wants to go next.
I can talk about Abogen, which is the diagnostic company. I did that out of just interest in the idea of using saliva versus blood for diagnostics. I just hate getting pricked. I was always the last to get the vaccine. I just hate having things stuck in my arms. And I did that with a friend of mine who had just finished his epigenetics PhD from McGill University. We did our bachelor together, but then he continued in his studies and went for a PhD in genetics and then postdoc in epigenetics. And the whole time, the whole 8 years was tough. I mean, we went to Sandy Hill Road, talked with everybody. At the time, Theranos was, the talk of the town. So, I mean, you had no chance whatsoever in raising money to try to do something around blood diagnostics with Theranos being around. So we ended up just going for a few doctors, and the whole time was an uphill battle. The whole time, until the end, until we were about to file 510K for the indication, and then we basically called a few people and and tried to find somebody who can actually buy the company. So the whole time was tough.
Yeah,
I love it.
I was just going to rebound off that. It's interesting what you say, because I don't know, yesterday in our session, I was talking about our current situation at Pixium, and one thing I think that's an important lesson is sometimes even the best technology doesn't win. You can't, there gets to a point where the tides are against you, the markets aren't right, there's been negative precedent. In this case, you talk about Theranos. In our case, we're in a neural implant for the retina, and there's been several that have come and failed. And even if you have the best technology, it could be a graveyard full of great technologies that don't make it. And as a CEO sometimes, that's the other thing. I talked about the internal optimist. You think you can will it to happen. And most times,
Just try hard enough.
you're right. And most times I think we can, but there will be some times where you just can't. Not that I want to be the downer here, but that's life. And you kind of need to know when you can and when it's time to pivot.
Knowing when to fail fast and move on. One other, anybody else on that one? Good lesson learned?
Yeah, I would say I've been in the co-founder CFO role of half a dozen med device startups, and one of the things I learned is the painful lesson of hiring the wrong CEO. We're in particular when you're in your young 20s, have no experience, and there was a lot of pain and suffering and setbacks, and we were able to get it course corrected. But I think on the next one, when we went on, I think we nailed that from the get-go, from the beginning. And a little company called Farapulse that we grew from the ground up as a first mover in the pulse field ablation space, and Boston Scientific acquired it for up to $800 million, and it was a very successful exit, and a big part of it was having the right CEO.
Shameless plug for Alvirium. That's one of the things we do. If you don't like the CEO we help put in, you throw them back and we give you a different one. So, this is one way to solve that, actually, the fractional approach, which a lot are doing. Okay, Mike and Greg. Oh, do you have another one?
Yeah, I've got a really quick one. So we had a major failure in a material selection that we learned right as we did our first major animal study implants, our long-term durable implants, and this was literally weeks after we closed our first round of priced funding. That delayed us then an entire year. And so that was a pretty tense time, but you just gut it out, and you put your optimism hat on, and you go do your engineering work and solve it. So, but no fun.
I love that. Yeah,
No
not fun.
That was an unfun part.
Unfun, the not fun part. So let's start here. We talked in the prep about being a reluctant CEO, which sometimes I am that as well. But this idea of a number of you came from the development side or the clinical side, and then got dragged kicking and screaming into the business side. So talk a little bit about that and what you learned and tips for others, because I know there's a lot.
You're looking at me because I'm the reluctant CEO. You know what? I just think it was, for me, it wasn't pursuing the CEO role as a role. I know there are people out there that just become CEOs because that's what they want to do, and that's the progression in their large company. And I just became it because it was needed in the company that I had founded. And I honestly had always assumed that somebody was going to take that role away. But it turned out I was I was at least okay enough at it, I guess, because nobody replaced me.
You were not wrong. You were not wrong.
I was not. Well, no, I was wrong quite a lot, honestly. So I think the truth is one of the things you get to do in a startup is do whatever's necessary, right? And I think that I did that, and I honestly enjoyed it. So.
You literally said you were cleaning the bathrooms at one point.
Yes. See, I think there's some really important things that other people aren't willing to do that you just have to set an example, and that turned out to be one of them. Yeah. Turns out guys are really messy.
I love it.
So, Greg's an awesome cleaner, it turns out. If you hire him at your house. So my story is kind of similar. I always just loved developing products. I started off in a big company at Boston Scientific earlier in my career. But my issue is always you could never move fast enough, and the company wouldn't take as much risks. Yeah. And if you work inside of a big company long enough, a lot of programs get canceled. They can't get them all the way to the finish line. Yeah. So I just thought it was so sexy, so cool, so exciting. This idea that if you're in a nimble environment like a startup, you can actually take some cool technologies and get them to market. And that's, of course, where they happen. They don't happen in big companies, and the big companies need the startups to help with their product pipeline. But that was kind of my motivation. That's what was appealing to me to startups, was the ability to be so agile and so nimble. Now, it turns out you need capital and cash to do that, and you need some leadership skills to do that too, and you've got to be able to spin a story to investors. But, you know, if you're excited enough about the opportunity, you can learn all that shit. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, and I don't know, there were those that came from the engineering world. I didn't. Yeah, I was kind of the reverse. I think we talked about this. So I came up through more the commercial side, and early on in my career, I kind of through an acquisition or a divestiture of Zimmer, the orthopedic company, I found myself in a situation with the acquirer where they were looking to create business units. And so, I don't know, one day I was in product management, sales, the commercial side, and the next day I had a cross-functional group I had to manage. So I needed to learn to speak engineer. Like I didn't quite get that. I mean, you know, we're the salesy people, we just kind of dream, and then the engineering people, they have to actually do something and put pencil to paper. But I think through that whole experience, you know, early on, you learn to kind of feed off of each other. And the one thing that I have to say about the engineers and kind of disruptive technology space, they have all this competence, but then they really dream with you. And you kind of you learn from that because they actually put it to practice. So, anyway, different perspective.
If you get the right kind of engineers that can open their aperture. So go.
Like Lloyd, I'm a little bit more on the business side too. So you know, when it comes to a company like Farapulse, it was acquired before it ever even went commercial. That's, I think, a big difference between these Class 2 versus Class 3 devices. But most of my other experience has been Class 2, and for me, you know, in the CFO role, it's sort of hurry up and wait. You know, when are you guys going to have the product ready so we can start selling something? So.
I love it. And I think talk a little bit, because this is, I think, related, going from development to business, this making the pivot in the company from clinical medical to commercial. When and how do you know to do that? Maybe, you know, keep going, and then Yusuf will go down to you too on how do you know, you're the CFO, so how do you help the founder, owner, co-founder team figure out when it's time to make that pivot, and how challenging is that pivot?
Well, I think, again, in Class 2 devices, I mean, it's a little more natural. You have a 510K clearance, and, you know, now's time to put the device into humans if you haven't already. But I think, you know, a big part of this answer is doing a limited market release. Really, if you're gonna fail with the product, you know, fail in a pretty contained, small environment, so that you can iterate, redesign, and then try again. You know, I don't think you don't want to go really wide, really early, and fall on your face, because you can't recover from that.
Yusuf?
So I don't have experience in commercial. So the first company I co-founded, Anchor Orthopedics, we just before 510K, we brought a commercial team and a CEO. Second company, we sold it before, and right now we're just about to do our first in human, so no experience.
No, but maybe rebounding off what you said, it's an interesting point. I don't want to take us too far off task, but or off topic, but you know, many medical device companies, at least in the past, that's what we did. We built disruptive technologies. The cost of commercialization is high, so you build the technology and you sell it. The problem is the number of potential strategics that acquire in the space now have consolidated. I mean, everybody up here said, who did you sell a company to? Boston. Everybody sold a company to Boston. Everybody sold a company to Medtronic. I mean, it's always the same names. I think there's a time where now the startup companies are going to have to figure out how to go it on their own. And I think we're at a stage now where it's quite complicated, because the cost of capital is high. You can't find it. And yet the cost of commercialization is the biggest expense that a company will experience during its development. And so I kind of just wonder, very few people now probably that have been in for a while have had a lot of experience in commercializing disruptive technologies, because you didn't have to unless you were at a big strategic.
And you didn't also even necessarily have to start acting or looking like a commercial company because you were going to exit, right? And now possibly, I don't know, what do you guys think about that? Is that a trend that's coming?
I mean, I think if you, first of all, if your product is approved, and it's working. You've done some cases. If you've done a clinical trial, you have data. If it's a 510K product or Class 2 product, you've demonstrated that it's working. You really have an obligation to launch it, right? Because not only to your current investors, but if you don't launch it, people are going to say, why haven't you launched it? And I've seen people come for pitches in my VC role, and they're like, well, we have this product, it's been approved, this one, that one. I'm like, well, why haven't you launched it? So you asked, like, when do you make that transition to launch the product? When you have a product approved and you've demonstrated in a small scale that it's working, you have an obligation to launch it, unless all of a sudden you have some crazy epiphany that the market really isn't there, which does happen, and then you pivot and you develop another product and you say, well, that was just a kind of a warmer-upper.
Love it. So, did you want to go?
Well, I was just going to say the best way to be acquired is to not need to be acquired, and the only way to not need to be acquired is to make sure you have a commercialization
and
plan.
be ready.
And so we did that. So at Essential Medical, this is a large bore closure device, arterial closure device. We called it Manta. It's the one that Teleflex picked it up. When Teleflex bought the business, a big reason they bought the business is because we had a clean room and an operation. We had FDA approval, ISO certifications, and we could build 75,000 devices a year, and that kind of blew their minds. So it was a real big aspect of selling the company to be ready for commercialization. And we had, we started up the curve, and luckily they stepped in early, but I think it was showing that was possible, made a big deal on the acquisition.
I was just going to say that. We're seeing that a lot with the companies, and I'm CEO of 2 biotechs that we're helping run. The more you have thought it through and you have a plan and you have a runway for where to go, that increases your valuation dramatically with a funder or a strategic even. If you've got, they might not use your plan, but if they can see it laid out.
Well, they changed all our plans.
Of course they will. Of
course.
course.
But getting back to the topic that we're on, part of the commercialization, that was actually fun to do the commercialization piece, and it just gets back to one of the things that jazzes me about doing this again and again is there's all these phases. The early phase is fun. The middle phase is less fun than the early phase, and
for different reasons.
But commercialization turned out to be very, very fun.
It can be fun. Okay, we got one more, and then the funds, raising funds. So we talked a lot about, are you a disruptor or would you rather be a disruptor or a fast follower? Maybe we ask the audience too, who raise your hand if you are, prefer to be the first or a disruptor in the market. We got a few. You guys can raise your hands too, which one you are. And then disruptor, raise your hands too. Disruptor, raising their hands, all right. And then fast follower. And then we got a new, we decided on a new category of early fast follower. So now we're going to explain that. We're going to unpack that statement. That is cheating. That's not a multiple choice question.
Pick a side.
That's being smart.
Pick a side.
Go for it. Say why. Lloyd, we'll go down.
No, I'm a disrupt. And you said why.
The optimist.
Yeah, no, you said why, and I said, well, because the expectations are low. I mean, right? When you're first, people say, okay, you can fail.
The only way to go is up.
The only way to go is up. I know that might sound really ridiculous, but there's sort of there's a comfort in that.
A freedom
in that.
Yeah, so I think I coined this term yesterday for the first time, the early fast follower.
You did, we should TM
coining is probably a little too braggadocious, but so my co-founder and I, we've done about 5 companies together, and our philosophy is to try to find exciting new areas and be a fast follower, but not like a 3rd or 4th or 5th, but be the 2nd, like number 2. And that means, and there's a little bit of risk there, maybe not as much risk as you, because sometimes the leader blows up and the market doesn't evolve, but at least you don't have to duke it out with 8 other competitors. And then it becomes, then if you're a good executor, if you can put a good team together, and you can execute, which we think we're pretty good at doing, then you can beat the others to market.
You can draft like a NASCAR.
You can draft.
You can draft. I like that. All right.
Yeah, I've kind of have experience with both, right? Farapulse was definitely the first mover in the pulse field ablation space and had a fantastic exit. Attune Medical was the first mover in the esophageal cooling space, and it, I think is had a lot of success and is now commercial and running 25 million plus in revenue a year and is profitable. But my latest startup where I'm a co-founder, Hverse, is a fast follower to Baylis, right? And I think Baylis also bought by Boston for 1.8 billion cash, or about 18 times revenues, a couple years ago. And I think there's really a lot to be said about both. So that's why I should have raised both my hands as well. It's good.
Yusuf.
We tried to be disruptive with the saliva diagnostic company, and it was really, really tough. So I don't have the courage nor the stamina to do it again. I'm just going to stick with being a fast follower.
Yeah, I think it's just easier to be a fast follower, so let's just leave it at that.
I love it.
There's no young people on here.
Drop
Maybe the
the
really
mic.
young
It's
people,
hard enough-
except you.
It's hard enough to do everything, right? It's just, why make it harder?
Yeah,
But
it's true.
But I'm sure it is a passion thing, right? And so that's part of when you get into this, right? If you see something that really grabs you, then you're compelled. You must do it. And it probably wouldn't matter if it was early, fast, late follower, whatever.
Medium. Well, and then how important is it when you're a fast follower, early fast follower, for it to be dramatically, uniquely differentiated? Does that factor into the thinking?
Yeah, of course, you got to be differentiated, but just talking about being a disruptor versus a fast follower, if you decide to go be major disruptor from the beginning, remember, if you're going to be a CEO or you want to be a serial entrepreneur, it turns out you have to have a hit for someone to invest in you on the second. Now, there are successful CEOs, successful serial entrepreneurs who knows they had multiple gigs and they've never had an exit. But it's a lot harder. It's a lot easier if you can have some success, of course. And the more you do it, the better you'll also be for those tougher projects. So, if you're going to be a disruptor, my advice to the audience would be is maybe not do it as for your first company. Maybe do it for your.
I agree with that. I agree exactly with that.
Pick your battles. That's brilliant. I like that ad. All right, our last 18 minutes, we're going to talk about raising funds. Now, I know that all of you have spoken on panels already and had sessions yesterday and drinks and cocktails with friends. What are the trends you're hearing at this conference about raising funds? And I know what you're going to say. We need some. There aren't any. So this is what we're talking about before. But given that, let's be real. Where are you landing on your best thoughts for people who want to get into this to be serial entrepreneurs? Therefore, they are going to be serial fundraisers, unfortunately or fortunately. What's your best piece of advice and the best thing you think they need to think about?
Yeah, maybe first I would say, this has always been true, but maybe most recently post-COVID, in the post-COVID world we like to talk. If you think you need X squared when it comes to funding. I think that's a big mistake a lot of first-time CEOs make. I did it. You think, I have money, and I can make do with this. I can say you'll never be enough. Now, I think the problem that we have today, at least from what I see on the side of somebody that's always looking to raise money, is that the bar is quite high now. So in device before, I think, you could take some steps, find some money, take some more steps and find some more money. I think now the bar is quite high. People want clinical evidence. They want to see that there's actually, that what you're trying to sell actually has merit. They want to understand that there's a market afterward for it. So I think the bar has gotten...
Later. The money's coming later now.
Yeah,
so back to our commercialization discussion, maybe that's a tip for the crew is, you might actually have to think more about planning for the runway. To show, because the money's going to wait and come a little bit later, and having that plan would be helpful.
Yeah, I think, early stage companies, as far as the bar being raised, before you used to be able to get funding from some VCs with, an invention, a crude prototype and a patent filed, right? And that for 95% of the VCs out there, that's not enough. More and more even want first-in-human data. So most of the early-stage startups, I think we're going to hear about this, they're getting their money from angels, right? The true you're really going to test your friend and family's network and angels. And most of these companies are being funded by them. And maybe you can go out, if the product is so cool, often the angels are physicians, right, in that space, get expert folks who believe in it. And that's really hard, right? It's really scrappy to have to go around and fill out your cap table with 20 angels. But that's often what I'm seeing for the early stage companies.
These doctorpreneurs, we call them doctorpreneurs or professorpreneurs. They're into it, and they're somewhat liquid, more than most.
So I've probably raised over 200 million from a handful of med device startups, and starting my first one in my young 20s. Who's crazy enough to give someone like me money? You know what I mean? It's going to be high net worth individuals who maybe resonate with the story about cancer or have been touched by cancer, or So I've actually funded multiple, 3 prior companies, all angel. 20 million, 23 million, 35 million. These cap tables burgeoned out to 220 shareholders. So I know how to raise funds in a really scrappy way. And part of what you got to understand is you can't do it yourself. You really need a team. And so the biggest advice I would tell entrepreneurs, in particular first-time entrepreneurs, is sometimes you need to get out of your own way. And it's not always the best idea to be the founder CEO. I realized that very early on, and I was maybe more of a self-proclaimed CFO, and now in my Volta role, I'm a recruited CFO. But that's the first thing I would say is, start with angels. You got to kiss a lot of frogs and try to build a team. And it's tough to crack what I call the chicken and the egg. How do you get the team without any money? How do you get the money without the team? And I think a big part of it is in a startup when you're really early. I call it the kind of the batshit crazy early days. You can give equity, and you got to sell your heart and soul to kind of woo a CEO or a board chairman or somebody who can be a conduit to the capital, because getting in front of the right audience is half the battle. Now, in the context of Volta, I would say, this is a bit of an anomaly. This is a pre-revenue company that is running an RCT but doesn't have the results yet. And we were fortunate that we were raising money last year. We were actually able to get 3 venture term sheets and raised a 36 million Series B led by Vinsana Capital. Shout out Vinsana. And I think that we were very fortunate, but those stories are, I think, fewer and farther between, especially this year.
A lot has been said, but I think take money wherever you can find it, as long as it's legitimate money. The only thing I don't do is friends and family. I don't do that myself.
Yeah, I think it's all been said, but it is, you go as far as you can on the angel money, make it last as long as you can. That seems easy to do, and everything's getting pushed back with priced rounds. And so you got to get as far as you can on the seed money.
We have any questions? Did somebody raise a hand? I thought I saw, question? Can we do that? I don't know if we can do that. I can come there. Just shout it out. I can hear you. Or okay. Thanks, Julia.
Thanks a lot. So I wanted to ask a little bit to what all of you said in terms of fundraising. Why have you, except I think Yusuf mentioned it, why not go fiscally conservative? Why not build on revenue build-outs? Do you always need to continuously raise funds? Why not have dividend-based investor lock-ins or FCC structures, right? None of you mentioned it. Why not is the question one. Second, sorry. The second one is that being serial entrepreneurs, you all have exits, hopefully good ones. Why not put that as the seed investment and grow without any external investment? Right? Why do you desperately need that? Why? That is one of the questions that I have always had with people I have invested in. And I don't see very revenue-focused outcomes, at least did not happen in the last 7 years.
2 quick responses. One, these are medical device companies that take millions of dollars just to be able to get to dollar revenue one. So you can't really bootstrap a med device company. And to your second point, I would not advise my best friend to put a disproportionate amount of their own wealth into their own company. I think all good things in diversification. So sure, you want to see a team with skin in the game, but should you put 90% of your wealth on betting green 00? I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, and I would agree too. I mean, I think you manage your money like you would any portfolio. Before coming to Pixium, I invested my own money after an exit in a startup back in Silicon Valley, which has now since moved to Australia. I'm still a shareholder in that company. But you say, okay, you have this money. You're not going to put 100%. I wouldn't put 100% of my money into anything. You're going to spread. I would spread it like I would, and it doesn't mean you don't have conviction. It just means you're smart about how you invest your money. So.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, so it's an interesting perspective. The reason why venture capital invests in this is because no one else historically would invest in this. So these are high risk, high reward opportunities. And then med device, unfortunately, is the redheaded stepchild to tech and biotech. Then we're the third as far as valuation goes, but it's still high risk stuff. And so I seed my entities, my co-founder and I, we seed our own stuff, but we don't put 30, 40, 50% of our net worth into our next company. We might put 5% in or something like that.
Yusuf, did you?
Yeah, I just, so except Abogen, which is a saliva diagnostics and a 510K, everything else was a class 3 device. So, you need 70, 80 million to be able to get, to CE mark and to be able to generate your first dollar or euro. So it's a lot of money and years. And time is probably the most expensive commodity. It takes a lot of time.
Well, mine's a lot simpler. The first one, I didn't have the money to put in it. I put in $20,000 to start Essential Medical, and I wrote a patent with that, and so I didn't have anything. The second one, my wife isn't interested, and I'd really like to stay married.
That's the best answer, I think.
I mean,
actually.
sometimes you got to know what the right answer is. And
Absolutely, back to self-awareness. Does anyone else have a question? I'll keep going, but anybody? It's hard for me to see. Oh, back there, we have a hand up. Well, I can barely see.
Thank you to our panelists for sharing your insights here. On the fast follower kind of response, what's the distinction that you try to kind of go after being that fast follower? Is it form factor? Is it tech? Is it clinical ethics? Like, what do you try to go after to differentiate and distinguish?
Yeah, I mean, if you are second to a market, like think about more mature markets, for example, stenting in a coronary, right? There's like 20 competitors in there. So when you're second to market, you can differentiate. It is so easy to differentiate. The likelihood that the first product is going to be the best product is basically zero. So so basically you go out and you study that market, you talk to the users, you just say what's working well, what's not working well, and you can always improve on the being second to market or third to market. So it's easy pickings, especially if you have kind of an inventive background. But of course, you always want to try to improve the clinical outcomes, right? And the experience for the physician and the patient. So those are usually the two things you focus on.
Maybe one other perspective. I wouldn't think about it not necessarily only in clinical or in development or what have you, but there's also a way in which you can approach the market and the service you give to your customers. So I've spent most of my time in the surgical space. And in orthopedics, I'll just use that as an example. There are several competitors, and there's one that has not great products, but they have excellent service. And so they followed, somebody leads, they come up with a new technology, they follow with maybe a technology that's not as good, but if it's not working as well, they're always there to fix it. And so the hospitals say, oh, we like that company because they're always
just
there
as
to
good
help us.
tech,
So there are different ways to follow, not necessarily in tangibles, but also in intangibles.
I would answer your question in the form of maybe a hierarchy. The best differentiators may be clinical outcome and or safety related. Maybe next it's efficiency, speed, throughput, workflow, form factor, and then maybe the bottom of the totem pole would be cost.
Love it. Oh, back there.
Good question.
Back
Yeah.
there.
One question might be the third rail for you very bright folks. There's a conversation about funds that are invested because the public market is stopped up. Those funds are not available to reinvest. Those funds were raised 7, 10, 12 years ago. They're at the end. So they weren't going to be returned to this market now. Similarly, there are funds that have been raised over the last 2, 3, 5 years that are not being deployed. And so, you're bright folks, what do you think it's going to take? What do you see relative to the global economy, to barometric pressure? What do you think is going to break this logjam of pent-up capital?
It's a great big finish question, isn't it? Okay, who's going?
The CFO guy.
Yeah, the CFO is going to answer for the group.
Yeah,
We've agreed that whatever he says
Yeah.
is right.
I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. Sorry to
Shitty
say.
answer.
I think when we were raising funds for Volta, we specifically targeted funds that were in existence 3 years or less, so newer vintages. So first and foremost, you're right. Most of those later stage funds are going to be holding back capital for existing portfolio companies. I think for exciting deals with, in large growing markets and innovative technologies, the newer vintage funds have capital and they have to deploy it, and you better believe the LPs are all over them to do so.
Love it.
How do you find the funds which just raise the capital?
Networking. You can do a number of networking events and pitch events, but I think build a great board of directors, build a great advisory board. Get guys like this on your advisory board. You know what I mean? Fundraising is the quintessential networking game, and there's no website or portal where you can go and find them all. You need to network the old-fashioned way.
Anybody want to add to that, or is that a drop the mic answer? Drop the mic. All right. So I think thank you guys for everything. Unless there's anybody with a question, I think key takeaways. I love this. Be real, be cool, optimistic, and lean into the batshit crazy. I think that's the takeaway from today. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Sorry, do you mind keep moving? All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we need 5-10-minute break, and I hope you all stay here because we are preparing something very special. It's going to be a live performance / technology showcase. So please feel free to grab some water, coffee, and we're looking forward to seeing you here in 10-15 minutes. Thank you.
With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the 3rd edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the third edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there. With a 7,000-year-old history, what the Maltese Islands lack in natural resources compensated with human talent. 500 years ago, the Sagra Infermeria in Malta provided the best healthcare worldwide by the most qualified professionals. This October, that same Sagra Infermeria, now called the Mediterranean Conference Center, will welcome 4,000 global medtech professionals to discuss leading medical technology. Join us for the 3rd edition of the Malta MedTech World Summit, a celebration of the world's digital health and medtech industry. Expect riveting discussions and an exciting expo showcase featuring some of the biggest industry names. At the Malta MedTech World Summit, connect with professionals, explore new technologies, and gain insight into the future of healthcare as the host country builds on its legacy of excellence. Save the dates, October 19th and 20th. All eyes on the Maltese Islands for the Malta MedTech World Summit. See you there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. I was really looking forward to the end of the day, not only because we're all probably a little bit tired because we received a lot of knowledge today, but also we're going to witness right now something very, very unique. So please help me to welcome on the stage Tori Smith, the CEO, and Chris Green, Chief Business Officer with Endiatx.
Technology Showcase, Tori Smith, co-founder and CEO, Endiatx.
Guys, thank you so much for that introduction. It's a real honor to be here at MedTech Malta on this beautiful island, and we would very much like to thank the sponsors of this event. We'd like to thank everyone who's shown up, all the investors that have come to see tech, all the founders in the room building amazing stuff. Thanks, everyone. This has been quite a little experience. And so what I'd like to show you on this stage is a Silicon Valley startup company. And so I'll create a lot of hot air for you tonight. Chris here is central here because in Act 3, we're going to do a little demonstration. And then we have Quentin, we have Cameron, we have Kevin. This is deep tech. So we want to do a deep dive into the human body. And we want to do that with robot pills. And so initially, you can see all kinds of cool laptops and brilliant engineers sweating furiously over the tech. However, we think that soon, doctors will control these robots just using the iPhone in their pocket. That would be pretty cool. So what does one of these little robots look like? What I'd like to explain to you guys is that with a pill that can move under its own power, we can start a little adventure and we can start a conversation. And the conversation is, what does the world look like when inexpensive, small robots can travel around in the human body? Could they find illness? Could they fix the illness? Could we create an ecosystem where over time, these robots get smaller? And where would they go? Would they leave the GI tract? Would they go other places, maybe even into the brain? So let's start that adventure. And like we said, this will be in 3 acts. Act 1 is this conversation we have here with proper introductions. Act 2, which begins soon, is a serious dive into the metrics about what we think we're doing. And finally, in Act 3, we'd like to get real and actually show you PillBot in action. So there's a rule in Silicon Valley. If you are starting a deep tech company in medical space, you have to have a really weird name. What even does Endiatx mean? Endiatx means to go inside the human body, to understand what is wrong, and to fix it. And this is important. We're going to begin this adventure in a sensible place, in the stomach. And so if you've ever had a belly ache, or you had a friend with an ulcer or a lesion. You might know someone with Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Sometimes it makes sense to have a look around and figure out why we have these aches and pains. And this is very important for acute healthcare, but there's also a silent killer, which is stomach cancer. We are getting really good at screening for colon cancer. Thank goodness, it's wonderful. These days, colon cancer is a thing people can survive, right? But stomach cancer does not yet have an effective screening. And unfortunately, here's why, right? This is what it takes for us to have a 5-minute look into your body. You might have had symptoms, you might have gone to the emergency room, you might have been referred to your primary care. Then eventually you get a referral to a gastroenterologist, and after that, you go there multiple times. We try diets, we try antacids, and finally, we give you an upper endoscopy. And that's a long adventure. And what we propose is that we turn all of that, every last bit of it, into one video call from home. So we would do that with PillBot. And PillBot is a friendly little moving eyeball in the human stomach. PillBot is a drone. PillBot has a camera. We give a live video feed to a gastroenterologist. PillBot is a video game. PillBot is a friendly conversation with your doctor while you're sitting in home. Drink some water, skip your breakfast, and let your doctor have a little journey. And instead of being knocked out, be lucid, be face-to-face, talk about your symptoms, and see in real time what PillBot sees, see what your doctor sees, and hopefully figure out why your tummy aches. So if we can do this, it's going to start to change the conversation we have with patients. Because right now, we have to be very careful metering out intense technology like an upper endoscopy. I can't jam a tube down everyone's throat every time they have a bellyache. That's totally inappropriate, right? It's risky, it's costly. So there's gatekeeping. Sometimes we hear in the UK there are almost 500,000 people waiting for a basic gastroscopy. So there's an overloaded system, and if we can make it easier to have a look around, I think we're going to help people. And at a population level, if we can have a look around inside your stomach decades earlier, well, then we're going to catch things like stomach cancer in time to cure them, right? And that's what we're waiting for at Endiatx, is the first time a doctor calls us up and says, it was so cheap and easy to deploy PillBot that I use it in a young person today, and I found a cancer, and we're going to cure that cancer. And in a world where we transform multiple hospital visits into Zoom calls, well, that's a world with fewer diesel fumes, fewer giant catheters in garbage cans. That's a room where we need fewer hospital beds. That's a cleaner, greener, more accessible world. In the upper endoscopy world, even if you have the best healthcare in the world, you might have months of gatekeeping, unfortunately. Now imagine you don't have the best healthcare in the world. What if you're in sub-Saharan Africa? Well, our question is, what if we went to Africa, and what if we started building robots there, made some awesome jobs, and treated local people? This is a whole new deal. It's like a new medical deal for people. And there are a lot of ways that you can analyze an opportunity. One would be to ask how many people in the world have stomachs who don't want to die of stomach cancer. And that's obviously kind of a funny way to look at it. Another way to ask what is the opportunity here is to say, well, how much do we spend on endoscopes every year? If we're creating a virtual endoscope, maybe we could participate in the endoscope market. And we find some huge numbers. And so we're not really here after any particular number. We're here to show that tiny robots in the body might be safe, they might be affordable, and they might simply be the beginning of a wonderful new place to live. And let's talk about our competition. Let's talk about this landscape we live in, and let's talk about the shoulders of the giants that we're standing on. In October of 1997, a pill camera was swallowed. How cool was that, right? We can swallow electronic capsules, and we've been doing it for more than 25 years, right? Let's make them move. There are electronic capsules that move in the human body. There's an amazing company, NaviCam, FDA cleared. They use magnetic fields to move capsules around inside the stomach. Patients love it. I mean, it's so much better than an endoscopy. What do we want to add to this? Well, maybe we don't have to go to the hospital. You know, this technology with PillBot, it moves under its own power. It's telemedicine enabled. And so we really do hope to add to this landscape. And finally, can we build a tool that a gastroenterologist can reach for every single day, right? The endoscope. We would very much like to be the world's first virtual endoscope. And so how do you start with an idea and fund a company and move from your garage into a big facility? You know, the journey of founding is wonderful, and I think many people in this room know that journey quite well. You know, initially we felt, let's de-risk the mechanical hardware. Let's prove to the world that you can build little tiny robots and swallow them, right? That's a critical part of it. Recently, the technology's been working so well that we start swallowing the robots and demonstrating them. And you know, what I can say now is that we're on the precipice of clinical trials, and it's a wonderful time to be at Endiatx. And thanks to Chris's efforts, who has been here every single day, you know, every single day, taking us and putting us into boardrooms, putting us at the top of skyscrapers, building the Series A proposition for this company. We actually expect to be through FDA in just a few years, early 2026 if we can pull this off. This is an exciting time. FDA has said they're willing to talk to us about PillBot in December, and we have some questions. We want to ask them about 3D printed materials. We want to ask them about lithium chemistry, right? We want to ask them if they see the opportunity that we see. And then we want to enter clinical trials. So initially, let's be very straightforward and tangible. Let's create a tool. We'll call it PillBot. It's a virtual endoscope. Let's give that tool to gastroenterologists to make them superstars. Many of their patients won't have to come into the clinic. Many of their patients won't have to be sedated. That would have been awesome during COVID, right? But then let's let this technology expand beyond the world of GI. You know, let's let ER docs use this technology. Nurses, technicians, right? Maybe you could be in a refugee camp but have this 21st century telemedicine. That would be pretty cool. And let's make sure that we are filing patents and working with people to take this dream, make it real, and make sure that it's defensible enough so that it can be funded, right? Let's make sure that this is a balance between advances in healthcare, but also a business enterprise that people are willing to join as stakeholders. And we're very proud to basically be pushing all of these fronts forward. And for this slide, which I'm kind of hoping is, you know, beginning to move towards Act 3. For this slide, I'd like to really focus on where we go beyond PillBot, right? The stomach represents maybe 70 million people every year, where we could actually maybe turn those hospital visits into Zoom calls. So the stomach is very compelling. But what about taking tissue samples, right? Endoscopes take samples. Endoscopes actually cut, they sample, they treat the problem. We also wish to do the same. Pill surgeon is a trademark that we were very excited to get along with PillBot. And the whole idea is, if we're making a moving robotic platform, well, let's put stuff on it. And who knows what we will put on it? I don't think that this team will have all of those ideas. I think we'd like to open this technology stack up to this room and to this community. What would you do with tiny robots in the body? If I can give you a form factor, if I can give you electronic support, radio communication, electrical power, mechanical power, what would you do with this? right? Well, we want to do microsurgery. And we want to do it in the GI tract. We'd like to move beyond the stomach market. But then we'd like to go smaller, right? There was a crazy scenario where, insects laid larvae that can crawl and do crazy things in bodies, right? It's kind of scary. Well, why can't we do biomimicry, right? If a botfly larvae can go into the human body, well, why don't we create a tiny little rice grain-sized version of this robot? Imagine that, the world's most efficient brain surgeon, the microsurgeon. What if you had brain cancer, but you knew there was a small army of microsurgeons eating that tumor carefully, methodically, day by day, week by week? This could be a persistent therapeutic presence in people who have been told they have no other options. I'd like to say the world of aerospace engineering and the deep tech community think otherwise. We think we can do better than that, all right, if we work together. So that's the microsurgeon. And where do we go beyond, right? I think the interesting beyond, from that is, besides all the nanotech that we certainly hope to see in generations to come, is a new kind of data value, a new data proposition. We live in a world where AI is here to stay. And what is AI? AI is the world's data put to a purpose. So we need data to build AI. Well, if you can only get data in an upper endoscopy in a hospital with tubes jammed into the human body, then it's like breathing through a straw, like we are being suffocated for this lack of data. I think PillBot changes that in a fundamental way. We're going to have a flood of data coming from millions of these tiny little inexpensive robots. And so initially, that data can be put to work. Let's make it easy to drive them, right? And a little bit of data analytics would help with that. Let's make sure that we're not missing things that we might miss if we're tired. Sometimes we might be able to let the AI take over and drive, and we'll be brought in when it's a really difficult case, right? There's a case here where eventually this kind of healing technology could one day be on a pharmacy shelf. But before we really go to that place, I'd rather just wind the clock back to today. Let's make it easy to have a quick look inside your stomach. And so with that, draw your attention to Quentin. Quentin here basically dropped everything to come from France, his home country, and become our chief engineer. Now, his degree is in artificial intelligence, among others, and Quentin sees a future world. And here we are at this inflection point, right? We're at this inflection point, basically where the old world of the mechanical and the new world of the digital are having this conversation. And so we're very honored, to move towards Act 3. What we're about to show you is not an FDA-released product. This is our research and development live on stage. So please, give us a little bit of an understanding that it's not perfect, but it is real. And we're going to be very excited to show you this in action. So what I see is a robot. And that robot is blinking, and it's generating live video. Let's see if we can put the video up on the screen. Awesome. So initially, for this demo, we're going to start by showing you directly how PillBot moves in the stomach. And so we have our little stomach model. And basically, we're going to show you how we swim. PillBot is a little swimming drone, an eyeball, if you will. And we can actually see, say hi to PillBot. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. So if we're going to duplicate an endoscope, one for one, we need this thing to move in X, Y, and Z. So we like to tell a GI, PillBot is the tip of the endoscope minus the endoscope. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. It turns out we live in a world where a kid can fly a drone around their park on a Saturday, and that drone might have cost 50 bucks, right? That's the world we live in. Why not make PillBot for 50 bucks? We can do that. That's about the cost of goods right now. It's a little teeny drone that swims in your stomach if you're willing to drink some water, if you're willing to skip your breakfast and your lunch and potentially dinner as well. I'm sorry, Chris. Right? The prep is drink some water. That's a lot more fun than other types of GI prep. So with that being said, maybe it's time for Chris to have his first meal of the day. So what we're going to do now is grab an antenna and move that antenna pretty close to Chris, probably right against his belly. And I'm hoping that the PillBot package would be about the size of a deck of cards. Right? I'd like a cheap little deck of cards that you would take. A little dongle like a jump drive is the other side of the radio link. Everything else connects to your phone. It's just digital from there. Single-use disposable, cheap, accessible. Chris, let's do it. And now it's going to move down Chris's esophagus, and Kantan may come in and adjust the location of the radio. Right now, we give ourselves every chance for a good connection. And so, yeah, Kantan, let's help him out. We have about the data link of a typical Zoom call, and that's kind of what we have to work with in generation 1. And if we need be, we can have Chris step up and we can try different positions. Yeah, this is a typical day at the office for Endiatx. And the fun thing is, you know, we'll see if we can get a good contact here. We also brought a bunch of other robots, so if we have to have Chris start swallowing robot after robot, we can do that. Yeah. One thing is, the guys often tell me that they don't want me to do so many surprise demos because I burn through all of our stock of robots. So should we call that round 1? Now, in the meantime, if we need to give these guys 2 or 3 minutes, I am perfectly ready to take a few questions, fill some time. Would anyone like to have a question or comment about what we're working on here? We'd be super happy to take that. Yep.
Yes, I'm a medical doctor myself, and I was wondering, like many cancers also arise at a distant level of the esophagus, and your pill is in the water in the stomach. How does it look at cancers like at the distal part of the esophagus?
This is an excellent question. The question is, I see you swimming around in your stomach model, but what about when you swallow it? It's this one-way trip through the esophagus. And so that means we're not going to be able to give you as much effectiveness as a proper endoscope. Now, we will record that path. We will hopefully use AI to pick up some information. If we're talking about Barrett's esophagus, which is a growing concern in the upper GI, often associated with acid reflux, you want to get those symptoms checked, by the way. One thing we do for Barrett's is in the stomach, we'll have a look at where the esophagus enters in. We call that the Z-fold interface. And you can pick up some information there. But I want to be very clear that PillBot in the esophagus is probably a secondary value proposition. Aha! Round 2. And Quentin, why don't you follow it down? Yeah. So I'm rooting for a data signal, and I hope the two robots don't fight each other. You know, if the problem persists with Chris, maybe you want to have me swallow one. Maybe I have the perfect stomach today. Aha! Okay, this is good sign. So we've acquired a signal. Now let's, now we're getting a little bit of video here. You could even go all the way around the back. Okay, okay. This is a little bit more typical. This is what we try to usually see right at the beginning when we swallow one. Now, the view that we can offer today with PillBot is actually through the lens of an old iPhone camera, a very old camera that's available very cheap. The optical work that we're doing now is intended to mimic the proper quality of an endoscope. And so the challenges that we're working through right now are dramatically opening up the field of view. Right now, we're looking through a very narrow field of view. We also have some focus issues. You know, we're definitely working on proper image processing. But what we're hoping to demonstrate here is that you can actually do an upper endoscopy in a relatively lightweight environment. We've even tested PillBot in the cockpit of an airplane when we were having buoyancy problems, flying ballistic trajectories. And so, you know, this is R&D, but we actually are scheduled to have the new robot in clinical trials with a new camera and new set of optics in just a few months. You know, and I think we should probably improve our data link some. Instead of having to chase the signal around, I'm hoping we can get to the point where the antenna would just be anywhere in the room or maybe in your vest pocket, something like that. Chris usually has the most interesting stomach imagery because he has freckles in his stomach, and we're starting to name them, right? Kind of like Disney characters. Do we have any other questions in the meantime? And then one thing these guys can do is when we're getting continuous video, they can start trying to activate the propulsion system. One of the challenges we're working through between the fish tank demo and the swallow is that during the swallow, the esophagus has mucus, and sometimes we get a little bit of mucus in the thruster lumens, and we're trying to figure out how we might get around that. Maybe put a dissolvable cover, or just make sure those thrusters can clear some mucus. Yes, sir.
So there's some people who have a tough time taking their daily vitamins, let alone swallowing pills. Do you think that eventually you'll even work on the size of it?
This is a great question. So the question is, how the heck am I going to swallow that giant scary pill, right? And it's important to note that in the world of passive pill cameras, the statistics are about 1 in 20 normal adults will reject a pill camera and say that they're not going to be able to swallow that. And so we are a full millimeter larger in diameter than a typical pill camera. And that means I would expect maybe 1 in 10 people would easily say, this is a problem for me. But the question is, how do we get past that, right? We have devices on the drawing board now that will be smaller than any pill camera. You know, we make it pretty clear in our communications that the goal is to go even to rice grain size, right, or beyond. So I think in the meantime, we have to acknowledge that not everyone will easily swallow a giant pill, but hopefully a substantial portion of the patient population might be willing to give it a try. It's kind of nice to finally see some connection. One thing we'd like to see more of, and you might have seen during the fish tank itself, is a more rapid frame rate. You know, in the early days of Endiatx, we could only do about maybe 5 frames per second, which does not feel like a video. It would be a very frustrating video game to play. Nowadays, with proper connection, we're closer to 15 frames per second, and it finally feels live. It finally feels like an active device. And that's definitely a wonderful moment, but I think here we're just barely making contact. Do we have any other questions in the meantime? Yes, sir.
Hi, yeah, so one of the advantages of endoscopy is insufflation and irrigation. Is there any plans for including that or any possibility of at least insufflation?
This is a great question. So what happens if in the process of swallowing a pill, what if it goes down the wrong hole, right? This could potentially be a very threatening situation. And so we have to kind of rely on the metrics, inclusion and exclusion criteria, a little bit of training or at least instruction that the world of passive pill cameras provides us. It provides a template. It doesn't necessarily provide the total answer, but it definitely gives us a good start. The basic idea would be if you are okay to swallow a pill camera, then hopefully you'd be okay to swallow PillBot. But it's not just the risk of choking it down. You might actually accidentally bite PillBot. And I'll tell you, as a mechanical designer, one of the things that I am sort of sweating the most about right now is understanding that we're going to have to run these through bite tests, which inevitably means we'll probably need to thicken up the structural shell. And what that means is, as we add weight to the device, the size or the volume of air necessary to generate neutral buoyancy also increases. And so with Endiatx, there's always a circular pressure to try to reduce size and reduce weight in order to keep the overall volume down. And so what I will say about PillBot of today is it's just barely entering sort of the real functional stage, and we will need to add an additional margin of safety on top of the R&D device you see now. Now we have a little bit of time left. Any other questions?
This is super cool. You know, I'm a thoracic surgeon, and I do a lot of endoscopies, and if I can do less endoscopies, that'd be great. Really fantastic presentation and really innovative. I do have a question. It would be interesting to see what you think about it. When I dictate an endoscopy report, one thing that is key to dictate is see, I saw everything, right? Because I want to rule out something bad. How do you think you're going to be sure, or how do you think you're going to address the issue? Have you visualized the entire stomach to be able to rule out anything?
This is a great question. So the question is, you know, how do we know we just did a full stomach visualization? How do we make sure we didn't just miss a lesion? And those lesions can be very subtle. It can be hard to see them. I think part of the answer here, and this is an opportunity for all of GI, is that as we are getting imagery off of PillBot, within a month or so, maybe several months, we'll have an inertial chip on board. So we'll have XYZ positional and orientation data. And I think when you take all the pictures and you take your known location and orientation, you can start to stitch together a three-dimensional map of that anatomy. And where I'm going with this is, at the beginning, I think it should yield a diagnostic product that should be fun. You should be able to rotate it around. You should be able to see things. Hopefully you have some data analytics, you know, where you can take advantage. But moving beyond that, you know, if we put on our Apple Vision Pro headset, we should be able to see a hologram inside Chris. We should be able to see a giant stomach model and start telling the AI to start targeting certain areas. I'm hoping that we bring an element of 21st century kind of science fiction into this. And so the hope here is to kind of start the conversation and let's hopefully get this little product out into clinical trials and see how far we can go with it. So with that being said, I think we're just slightly over time, and I would like to thank everyone here for showing up. I'd like to thank the tech team for working through a couple of challenges. But really, I'd just like to say that we are very proud to be able to take you under the hood and show you in real time what deep tech in the medical device community can look like. And you know, sometimes we get a perfect shot, and that kind of keeps the team going for a few weeks. But you know, it's a bit of an inflection point for us, and to be here in Malta and share this moment with you is something that we are very grateful for. Thank you.
So, hello, thank you for joining us today. I hope it was quite an eventful day. Looking forward to hosting you tonight. We have 2 receptions running in parallel, one at Excelsior Lobby, which is similar to what we had yesterday, and another one at Musa, which is another majestic venue right in the middle and the heart of Valletta. And looking forward to enjoying the night. Thank you all.